Section 0 of Shakespeare Identified. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shakespeare Identified in Edward de Vere by J. Thomas Looney. Preface and Preliminary Note. Preface. The solution to the Shakespeare problem, which it is the purpose of the following pages to unfold, was worked out whilst the great European war was in progress, and my wish was to give the matter full publicity immediately upon the cessation of hostilities. As this was found to be impracticable, steps had to be taken both to ensure that the results achieved should not be lost, and also to safeguard what I believed to be my priority of discovery. With these objects, an announcement of the mere fact of the discovery, omitting all details, was made in November 1918 to Sir Frederick Kenyon, librarian of the British Museum, and he very readily undertook to receive, unofficially, a sealed envelope containing a statement on the subject. As more than a year has passed since the deposition was made, and as no one else has come forward with the same solution, the question of priority is not likely now to arise, and therefore, with the publication of the present work, the purpose of the deposited document naturally lapses. My first duty, then, must be to express my deep sense of indebtedness to Sir Frederick Kenyon for the freedom from anxiety that I have enjoyed whilst further developing the argument and carrying through its publication. It was to my brother-in-law, Mr. M. Gompertz, B.A., headmaster of the County High School, Leytonstone, and to my friend Mr. W. T. Thorne, that I first submitted a statement of evidences, and their complete acceptance of my solution has been the source of much confidence and encouragement. To them I am also under large obligations for practical assistance, to the former specially for the revision of proofs, and to the latter for valuable work on the index. The relationship of Mr. Cecil Palmer to the undertaking has been much more than that of publisher. When the case was laid before him, he adopted its conclusions with enthusiasm, and made the cause his own. My personal obligations to him are therefore very considerable. One of the greatest debts I have to acknowledge is more impersonal, namely, to the Library of the Literary and Philosophical Society, Newcastle upon Tyne. The unique system upon which this institution is conducted has rendered possible an ease and rapidity of work that would probably have been impossible in any other institution in the country. I have also gratefully to acknowledge indebtedness respecting the portraits it was important the work should contain, to His Majesty the King for permission to reproduce the miniature of Sir Philip Sidney in Windsor Castle, to His Grace the Duke of Portland, not only for permission to reproduce, but also for facilities, spontaneously and graciously offered, for securing a good copy of his portrait of Edward de Vere at Welbeck Abbey, to the trustees of the National Portrait Gallery for similar permission respecting the portraits of Lord Burleigh and Sir Horace Vere, and to Mr. Emery Walker, F.S.A., for kindly granting the use of several photographs and blocks of these portraits. I now send forth the results of my investigations to face the ordeal of a public examination. Although I have tried to regard all schools of thought as so many agencies in the one cause of truth, it is too much to expect that, in dealing with such controversial matters, I have avoided hurting susceptibilities. For any shortcomings of this kind, I throw myself on the generosity of my readers. I have no wish, however, to be spared fair and helpful criticism, nor can I hope to escape criticism of the less kindly type. But if in the end I can see the truth prevail and an act of reparation done to a great Englishman, I shall be content. J. Thomas Looney, December 15, 1919. Preliminary note. In discussing the authorship of the Shakespeare plays and poems, it is necessary to guard against the ambiguity attaching to the name Shakespeare. Following the example of the Baconians and Sir George Greenwood, I have spelt the word with an E in the first syllable and an A in the final syllable, Shakespeare, when referring to the author, whoever he may have been, and without these two letters, Shakspere, when referring to the person hitherto credited with the authorship. By the addition of the Christian name in the latter case, and in other ways, I have tried to accentuate the distinction. In immaterial connections, the former is usually employed, and in quotations, the spelling of the original is generally followed. End of section 0. Recording by Lucretia B. Section 1 of Shakespeare Identified. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shakespeare Identified in Edward de Vere by J. Thomas Looney. Introduction. As a much graver responsibility attaches to the publication of the following pages than is usual in the case of treatises on literary subjects, it is impossible to deal with the matter as impersonally as one might wish. The transference of the honor of writing the immortal Shakespeare dramas from one man to another, if definitely effected, becomes not merely a national or contemporary event, but a world event of permanent importance, destined to leave a mark as enduring as human literature and the human race itself. No one, therefore, who has a due sense of these things is likely to embark upon an enterprise of this kind in a spirit of levity or adventure, nor will he feel entitled to urge convictions tending to bring about so momentous a change as if he were merely proposing some interesting thesis. However much the writer of a work like the present might wish to keep himself in the background, he is bound to implicate himself so deeply as to stake publicly his reputation for sane and sober judgment, and thus to imperil the credit of his opinion on every other subject. It would therefore have been more discreet or diplomatic to have put forward the present argument tentatively at first, as a possible or probable rather than an actual solution of the Shakespeare problem. The temptation to do this was strong, but the weight of the evidence collected has proved much too great and conclusive to permit of this being done with even a fair measure of justice either to the case or to my own honest convictions. Only one course, then, was open to me. The greater responsibility had to be incurred, and therefore some remark upon the circumstances under which the investigations came to be undertaken is not only justifiable but necessary. For several years in succession I had been called upon to go through repeated courses of reading in one particular play of Shakespeare's, namely The Merchant of Venice. This long-continued familiarity with the contents of one play induced a peculiar sense of intimacy with the mind and disposition of its author and his outlook upon life. The personality which seemed to run through the pages of the drama I felt to be altogether out of relationship with what was taught of the reputed author and the ascertained facts of his career. For example, the Stratford Shakespeare was untravelled, having moved from his native place to London when a young man, and then as a successful middle-aged man of business he had returned to Stratford to attend to his lands and houses. This particular play, on the contrary, bespoke a writer who knew Italy at first hand and was touched with the life and spirit of the country. Again, the play suggested an author with no great respect for money and business methods, but rather one to whom material possessions would be in the nature of an encumbrance to be easily and lightly disposed of; at any rate, one who was by no means of an acquisitive disposition. This was hardly the type of man to have risen from poverty to affluence by his own efforts when but little more than 30 years of age, nor was such a man likely to have been responsible for some of the petty money transactions recorded of the Stratford man. Other anomalies had forced themselves upon my attention, and had done much to undermine my faith in the orthodox view. The call of other interests, however, prevented my following up the question with any seriousness. A recurrence of the old doubts under new circumstances led me at length to look more closely into the problem and to consult writers who had dealt with it. These convinced me that the opponents of the orthodox view had made good their case to this extent, that there was no sufficient evidence that the man William Shakespeare had written the works with which he was credited, whilst there was very strong prima facie presumption that he had not. Everything seemed to point to his being but a mask, behind which some great genius, for inscrutable reasons, had elected to work out his own destiny. I do not maintain that any single objection to what for convenience sake we must call the Stratfordian view afforded by itself sufficient grounds for regarding it as untenable, for most of these objections have been stoutly combated severally by men whose opinions are entitled to respect. It was rather the cumulative effect of the many objections which, it appeared to me, made it impossible to adhere with any confidence to the old view of things, and so gave to the whole situation an appearance of inexplicable mystery. Here, then, were the greatest literary treasures of England, ranked by universal consent amongst the highest literary achievements of mankind, to all intents and purposes of unknown origin. The immediate effect of such a conviction was the sense of a painful hiatus in the general outlook upon the supreme accomplishments of humanity, a want much more distressing than that which is felt about the authorship of writings like the Homeric poems, because the matter touches us more directly and intimately. It was impossible, I felt, to leave things thus, if by any means the problem could be solved and the gap filled up. I resolved, therefore, notwithstanding the extreme boldness, or rather presumption, of the undertaking, to attempt a solution of the problem. At the beginning it was mainly the fascination of an interesting inquiry that held me, and the matter was pursued in the spirit of simple research. As the case has developed, however, it has tended increasingly to assume the form of a serious purpose, aiming at a long overdue act of justice and reparation to an unappreciated genius who, we believe, ought now to be put in possession of his rightful honors, and to whose memory should be accorded a gratitude proportionate to the benefits he has conferred upon mankind in general, and the luster he has shed upon England in particular. That one who is not a recognized authority or an expert in literature should attempt the solution of a problem which has so far baffled specialists must doubtless appear to many as a glaring act of overboldness, whilst to pretend to have actually solved this most momentous of literary puzzles will seem to some like sheer hallucination. A little reflection ought, however, to convince anyone that the problem is not, at bottom, purely literary. That is to say, its solution does not depend wholly upon the extent of the investigator's knowledge of literature, nor upon the soundness of his literary judgment. This is probably why the problem has not been solved before now. It has been left mainly in the hands of literary men, whereas its solution required the application of methods of research which are not, strictly speaking, literary methods. The imperfection of my own literary equipment, of which I was only too conscious, was therefore no reason why I should not attempt the task. And if the evidence collected in support of any proposed solution should of itself prove satisfactory, its validity ought not to be in any way affected by considerations purely personal to the investigator. I proceeded accordingly to form plans for searching for the real author of Shakespeare's plays. These plans were outlined before taking any step, and will be fully explained in due course. Personally, I have not the slightest doubt as to their having succeeded. Whether I shall be able to so present the case as to establish an equally strong conviction in the minds of others is, of course, a vastly different matter. The force of a conviction is frequently due as much to the manner in which the evidence presents itself as to the intrinsic value of the evidence. For example, when a theory that we have formed from a consideration of certain facts leads us to suppose that certain other facts will exist, the later discovery that the facts are actually in accordance with our inferences becomes a much stronger confirmation of our theory than if we had known these additional facts at the outset. We state this principle in matters of science when we affirm that the supreme test and evidence of the soundness of a scientific theory is its power of enabling us to foresee some events as a consequence of others. The manner, therefore, in which facts and ideas have been arrived at becomes itself an important element in the evidence, and it is this consideration which has decided for me the method most suitable for presenting the case. Though it is impossible ever to carry the minds of others through precisely the same processes as those by which one's own settled beliefs have been reached, it has seemed to me that in this instance some attempt of the kind should be made in order that the reader, in seeing how readily newly discovered particulars have arranged themselves in a clear order around an original hypothesis, may come to feel something of the same certainty which these things have produced in my own mind. As a matter of fact, some of the most convincing evidence presented itself after my theory of the authorship had already assumed the form of a settled conviction, and indeed after this work was virtually completed, thus rendering my receding from the theory practically impossible. To others, however, who might only see it in the general mass of accumulated evidence, it could not appeal with anything like the same compelling force. These considerations have decided me to present the case as far as possible in the form of a representation of the various stages through which the inquiry was pursued, the manner in which the evidence was collected, and the process by which an accumulating corroboration transformed a theory into an irresistible conviction. What at first blush may appear a pedantic description of a method ought, therefore, to be viewed as in itself a distinctive form of evidence. I would ask, then, that it be regarded as such, and that what would otherwise be an unseemly obtrusion of personality be excused accordingly. The reader's indulgence must also be sought on another score. The first steps in an inquiry pursued according to the method I had to adopt were inevitably slow, and this may import a measure of tediousness into the introductory stages of an exposition following on the same lines. Yet, without a patient attention to the various steps of the inquiry, the unity and conclusiveness of the argument as a whole might be missed. Although these pages are addressed to the general reader rather than to literary scholars, I am obliged to assume a serious desire to discover the truth and a willingness to take some trouble to arrive at it. Especially must I ask for that concentrated individual reflection by which alone the various parts of the argument may be seen as a whole, a practice which, we are afraid, is somewhat alien to the purely literary mind. In one or two instances I have no doubt made use of books that are somewhat rare, the most critical chapter of the work, in fact, depending wholly upon a work, copies of which are not readily accessible to everyone. Nevertheless, it will be found that nothing important in the argument rests upon newly unearthed data. Everything has been accessible for years to anyone who might have been on the lookout for the facts, and was prepared to take trouble to ascertain them. Even where personal judgments constitute important elements in the evidence, as is natural in inquiries of this nature, the case has been made to rest at almost every critical stage, not upon my own judgment alone, but upon the statements of writers of recognized standing and authority, whose works have for some time been before the public. In most cases it will be found that the authorities quoted are writers of the Stratfordian school. Great as are my obligations specially to Sir George Greenwood's work, I have purposely refrained from quoting from it when I might often have done so with advantage to my own argument, and preferred resting upon the authority of writers of the opposite school. How completely these writers support my thesis will, I trust, be apparent in the sequel. This being so, the question might reasonably be asked, how comes it that the discovery which is claimed has not been made before now? The answer to this question is to be found in the history of almost all the important advances that man has made. The basic facts of his discoveries have usually been well known for some time before. What has been of special consequence has been the perception, sometimes purely accidental, of a relationship amongst these facts hitherto not noticed. Once detected, however, other facts have become grouped and coordinated by it, and the resultant discovery, for which mankind had probably waited long, appears at last so natural and obvious that men wonder that it had not been thought of before. This may be taken as a compendium of human discovery generally. In almost every such case there has been a preparatory movement towards the discovery, a movement in which many minds have participated, and the one who has been fortunate enough to make the discovery has frequently been, in important respects, inferior to those into whose labors he has entered. Now I have no doubt that Shakespearean study has, of late years, been making surely towards the discovery of the real author of the works. I can detect two distinct currents of literary interest, which, it seems to me, were bound ultimately to converge, and in their converging disclose the authorship. The first of these has been the tendency to put aside the old conception of a writer creating everything by the vigor of his imagination, and to regard the writings as reflecting the personality and experiences of their author. The result has been the gradual rise of a conception of the personality of Shakespeare, differing very widely from the conventional figure. An outstanding expression of this tendency being Mr. Frank Harris's work on The Man Shakespeare. The second current, only faintly perceptible as yet, has been slowly forcing from obscurity into our knowledge of Elizabethan literature and drama the name and figure of one still quite unknown to the vast mass of his countrymen. These two movements, if continued, had in them the possibility of the discovery, though how long that discovery might have been deferred no one can say. What I have to propose, however, is not an accidental discovery, but one resulting from a systematic search. And it is to the nature of the method, combined with a happy inspiration and a fortunate chance, that the results here described were reached. In presenting a thesis, the strength of which must depend largely upon the convergence of several separate lines of argument, a certain amount of repetition of particular facts is unavoidable. And in this matter I have preferred to risk an unnecessary reiteration rather than an incomplete statement of any particular argument. The reason for such repetition, it is hoped, will not be overlooked. My object being to solve an important problem rather than to swell the supply of literature, all merely literary considerations have been kept subordinate to the central purpose. One other matter affecting the general presentation of the argument remains to be mentioned. As originally written, the work contained no special examination of Stratfordianism, but merely incidental observations scattered throughout the various chapters. My feeling was that sufficient had already been written by others upon the subject, that, short of absolute proof of the negative, the anti-Stratfordians had established their case, and that what was wanted was not more evidence, but a serious attention to what had already been written, and above all, a reasonable positive hypothesis to put in the place of the old one. From this point of view it seemed possible to begin my argument at the point where others had left off. I was, however, advised by friends more capable than myself of judging the needs of readers to make my argument complete in itself, by presenting first of all the case for the negative view, and thus clearing the way for my own special investigations. This change of plan is bound to involve what might appear like wanton and pointless repetition in several instances, and may interfere with the unity of the constructive scheme of exposition. I would, however, urge the reader not to linger unduly over the things that are destined to pass away, but to press on to a consideration of those matters which, if there be truth in my thesis, will endure, at least so long as the English language is understood. End of Section 1. Recording by Lucretia B.
Section 2 of Shakespeare Identified. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. Shakespeare Identified in Edward de Vere by J. Thomas Looney. Section 2. Chapter 1. The Stratfordian View. Part 1. In spite of the efforts of orthodox Stratfordians to belittle the investigations that have been made into the question of the authorship of the Shakespeare dramas, perhaps indeed because of the very manner they have chosen to adopt, the number of Britons and Americans, to say nothing of the non-English speaking nationalities, who do not believe that William Shakespeare of Stratford produced the literature with which he is credited, is steadily on the increase. Outside the ranks of those who have deeply committed themselves in print, it is indeed difficult nowadays to find anyone in the enjoyment of a full and assured faith. At the same time, the resort of the faithful few to contemptuous expressions in speaking of opponents is clearly indicative of uneasiness even amongst the most orthodox littérateurs. The unfortunate cryptogram of Ignatius Donnelly, whilst tending to bring the inquiry into disrepute with minds disposed to serious research, has been unable altogether to nullify the effects of the negative criticism with which his work opens. The supplementing of this by writers of the calibre of Lord Penzance, Judge Webb, Sir George Greenwood, and Professor Lefranc, has raised the problem to a level which will not permit of its being airily dismissed, without thereby reflecting adversely on the capacity and judgment of the controversialists who would thus persist in giving artifice instead of argument. That, however, is their concern. The common sense of the rank and file of Shakespeare students, when unhampered by past committals, leads irresistibly towards the rejection of the old idea of authorship, and only the doctors of the ancient literary cult hang in the rear. Nevertheless, much remains to be done before the Stratfordian hypothesis will be sufficiently moribund to be neglected. And although this work is addressed mainly to those who are either in search of a more reasonable hypothesis, or, having become awakened to a sense of the existence of the Shakespeare problem, are willing to take the trouble to examine impartially what has already been written by others on the subject, the present argument would probably be incomplete without a more explicit treatment of the Stratfordian point of view than has been given in the main body of the treatise. At the same time, it is impossible to present the anti-Stratfordian argument completely without adding enormously to the bulk of the work. Moreover, as we have a very definite positive argument to unfold, we wish to avoid the dangers of diverting attention from it by giving an unnecessary prominence to the negative argument so ably treated by previous writers. That negative argument, like its present constructive counterpart, is cumulative, and, like every sound cumulative argument, each of these is receiving additional corroboration and confirmation with almost every new fact brought to light in respect to it. How much of this accumulated material it is necessary to present before the case can be considered amply and adequately stated, must needs depend largely upon the preparedness and partialities of those addressed. Although the 30 years which have passed since Ignatius Donnelly's work appeared have witnessed marked developments of the critical argument, the full force of the first 100 pages of his first volume has not yet been fully appreciated. To allow a justifiable repugnance to his cryptogram work to stand in the way of a serious examination of the material he has brought together from untainted sources, like Halliwell Phillips and others of recognized capacity and integrity, is to fall behind the times in the spirit of dispassionate scientific research. A few hours spent, therefore, in leisurely weighing the material contained in his opening chapters, notwithstanding its incompleteness, will probably convince most people that the Stratfordian hypothesis rests upon the most insecure foundations, differentiating it entirely from all other outstanding cases of English authorship in historic times, as, for example, Chaucer, Spenser, and Milton. The exceptional character of many of the facts he has collected, the multiplicity of the grounds for rejecting the hypothesis, and the general consistency of the various arguments, all combine to form a single justification for a negative attitude towards the conventional view. A mere repetition in these pages of what others have written will not add much to its force. To spend time in expounding its unity is to attempt to do for others what any reflecting mind pretending to judge the case ought to do for itself. What is true of the case as presented by Ignatius Donnelly has probably still greater force as applied to the work of men who have treated this problem in more recent years. It would be perfectly gratuitous to insist upon the analytical acumen of Lord Penzance, and therefore scarcely short of an impertinence to brush aside lightly his opinions in matters involving the weighing of evidence. Consequently, when such new arguments as he advances, and the new bearings he is able to point out in former arguments, are marked by the same unity, and lead to the same general conclusions as those of other capable writers, both before and since his time, we may claim that a measure of what may be called authoritative research has been accomplished, liberating subsequent investigators from repeating all the particulars by means of which these general results have been reached. In other words, a certain basis of authority has been established, not of course an absolute and infallible authority, but a relative, practical, working authority, such as we are obliged to accept in the theoretical no less than in the active affairs of life. When, for example, 3 eminent English lawyers tell us that the plays of Shakespeare display an expert knowledge of law, such as William Shakespeare could hardly be expected to possess, it would be extreme folly on the part of one who is not a lawyer to spend himself and use up space in putting together evidence to prove the same point. No amount of evidence which he might collect would have the same value as the authoritative statement of these men. He may, if he cares to, claim that the lawyers have not made good their point, or he may agree with the general conclusion, and dispute the theory that the author was an active member of the legal profession. But if he agrees with them on the main issue, he cannot serve his cause in any way by traversing again the ground that these experts have already covered. Again, when, in addition to these writers, we have authorities of the opposite school agreeing that the author of the plays possessed a first-hand knowledge of the classics, including a knowledge of passages which would not come into a schoolboy's curriculum, it would be affectation upon the part of a writer laying no claim to expert knowledge of the classics to restate the particulars, or attempt to add to what has already been said some little fragment from his own scanty stores. In the same way we are now entitled to affirm, without adducing all the evidence upon which it has been determined, that the author of Shakespeare's plays and poems possessed a knowledge of idiomatic French, and most probably a reading familiarity with the Italian language, such as William Shakespeare could not have learnt at Stratford; and, what is perhaps of as great importance as anything else, he employed as the habitual vehicle of his mind an English of the highest educated type, completely free from provincialism of any kind. The Shakespeare problem, we maintain, has now reached a stage at which such summarized results may be placed before readers with the assurance that these conclusions have behind them the sanction of men of unquestioned probity and capacity, thus relieving the modern investigator from the labour of repeating all the particulars from which the conclusions are drawn. And although these compendious dogmatic statements cannot be expected to convince the man who claims to have studied the writers we have named, and yet preserved his orthodoxy unshaken, they will probably suffice for the average or the generality of mankind. Orthodox faiths, however, are usually intrinsically weakest when most vehemently asserted, and the persistence of the Stratfordian faith has probably been due much less to its own inherent strength than to the want of a better to put in its place. Those who have had occasion to study Shakespearean problems will, we believe, agree that the most trustworthy work for particulars respecting the life of William Shakespeare of Stratford is Halliwell Phillipps' Outlines. Written in 1882, 6 years before the appearance of Donnelly's work, the problem of Shakespearean authorship seems never to have touched him, and therefore, undoubting Stratfordian though he was, he writes with perfect freedom and openness, glozing over nothing, and not shrinking from making admissions which some later Baconian or sceptic might use against the subject of his biography. Without wishing to imply anything against subsequent biographies, written in the refracting atmosphere of controversy, we may describe Halliwell Phillips's Outlines as the most honest biography of William Shakespeare yet written. End of Section 2.
Section 3 of Shakespeare Identified. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shakespeare Identified in Edward de Vere by J. Thomas Looney. The Stratfordian View, Part 2. As then, the main root of the Shakespeare problem has always been the difficulty of reconciling the antecedents of William Shakespeare, so far as they are known or can be reasonably inferred, with the special features of the literary work attributed to him, it ought to suffice that the contention from which most anti-Stratfordian argument starts is abundantly supported by Halliwell Phillips. Dirt and ignorance, according to this authority, were outstanding features of the social life of Stratford in those days, and had stamped themselves very definitely upon the family life under the influence of which William Shakespeare was reared. Father and mother alike were illiterate, placing their marks in lieu of signatures upon important legal documents. And his father's first appearance in the records of the village is upon the occasion of his being fined for having amassed a quantity of filth in front of his house, there being little excuse for his negligence. So much for the formative conditions of his home life. On the other hand, so far as pedagogic education is concerned, there is no vestige of evidence that William Shakespeare was ever inside of a school for a single day. And considering the illiteracy of his parents, and the fact that ability to read and write was a condition of admission to the free school at Stratford, it is obvious that there were serious obstacles to his obtaining even such inferior education as was offered by schools in small provincial places in those days. Respecting this difficulty of meeting the minimum requirements for admission to the school, Halliwell Phillips remarks, quote, "There were few persons living at Stratford-on-Avon capable of initiating him into these preparatory accomplishments. But it is as likely as not that the poet received his first rudiments of education from older boys." End quote. Later generations of schoolboys have preferred more exciting pastimes. It is impossible to deny that the general educational advantages of Robert Burns, including, as we must, the intellectual level of peasant life in Scotland in his day, family circumstances and character of parents, were altogether superior to what existed at Stratford and in the home of William Shakespeare 2 centuries before. The following remark of Ruskin's, whom it is impossible to suspect of heterodoxy, will therefore not be out of place at this point. Quote, "There are attractive qualities in Burns and attractive qualities in Dickens, which neither of those writers would have possessed if the one had been educated and the other had been studying higher nature than that of Cockney London. But those attractive qualities are not such as we should seek in a school of literature. If we want to teach young men a good manner of writing, we should teach it from Shakespeare, not from Burns, from Walter Scott, and not from Dickens." End quote. The Two Paths. This statement of Ruskin's, made without reference to anything controversial, furnishes a special testimony to the fact that the distinctive literary qualities of Shakespeare are the direct antithesis of those which belong to a great poetic genius, such as Burns, whose genius enables him to attain eminence in spite of homely beginnings. It is hardly possible, moreover, to pick up the slightest biographical sketch of Scotland's poet without meeting testimony to the same fact. The following, for example, we take from the first such sketch which comes to hand. Burns was essentially one of the people in birth, breeding, and instincts. He has been taken more to men's bosoms than any other, if we except, perhaps, the Bard of Avon, whose admirers belong more exclusively to the educated classes. Spontaneously, this comparison between the two poets rises in the mind of almost any writer who deals specially with either one of them, and leads always to a contrast upon the particular point with which we are dealing. Shakespeare's work, if viewed without reference to any personality, would never have been taken to be the work of a genius who had emerged from an uncultured milieu. The only conditions which could have compensated in any degree for such initial disabilities as those from which William Shakespeare suffered would have been a plentiful supply of books and ample facilities for a thorough study of them. It is generally agreed, however, that even if he attended school, he must have had to leave at an early age in order to assist his father, whose circumstances had become straitened, and that he had to engage in occupations of a non-intellectual and most probably of a coarsening kind. And, so far from being able to compensate for all this by means of books, the place is spoken of as a bookless neighborhood. The copy of the black-letter English history in his father's parlor never existed out of the imagination. Even after his London career was over, and as a supposed greatest writer in England, he retired to Stratford, the situation was probably no better. Anything like a private library, even of the smallest dimensions, was then of the rarest occurrence, and that Shakespeare, William Shakespeare, ever owned one at any time of his life is exceedingly improbable. Dr. Hall, Shakespeare's son-in-law, however, possessed in 1635 what he called his study of books, which probably included any that had belonged to Shakespeare. If the latter were the case, the learned doctor did not consider it worth while to mention the fact. Halliwell Phillips, Outlines. In contrast with all this, take the following passages from the short biographical sketch already quoted of the poet who, in purely educational matters, is placed so much below Shakespeare. When he was 6 years of age, the poet, Burns, was sent to a school at Alloway Mill. Later, his father, in conjunction with several neighbors, engaged a young man, John Murdoch, agreeing to pay him a small quarterly salary, and to lodge him alternately in their houses. The boys were taught by him reading, writing, arithmetic, and grammar. Mr. Murdoch left for another situation, and the father undertook to teach his sons arithmetic by candlelight in the winter evenings. Burns went to Murdoch 1 week before harvest and 2 after it to brush up his learning. The first week was devoted to English grammar, and the other 2 to a flirtation with French. Burns labored at this new study with such eagerness and success that he could, according to his brother, translate any ordinary prose author. And we know that to the last he loved to interlard his correspondence with phrases from that language. and when he bethought himself of attempting, in later life, a dramatic composition, among the books he ordered from Edinburgh was a copy of Molière. Besides, he had read and digested at an early age many valuable and some ponderous books. His father had borrowed for his reading, in addition to his own scanty stock, and wealthy families in Ayr, as well as humble families nearer home, gave him free access to what books of theirs he wished to read. Amongst the books he read in this way were The Life of Hannibal, Salmon's Geographical Grammar, Durham's Physico-Theology, The Spectator, Pope's Homer, Harvey's Meditations, Locke's Essay on the Human Understanding, and several plays of Shakespeare. In his 19th summer he was sent to Kirkoswald Parish School to learn mensuration, surveying, etc. In these he made good progress. The teacher had great local fame as a mathematician. The poet's sojourn at Kirkoswald had much improved him. He had considerably extended his reading, he had exercised himself in debate, and laid a firm foundation for fluent and correct utterance. For 3 or 4 years after this, at Lockleigh, he still extended his reading and indulged occasionally in verse-making. William Gunyan, Biographical Sketch of Robert Burns. Needless to say, the particulars given in this sketch are not the generous inferences of modern admirers, but are supplied by the properly authenticated utterances of Burns himself, his brother, his teachers, and other contemporaries. Yet, with such a preparation at a time when books had become so accessible, with his quickness of apprehension, his genius, and his respect for the good things that books alone could give him, Robert Burns remains the type of uncultured genius, whilst Shakespeare, whose supposed work has become the fountainhead of cultured English, fixing and moulding the language more than any other single force, emerges from squalor and ignorance without leaving a trace of the process or means by which he accomplished the extraordinary feat. Burns dies at the age of 37, leaving striking evidence of his genius, but no masterpiece of the kind which comes from wide experience and matured powers. Shakespeare, before reaching the age of 30, is credited with the authorship of dramas and great poetic classics evincing a wide and prolonged experience of life. Even in such a detail as mere penmanship, the contrast is maintained. Burns leaves us specimens of calligraphy which ought to have satisfied the exacting demands of Hamlet, and won the praise which the first editors of Shakespeare's works bestowed upon the author of the plays. William Shakespeare leaves specimens of penmanship so malformed that Sir E. Maunde Thompson is obliged to suppose that before the writing of his first great works, and during the whole of his early Stratford life, he had had but little opportunity for exercising his handwriting. The exceptional kind of life necessary to have evolved a Shakespeare under such unhappy conditions would most certainly have marked him off from his fellows. No single record, or even tradition of his early life, is, however, suggestive of the student, or of a youth intellectually distinguished from those about him. Traditions of the oratorical flourishes with which, as a butcher, he would kill a sheep, and of his poaching exploits and misadventures, survive. Definite records of marriage under compulsion at the age of 18 to a woman 8 years his senior, and grave suggestions that on the birth of twins a few years later he deserted her. These things sum up the record of the formative years of his life. After narrating the very commonplace traditions and records of William Shakespeare's early life, Sir Walter Raleigh, the eminent professor of literature at Oxford, remarks, "It is the very vanity of skepticism to set all these aside in favor of a tissue of learned fancies." Shakespeare, English Men of Letters. End of section 3. Recording by Lucretia B. Section 4 of Shakespeare Identified. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shakespeare Identified in Edward de Vere by J. Thomas Looney. The Stratfordian View, Part 3. The contrast between the coarse and illiterate circumstances of his early life and the highly cultured character of the work he is supposed to have produced is not, however, the strongest aspect of this particular argument, although quite alone it is enough to have created serious misgivings. The compelling force of this argument from contrast is only fully felt when it is clearly realized that the career of William Shakespeare divides naturally into 3 periods, not 2. We have the opening period at Stratford just indicated. We have a middle period during which he is supposed to have resided mainly in London, and produced the remarkable literature to which he owes his fame, and we have a closing period spent, like the first, in the unwholesome intellectual atmosphere of Stratford. And it is the existence of this series of 3 periods which furnishes the data for a sound scientific examination of the problem. The fact which, once grasped, will carry us forward most quickly to a final settlement of this question is that the closing period of his life at Stratford stands in as marked contrast to the supposed middle period in London as does the first, and under precisely the same aspect, but very much less explicably. The operation of hidden forces and agencies might partly account for the obscure youth, blossoming out as the most cultured writer of his day. But with the literary fame he is supposed to have won, how can we explain the reversion to the non-intellectual record of his closing Stratford period? For it is as destitute of an aftermath of literary glory as the first period was devoid of promise. Having, it is supposed, by virtue of an immeasurable genius, forced himself out of an unrefined and illiterate milieu into the very forefront of the literary and intellectual world, he returns while still in his prime, and probably whilst relatively still a young man, to his original surroundings. For the last 18 years of his life he has himself described as William Shakespeare of Stratford upon Avon. Yet, with so prolonged a residence there, such intellectual gifts as he is supposed to have possessed, such force of character as would have been necessary to raise him in the first instance, he passes his life amongst a mere handful of people without leaving the slightest impress of his eminent powers, or the most trifling fruits of his attainments and educational emancipation, upon any one or anything in Stratford. In the busy, crowded life of London, it is possible to conceal both the defects and qualities of personality, and men may easily pass there for what they are not. But one man of exceptional intellectual powers, improved by an extraordinary feat of self-culture, could hardly fail to leave a very strong impression of himself upon a small community of people, mostly uneducated, such as then formed the population of Stratford. When, then, we are told that that man was living at one time at the rate of £1,000 a year, £8,000 of today, and Sir Sidney Lee sees nothing improbable in the tradition, the idea that such a man could live in such a place, in such a style, and leave no trace of his distinctive powers and interests in the records of the community, is the kind of story which, we are convinced, practical men will refuse to believe once they are fairly confronted with it. Had he walked out of Stratford an ignorant boor in 1587, and returned 10 years later, having learnt nothing more during his absence than how to get hold of money and keep it, there is absolutely nothing in the records of all his affairs at Stratford that need have been in the slightest degree different from what it is. There was at least one man in Stratford who could write in a good style of penmanship, and he addressed a letter to Shakespeare while in London. This is the only letter that has been preserved of any that may have been addressed to Shakespeare in the whole course of his life, and the reader may see a facsimile of it in the book Shakespeare's England. Its only purpose, however, is to negotiate a loan of £30, and it contains no suggestion of any intellectual community between the two men. This letter reappears under circumstances which would quite justify a suspicion that Shakespeare himself had been unable to read it. No suggestion of its having been answered has been discovered, nor is there the faintest trace of any letter from his pen to any other person in Stratford. We do not mean merely that no autograph letter has been preserved, but there is no mention of any letter, no trace of a single phrase or word reported as having been addressed to anyone during all these years as a personal message from what we are asked to believe was the most facile pen in England. According to every Stratfordian authority, he lived and worked for many years in London whilst directing a mass of important business in Stratford. Then he lived for many years in retirement in Stratford, whilst plays from his pen were making their appearance in London. In all, he followed this divided plan of life for nearly 20 years, 1597 to 1616, a plan which, if ever in this world a man's affairs called for letters, must have entailed a large amount of correspondence, had he been able to write. Yet not the faintest suggestion of his ever having written a letter exists in either authentic record or in the most imaginative tradition, and the people who believe this still stand out for a monopoly of sane judgment. He returns to this bookless neighborhood, one of the most enlightened men in Christendom, it is supposed, yet even rumor, whose generous invention has created so much biography for him, has not associated his years of retirement with a single suggestion of a book or bookish occupations. Possessing, it is presumed, a mind teeming with ideas, and coffers overflowing, there is no suggestion of any enterprise in which he was interested for dispelling the intellectual darkness of the community in which he lived. having, it is supposed, performed a great work in refining and elevating the drama in London, and having thus ready to his hands a powerful instrument for brightening and humanizing the social life of the 1,500 souls that at the time formed the population of Stratford, he is never once reported to have filled up his own leisure with so congenial an occupation as getting up a play for the people of Stratford, or in any way interesting himself in the dramatic concerns of the little community, nor even, when plays were banned, raising his voice or using his pen in protest. On the other hand, there are records of his purchasing land, houses, and tithes, of his carrying on business as a maltster, of his money-lending transactions, of his prosecution of people for small debts at a time when, according to Sir Sidney Lee, his yearly income would be about £600, or £4,800 in money of today. We have particulars of his store of corn, of his making an orchard, a well-authenticated tradition that he planted a mulberry tree with his own hands, but not the slightest record of anything suggestive of what are supposed to have been his dominating interests. On the contrary, he appears, even in his choice of a home, quite regardless of those things that press upon the senses and sensibilities of aesthetic natures. For in picturing his last moments, Halliwell Phillipps refers to the wretched sanitary conditions surrounding his residence, and adds, "If truth and not romance is to be invoked, were the woodbine and sweet honeysuckle within reach of the poet's deathbed, their fragrance would have been neutralized by their vicinity to middens, fetid watercourses, mud walls, and piggeries." It is to this his biographer attributes the last illness of the great dramatist rather than to conviviality. End of section 4. Recording by Lucretia B. Section 5 of Shakespeare Identified. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shakespeare Identified in Edward de Vere by J. Thomas Looney. The Stratfordian View, Part 4. No relief from this kind of record is met with through all the years of his final residence at Stratford. At last the end approaches. The great genius is facing death, and making arrangements for the direction of his affairs when his own hand shall have been removed. He is evidently looking anxiously into the future, making the most careful provision for the transmission of his property through his daughter, Susanna Hall, and after her decease to the first son of her body, and to his heirs males, and for default to the second son and his heirs, and the third son, and the fourth son, and the fifth son, and the sixth son, and the seventh son, and for default to his daughter Judith, and the heirs males of her body, and for default to the right heirs of the said William Shakespeare forever. Then he carefully disposes of his second best bed, his broad silver gilt bowl, his goods, chattels, leases, plate, jewels, and household stuff. Here, then, he stands dipping into the future far as the human eye can see, forever, this supposed author of England's most valuable spiritual treasures. The greater part of the works, to the production of which his life and genius had been devoted, had never yet appeared in print. According to the accepted view, these invaluable works, which were to secure the fame of William Shakespeare forever, were drifting about, scattered amongst actors and theatre managers, in danger, therefore, of being permanently lost. Whilst then he was arranging the distribution of his wealth, it was the most natural thing in the world that his mind should have turned to these important productions, and that some part of his wealth should have been set aside to ensure the publication of his dramas. With his name and fame, there was little fear but what the publishing venture could be made to succeed, and that the possible grandchildren, whose interests he was considering so carefully, would have gained rather than lost by his providing for the publication. From the first word of this will to the last, however, there is nothing which suggests that the testator ever had an interest either in the 16 plays that had already appeared in print, or in the 20 that had yet to be published, or in anything else of a literary nature. A perfectly appropriate end to the whole series of the Stratford records of him, from the day of his baptism to the day of his death, but in flat contradiction to the supposition that the greatest achievement of his life had been the production of those immortal dramas, beside which his lands and houses become of insignificant value. Any supposition that he had already provided for the publication of the dramas is contradicted by the manner in which these works were published in the first folio edition of 1623. Hardly any terms of reproof could be too severe for a writer who, with a knowledge of the introductory pieces of the first folio edition, should maintain that that work appeared as a result of previous arrangements made by William Shakespeare of Stratford. And this fact, taken along with the total absence of any mention in his will of the unpublished documents, ought many years ago to have disposed of the idea that he was their author. The disappearance of the manuscripts themselves, combined with the absence of any mention of them in the will, has given rise to an almost insistent demand for a Shakespeare manuscript, and of this Sir E. Maunde Thompson's book on the subject is but the outward and visible sign. For no third-rate writer passing the closing years of his life in destitution could have been more completely dissociated from his own literary products than was this the supposed greatest writer in England, as he passed the last years of his life in leisure and affluence. One entry alone in the will connects the testator with his London career, as actor, however, not as dramatist. He left to his fellows, Hemming, Burbage, and Condell, £1 6s. 8d. each to buy rings. Halliwell Phillips, in reproducing the will, gives in italics the parts which had not been in the will at first, but which were subsequently interlined; and this bequest to his fellows is one of the interlineations. Like his wife, to whom he left his second best bed, the actors with whom he had been associated only came in as an afterthought, if not as a result of direct suggestion from other quarters. This is the connection which was put to service in publishing the first folio edition of Shakespeare's works, resulting in what has been recognized as a purely fictitious claim for the responsibility for the publication on the part of the two survivors, albeit no one, not even Ben Jonson, whose part in the publication has been made so much of, ventured to suggest that he had been entrusted by the reputed author with the publication of the works. If such a task had been entrusted to them, it is inconceivable that they should have omitted to mention the fact. They assert, however, that out of regard for his memory they had, on their own initiative, gathered together the manuscripts of the plays and published them. They, moreover, so bungle their account with inconsistencies that Sir Sidney Lee admits the inaccuracy of their story. John Hemming and Henry Condell, he says, were nominally responsible for the venture, but it seems to have been suggested by others. The two actors made pretensions to a larger responsibility than they really incurred, but their motives were doubtless irreproachable. To this false pretension, be it observed, honest Ben Jonson was party. The camouflage was, of course, as legitimate as any other method of concealing authorship. But when it is urged that Ben was too honest deliberately to deceive the public, we can only answer that the fact is there, and cannot be gainsaid. We may also add, what cannot be said of all those who would use Ben's name to prop up Stratfordianism, that Ben was a humorist. His motives also, like Hemming's and Condell's, were doubtless irreproachable. The point that matters here, however, is that the manner of the publication places beyond doubt the fact that William Shakespeare of Stratford had made no arrangement for it. The entire absence of any mention either of his executors or a single member of his much cared-for family amongst the 10 names appearing in connection with the publication reveals the same completely negative relationship of everything Stratfordian towards the Shakespearean literature. Seeing that mention has been made of Ben Jonson, the forlorn hope of the Stratfordians, it is remarkable, or rather it would have been astounding, if there had been any truth in Stratfordianism, that the only literary contemporary of Shakespeare's, with whom the latter is supposed to have been on intimate terms, the kindred spirit who, accompanied by Drayton, is supposed to have paid the one visit that relieved the intellectual isolation of his self-imposed exile, with fatal results, however, for the tradition is that Shakespeare drank to excess and died in consequence, this boon comrade and kindred wit has no mention whatever in a will bequeathing a number of memorial rings and other mementos to friends. In addition to the bequests to his family and what is probably remuneration to the 2 overseers of the will, he leaves his sword to Mr. Thomas Combe, and money to buy memorial rings is left to Hamlet Sadler, William Reynolds, John Hemmings, Richard Burbage, and Henry Condell. Every one of these bequests of memorial rings appears, however, as an interpolation into the will, as an afterthought at best. But even in his afterthoughts, dear old Ben has no place. We are assured that these interlineations would be made during his last illness. At any rate, They must have been made during the last 3 months of his life, for the original document bears the date January 25th, 1616. January is then struck out, and March substituted, so that alterations were being made up to within a month of his death. Surely, then, if there is any shred of truth in these traditions, Ben Jonson would be in his mind at this time. Another tradition has it that Shakespeare was godfather to Ben's son, and even traditional particulars of friendly repartee on the subject have been preserved. Amongst the bequests, however, is one of 20 shillings to a godson named William Walker, but no mention whatever is made of the other godson, Ben's boy. Obviously, Ben Jonson and his son, the reputed literary comrade and godson, respectively, of the great poet-dramatist, counted for nothing in the eyes of William Shakespeare, and the Stratfordianism that rests upon a belief in the personal intimacy of the two men is quite out of touch with realities. Precisely the same absence of reality which marks Jonson's facetious tribute to Shakespeare in the now famous lines which face the so-called Portrait of Shakespeare in the first folio edition of the plays. If, then, there be any truth in the tradition of Jonson's visit to William Shakespeare just before the latter's death, it quite bears the appearance, in view of the respective parts which Jonson, Hemming, and Condell played in the publication of the first folio edition, of having had something to do with the projected publication. The interlineation of the actors' names into a will that had already been drawn up being possibly one of the results of the visit. The non-appearance of Jonson's own name in the will was, under this assumption, a serious defect in the arrangement. The principals were evidently not experts at subterfuge. It was the loss of the last chance of bringing into the Stratford records of William Shakespeare anything or anyone connected with contemporary literature, a loss which all Jonson's efforts years after Shakespeare's death could not make good. The respective roles which Ben Jonson and William Shakespeare had to play in this final comedy had evidently been badly adjusted. The actual part played by Jonson in this business hardly comes within the province of the present stage of our argument. The important fact is that there was subterfuge in the manner of publishing the first folio edition, and to this subterfuge Ben Jonson was a party. There are substantial reasons for believing that the introduction signed by the actors Hemming and Condell was Jonson's own composition. The general inconsequence of his attitude has been exposed by Sir George Greenwood, and any argument based upon an assumed literal historic accuracy and unambiguity of Jonson's statements has no locus standi. The literal applicability to William Shakespeare of those statements being refuted by Shakespeare's own will. The significance of the omission from the will of all mention of books, still further strengthened by Dr. Hall's silence respecting any books of Shakespeare's that had passed into his possession, confirms the impression that William Shakespeare had never owned any, notwithstanding the fact already pointed out that only by an unusual resort to books could he have made up for his initial disadvantages. Turning finally to the actual text of the will as a literary document, the question naturally arises as to traces of Shakespeare's craftsmanship. Shakespeare's knowledge of law and interest in its subtleties and technique makes it impossible to suppose that such a document could have been executed on his behalf without his participation in its composition. Yet the entire document is just such as a lawyer, in the ordinary way of business, would have drawn up for any other man. The only part in which the personality of the testator might have been exposed is the opening passage, which is as follows: "In the name of God, Amen. I, William Shakespeare, of Stratford upon Avon, in the county of Warwickshire, gentleman in perfect health and memory, God be praised, do make and ordain this my last will and testament, in manner and form following, that is to say, first, I commend my soul into the hands of God my Creator, hoping and assuredly believing, through the only merits of Jesus Christ my Saviour, to be made partaker of life everlasting, and my body to the earth whereof it is made." The remainder is purely business. From the first word of this document to the last, there is not the faintest trace either of the intellect or of the literary style of the man who wrote the great dramas. Needless to say, the penmanship of the will is the work of the professional lawyers. But at the end we meet the only instance on record of his ever having put his pen to paper in Stratford. For all these years he had lived in Stratford, buying and selling, lending money, prosecuting debtors, dealing in single transactions involving the turnover of sums of money equivalent to thousands of pounds in modern values, resulting in the preservation of the signatures or marks of people with whom he dealt, but no single signature of Shakespeare in connection with these Stratford dealings has ever been unearthed. Not until we come to the signing of his will, in the last year of his life, do we meet with an example of his penmanship in his Stratford records. He signed his will. There are 3 signatures, each on a separate page of the document, and with the exception of part of one of them, they constitute probably as striking a freak in handwriting as can be found anywhere. Sir E. Maund Thompson, whose work on Shakespeare's penmanship testifies abundantly to his faith in the Stratford man, admits that if these 3 signatures had appeared on separate documents, we should have been justified in supposing that they were written by 3 different hands. With the one exception, of which we shall presently treat, the whole of the work is so wretchedly executed that it might well be taken for the work of a child trying to copy writing of which he had only an imperfect appreciation. It is most like the effort of an illiterate man who had attempted to learn how to write his own name, and had not wholly succeeded, but who was struggling through the process, probably with a copy in front of him. So outrageous is it to suppose that this is the normal handwriting of the great dramatist that recent apologists have suggested the explanation that in his later years he suffered from paralysis, ignoring the fact that the opening words of his will are an assertion of his perfect health and memory, and the further fact that though he managed to produce some kind of signature whilst afflicted with paralysis, he seems to have produced none at all without the affliction. Paralysis had evidently been good for him. Sir E. Maunde Thompson does not, however, propound the paralysis theory, and with very good reason, for the exceptional part, to which reference has already been made, could not possibly have been done by anyone so afflicted. This part consists of 3 words, "By me, William," which precede the name Shakespeare in the principal signature to the will. Here we have a single example of expert penmanship standing in such overwhelming contrast to all the other Shakespeare writing as to be most perturbing to the orthodox Stratfordian. To admit frankly that the words "By me, William" were not written by the same hand that wrote the rest of the signature and signatures would be to send the whole structure of Stratfordianism toppling into chaos. Sir E. Maunde Thompson's theory is that the testator was very ill at the time, that he began the writing in a moment of temporary revival, and fell off when he came to the writing of Shakespeare. Not only is the contrast between the 2 parts of the one signature too great for such an explanation, but the contrast is just as great between this particular piece of expert penmanship and the whole of the remainder. This is a point, however, in which mere discussion can do little. Photographic reproductions of these signatures may be seen in Sir Sidney Lee's Life of William Shakespeare, in Sir E. Maunde Thompson's Shakespeare's Penmanship, in Sir Edwin Durning Lawrence's Bacon is Shakespeare, and in Shakespeare's England. And the most casual examination of them will convince anyone, we believe, that the contrast agrees more readily with the theory that there were at least 2 hands at work upon these signatures than with any other theory. This does not, of course, prove that there were actually 2 hands at work, for the writers just named, with one exception, would naturally refuse their assent to such an inference, notwithstanding the suspicious appearances. One other point must be mentioned in connection with these will signatures. Halliwell Phillips indicates that in the first draft of the will, arrangements were made only for Shakespeare's seal, not for his signature at all. The word seal was afterwards struck out, and hand substituted. By itself this might not have counted for much, but taken in conjunction with the fact that on no previous Stratford document had a signature appeared, considerable color is given to the supposition that the lawyers who prepared his documents were not accustomed to his signing them. Considering, too, the looseness of the times with respect to wills, a looseness to which the various uninitialed erasures and interlineations of this will bear testimony, along with the peculiar character of the signatures when at last they appeared, the whole of this signature work might easily have been done after the document had passed quite out of the lawyer's hands, there being no witnesses to the signatures. With regard to the erasures and interlineations, a few may have been the work of the scrivener, but some are obviously the result of the testator's subsequent personal directions. In those days, there was so much laxity in everything connected with testamentary formalities that no inconvenience would have arisen from such expedients. No one, excepting in subsequent litigation, would ever have dreamt of asking any questions at all. The officials thought nothing of admitting to probate a mere copy of a will that was destitute of the signatures both of testator and witnesses. Halliwell Phillips. Although not actually written at Stratford, there are 3 other Shakespeare signatures which belong to his closing Stratford period. The first of these was written in London in 1612, and the other 2 in connection with his purchase of the Blackfriars property in 1613, so that no stroke from his pen has been unearthed prior to the close of his supposed literary period. Of the first, Sir E. Maunde Thompson says that it is clearly the work of an able penman. Of the second, he says that it might be taken for the work of an uncultivated man. This he attributes to nervousness. The third is done in a style so entirely different from the others that he considers it useless for the purpose of expert examination of handwriting. This he seems disposed to attribute to wilful perversity. Although, then, he does not actually assert that they might be taken for the work of 3 different writers, his remarks are tantamount to this. And so we may sum up the whole of the writing that has come to us from the hand of one who is supposed to have been the greatest of our English writers. All we have are 6 signatures in no way connected with any literary matter. All these were executed in the last years of his life, after his great literary tasks were finished, and are so written that, when examined by our leading expert on the subject, who is quite orthodox in his views of authorship, they look as if they might have been the work of 6 different men. At the same time, there is amongst this writing some that appears like the effort of an uneducated person, and only one signature, 1612, of any real value for the study of penmanship. To this we would add, as an unshakable personal conviction, supported by the opinions of many to whose judgment we have appealed, that the signatures bear witness to his having had the assistance of others in the act of signing his own name. The general conclusion to which these signatures point is that William Shakespeare was not an adept at handling a pen, and that he had the help of others in trying to conceal the fact. As a last remark on the question of penmanship, we must point out the absence of an important signature, the actual deed of purchase of the Blackfriars property, a document which was formerly in the possession of Halliwell Phillips, but is now in America. Although the most important of the 3 documents concerned in the transaction has only Shakespeare's seal, not his hand. In other words, his own part was just such as might have been performed by a completely illiterate man accustomed to place his mark on documents, just as his father and mother had done, and as his daughter Judith continued to do. It is upon what Halliwell Phillips calls a duplicate of this document, now in the Guildhall Library, that there appears the signature which Sir E. Maunde Thompson says might have been the work of an uneducated man, a signature which looks to the ordinary reader as if it had been finished by another hand. The wilful perversity signature is on the mortgage deed, now in the British Museum, and is to anyone but a Stratfordian quite evidently a connived forgery. Viewing, then, the three periods of William Shakspere's career in their relation to one another, we have an opening and a closing period, which are perfectly homogeneous in the completely negative aspect they present to all literary considerations. Between them we have an intermediate period by which there is attributed to him the greatest works in English literature. The two extreme and homogeneous periods belong to his residence in one place, quite in keeping with his own non-literary records whilst residing there. The intermediate period, with which we shall presently deal specially, stands in marked and unprecedented contrast to its extremes, and was lived in quite another part of the country. With our present-day conveniences, news agencies, and means of communication, it is perhaps impossible for us to realize how remote Stratford was from London in the days of Queen Elizabeth. We are quite entitled to claim, however, that their separateness, so far as intercourse is concerned, was in keeping with the role that William Shakspere was called upon to play. So far as the transition from stage to stage is concerned, few would deny that if the William Shakspere who had been brought up at Stratford, who was forced into a marriage at the age of 18 with a woman 8 years his senior, and who, on the birth of twins, deserted his wife, produced at the age of 29 a lengthy and elaborate poem in the most polished English of the period, evincing a large and accurate knowledge of the classics, and later the superb Shakespearean dramas, he accomplished one of the greatest, if not actually the greatest work of self-development and self-realization that genius has ever enabled any man to perform. On the other hand, if, after having performed so miraculous a work, this same genius retired to Stratford to devote himself to houses, lands, orchards, money, and malt, leaving no traces of a single intellectual or literary interest, he achieved without a doubt the greatest work of self-stultification in the annals of mankind. It is difficult to believe that with such a beginning he could have attained to such heights as he is supposed to have done. It is more difficult to believe that with such glorious achievements in his middle period he could have fallen to the level of his closing period. And in time it will be fully recognized that it is impossible to believe that the same man could have accomplished two such stupendous and mutually nullifying feats. Briefly, the first and last periods at Stratford are too much in harmony with one another, and too antagonistic to the supposed middle period, for all three to be credible. The situation represented by the whole stands altogether outside general human experience. The perfect unity of the two extremes justifies the conclusion that the middle period is an illusion. In other words, William Shakspere did not write the plays attributed to him. To parody the dictum of Hume in another connection, it is contrary to experience that such things should happen, but not contrary to experience that testimony, even the testimony of rare and honest Ben Jonson, should be false. The question of culpability we leave to ethical absolutists. The circumstances attending the death of Shakespeare are quite in keeping with all that is known and unknown of his closing period. The supposed poet-actor, the greatest of his race, passed away in affluence, but without any contemporary notice. Spenser, his great poet contemporary, a ruined and broken-hearted man, dying, as Johnson said, for lack of bread, was nevertheless buried in Westminster Abbey near the grave of Chaucer, and his funeral was at the charge of the Earl of Essex, Dean Church. Burbage, his great actor contemporary, died about the same time as the Queen, wife of James I, March 1618-19, and sorrow for his loss seems to have made men forget to show the sorrow due to a queen's death. The city and the stage were clothed in gloom. Men poured forth their mourning, and a touching tribute to his charm came from the pen of the great Lord Pembroke himself. Mrs. Stopes, Burbage. The death of William Shakespeare passed quite unnoticed by the nation. No fellow poet poured forth mourning. The Earl of Southampton, whom he is supposed to have immortalized, showed no interest. For 7 years, except for his mysterious Stratford monument, he remained unwept, unhonored, and unsung. Mrs. Stopes attributes this neglect to his retirement, which supports the view we are now urging, that his retirement involved the severance of such literary and dramatic ties as he might have had. At last the silence is broken. The first tribute to his memory comes from the pen of Ben Jonson, who many years later writes of having loved the man, on this side idolatry as much as any. For 7 years, we must suppose, had grief for the loss of so matchless a friend been hidden in his soul. Then a great occasion presents itself. The collected works of his idol are to be published, and Ben is invited to furnish the opening words of the historic volume. Now must his long pent-up grief find its fitting expression. Yet these are his words: "This figure that thou here seest put, it was for gentle Shakespeare cut, wherein the graver had a strife with nature to outdo the life. Oh, could he but have drawn his wit as well in brass as he hath hit his face, the print would then surpass all that was ever writ in brass. But since he cannot, reader, look not on his picture, but his book." These words are addressed to the reader, and the reader who can discover a trace of genuine affection, grief, or idolatry in these lines possesses a faculty to which the present writer lays no claim. From such obituary idolatry who would not wish to be preserved? Sir George Greenwood's view that Johnson had 2 different people in his mind when he spoke of Shakespeare seems the most feasible. We shall not plunge into the discussion of what Ben may or may not have meant by the above lines, but as the first printed reference to a departed genius who was also the object of intense personal affection, the words are a palpable mockery. Yet the later and much belated references of Johnson to Shakespeare forms the last ditch of Stratfordianism. End of Section 5. Recording by Lucretia B. Section 6 of Shakespeare Identified. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shakespeare Identified in Edward de Vere by J. Thomas Looney. The Stratfordian View, Part 5. We come now to William Shakespeare's middle period. Sandwiched in between two inglorious Stratford periods, what are the actual facts of his London career in reference to the works which have made him famous? It is not as an actor, nor as a stage or theatre manager, the latter being a purely hypothetical vocation, nor even as a writer of plays for the contemporary stage, but as the author of literary works that he has won renown. As such, Sir Sidney Lee assures us that he had no hand in the publication of any of the plays attributed to him, but uncomplainingly submitted to the wholesale piracy of his plays and the ascription to him of books by other hands. The absence of all participation in the publication of plays which, as literature, have immortalized his name is certainly a huge gap in his literary records to begin with. Again, although it has been found necessary to ascribe the first composition of plays to the years 1590 to 1592, otherwise time could not have been found for their production, the first of the series was not published until 1597, nor any with Shakespeare's name attached until 1598. Before that time, however, New Place, Stratford, had become William Shakespeare's established residence. There is no doubt that New Place, Stratford, was henceforward, from 1597, to be accepted as his established residence. Early in the following year, on February the 4th, 1598, he is returned as the holder of 10 quarters of corn in the Chapel Street ward, that in which the newly acquired property was situated, and in future indentures he is never described as a Londoner, but always as William Shakespeare of Stratford-on-Avon, Halliwell Phillips. Thenceforward, his land, property, and tithes purchases, along with the fact that in 1604 he takes legal action to enforce payment of a debt for malt which he had been supplying for some months past, are circumstances much more suggestive of permanent residence in Stratford, with the occasional visit, maybe, to London, than of permanent residence in London, with occasional trips to Stratford. The duration of this middle period is therefore most uncertain. Even on the assumption that he was the author of the plays, authorities differ by at least 8 years respecting the date at which it closed, 1604 to 1612, and when the date furnished by that assumption is rejected, as it must be in an inquiry like the present, the margin of uncertainty becomes considerably enlarged. The absence of definite information respecting the limits of this London period is certainly another serious omission from the records. Of the incidents of his life in London, Professor Sir Walter Raleigh tells us, nothing is known. He lodged at one time in Bishopsgate, and later on in Southwark. We know this, not because lords and ladies in their coaches drove up to the door of the famous man, nor because of anything else which could be called a personal incident, but because he was a defaultant taxpayer, for two amounts of 5s. and 13s. 4d. respectively, for whom the authorities were searching in 1598, ignorant of the fact that he had moved, some years before, from Bishopsgate to Southwark. Evidently, then, he was not at that time living in the public eye and mixing freely in dramatic and literary circles. Sir Sidney Lee tells us that Shakespeare, with great magnanimity, ultimately paid the money. If the claimant had been a private individual, there might have been generosity in paying an account which could not legally be enforced. But it is not easy to associate magnanimity with the paying of taxes. We must suppose, then, that either the money was due or was paid to save trouble. If the money were due, then William Shakespeare had been trying to defraud. If the money were not due, one is a little curious to know what special inconveniences could have arisen from his contesting the claim. Every record we have of him proves that he was not the kind of man to submit to an illegal exaction without very substantial reasons. The point is a small one by itself. In connection with the general mysteriousness of his London movements, however, it has its proper significance. The absence of precise information respecting the actual location, period, and form of his established residence in London is yet another of the great gaps in the record. From the time when he was described as William Shakespeare of Stratford upon Avon, 1597, there is no proof that he was anywhere domiciled in London, whilst the proofs of his domiciliation in Stratford from this time forward are irrefutable and continuous. Clearly our conceptions of his residency in London are in need of complete revision. It would appear that an attempt has been made to construct a London career for him out of materials furnished by the meagre particulars known of his actual life, combined with the necessities of the assumed authorship, and from this material it has not been possible to form a consistent picture. In order to bring out this fact more clearly, we shall place together two sentences from Halliwell Phillips's Outlines. Quote, "It was not till the year 1597 that Shakespeare's public reputation as a dramatist was sufficiently established for the booksellers to be anxious to secure the copyright of his plays. In the spring of this year, 1597, the poet made his first investment in realty by the purchase of New Place, which was henceforward to be accepted as his residence." End quote. We are consequently faced with this peculiar situation, that what has been regarded as the period of his highest fame in London began at the same time as his formal retirement to Stratford; and whilst there is undoubted mystery connected with his place or places of abode in London, there is none connected with his residence in Stratford. A curious fact in this connection is that the only letter that is known to have been addressed to him in the whole course of his life was one from a native of Stratford addressed to him in London, which appears amongst the records of the Stratford Corporation, and which was no doubt forwarded by hand to Shakespeare whilst in London, otherwise the locality of residence would have been added. Halliwell Phillips. Evidently his fellow townsmen who wished to communicate with him in London were unaware of his residence there, and the fact that this letter was discovered amongst the archives of the Stratford Corporation suggests that it had never reached the addressee. It also permits of the alternative supposition, already mentioned, that having received it, he was nevertheless unable to read it, notwithstanding the superior quality of its penmanship, and was obliged to forward it to his lawyer in Stratford, who resided in Shakespeare's house there. At all events, the only letter known to have been addressed to him in the whole course of his life adds to the mysteriousness of his lodging in London. Altogether, our efforts to come to close grips with the period of his greatest fame on the solid ground of authenticated fact have yielded most unsatisfactory results. We have no positive knowledge of his being in London before 1592, the year of Green's attack, in which he is accused of beautifying himself in the feathers of others, along with an innuendo suggesting that he was an uncultivated man, a rude groom, and a usurer. And we have no record of actual residence in London after 1596, when, according to a memorandum by Allen, he lodged near the Bear Garden in Southwark. This is precisely the time at which his father, who resided at Stratford, acting, it is generally agreed, upon William Shakespeare's initiative, made his first attempt to obtain a coat of arms on false pretenses. The following year saw his purchase of New Place, Stratford, and as, in the next year, he is returned as one of the largest holders of corn in Stratford, everything points to this being the actual time at which he established himself in his native town, if we may so dignify the Stratford of that day. The definitely assured London period appears then to be shrinking from 20 to a mere matter of 4 years, 1592 to 1596, during which there is not a single record of his personal activities beyond the appearance of his name in a list of actors, but evidently much mystery as to his actual whereabouts. The literary references to the poems we shall treat separately. It was in this period that Venus and Lucrece appeared, 1593 and 1594 respectively, and it was in this period that the great man who was supposed to have produced these famous poems eluded the vigilance of the tax-gatherer. The Bishopsgate levy of October 1596, as well as that of 1598, is now shown to have been based on an assessment made as early as 1593 or 1594. Payment was obviously sought at the later dates in ignorance of the fact that Shakespeare, that is to say, Shakespeare, Shakspere, had by that time left St. Helens, Bishopsgate, long since for South London. Sir Sidney Lee. According to modern Stratfordians, he lived in London as a famous man for 16 years after this, 1596 to 1612, without betraying his settled place of residence. In 1597 the publication of the plays begins in real earnest. In 1598 they began to appear with Shakespeare's name attached. From then till 1604 was the period of full flood of publication during William Shakespeare's lifetime, and this great period of Shakespearean publication, 1597 to 1604, corresponds exactly with William Shakespeare's busiest period in Stratford. In 1597 he began the business connected with the purchase of New Place. Complications ensued, and the purchase was not completed till 1602. In 1598 he procured stone for the repair of the house, and before 1602 had planted a fruit orchard. Sidney Lee. In 1597 his father and mother, doubtless under their son's guidance, began a lawsuit for the recovery of the mortgaged estate of Asbies in Wilmcote, which dragged on for some years. Sidney Lee. Between 1597 and 1599 he was rebuilding the house, stocking the barns with grain, and conducting various legal proceedings. Sidney Lee. In 1601 his father died, and he took over his father's property. On May 1st, 1602, he purchased 107 acres of arable land. In September 1602, and Walter Getley transferred to the poet a cottage and garden, which were situated at Chapel Lane, opposite the lower grounds of New Place. As early as 1598, Abraham Sturley had suggested that Shakespeare, William Shakespeare, should purchase the tithes of Stratford. In 1605 he completed the purchase of an unexpired term of these tithes. In July 1604, in the local court at Stratford, he sued Philip Rogers, whom he had supplied since the preceding March, malt to the value of £1 19s. 10d, and on June 25th lent 2s. in cash. In a personal record from which so much is missing, we may justly assume that what we know of his dealings in Stratford forms only a small part of his activities there. Consequently, to the contention that this man was the author and directing genius of the magnificent stream of dramatic literature which in those very years was bursting upon London, the business record we have just presented would in almost any court in the land be deemed to have proved an alibi. The general character of these business transactions, even to such touches as lending the trifling sum of 2s. To a person to whom he was selling malt, is all suggestive of his own continuous day-to-day contact with the details of his Stratford business affairs, whilst the single money transaction which connects him with London during these years, the recovery of a debt of £7 from John Clayton in 1600, might easily be the result of a short visit to the metropolis, or merely the work of an agent. The licenses granted in 1603 to the company of actors in which Shakespeare's name appears would not necessitate his presence, and the fact that his name as it appears in these documents is spelt Shakespeare, that is to say, the same as in the printed editions of the plays, whilst this spelling is not that of his own signatures, nor of some of the important Stratford documents, bears out the suggestion that these matters were arranged by the same person as was responsible for the publication of the plays, although, as we have already pointed out, William Shakespeare had no hand in that publication. Moreover, these licenses were not for immediate use, but for when the plague shall decrease. As, further, his name occurs second, it is clear that he was not the directing head of the company of players. Whilst, then, everything about William Shakespeare's records suggests that he was settled permanently at Stratford during the important years of the publications of the plays, everything about the plays themselves betokens an author living at the time in intimate touch with the theatrical and literary life of London. So strong is the presumption in favor of this latter fact that no writer of any school has yet ventured to suggest the contrary. In attributing the authorship to William Shakespeare, it has been imperative to assume a settled residence in London during these fateful years. The utmost that could be allowed was an occasional journey to Stratford, and this, notwithstanding the mysteriousness of his whereabouts and doings in London, the fact of his always being described as of Stratford, never of London, and the large amount and special character of his Stratford business affairs. If, then, William Shakespeare, the reputed author of the works, was not sent off to Stratford to be out of the way at the time when the literary public was being interested in the plays, he has certainly contrived matters so as to make it appear that such was the case, and thus to justify the strongest suspicion, on this ground alone, that the famous dramas were not of his composing. It is from a consideration of the manner of publication that Sir Sidney Lee concludes that William Shakespeare had no part in the work. On the other hand, we arrive at precisely the same conclusion from a consideration of the circumstances of his life. In the present instance, on the grounds of what we are entitled to claim as an alibi. It is certainly interesting that two totally different sets of considerations should lead to precisely the same conclusion, although approached from two different standpoints and with different intentions, leaving but little room for doubt as to the soundness of the common conclusion. Whilst, then, we agree that William Shakespeare had no hand in the publication of this literature, to maintain that its actual author, if living, in no way shared in any part of the work, is the kind of belief which practical men in touch with life would hardly acknowledge without serious misgiving. End of section 6. Recording by Lucretia B.
Section 7 of Shakespeare Identified. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Silva. Shakespeare Identified in Edward de Vere by J. Thomas Looney. The Stratfordian View, Part 6. We do not say that the alternative belief, the belief, that is to say, in a hidden author, is without difficulties. We may justly wonder why the author of such works should prefer to remain unknown, just as we may wonder why Ignoto, Sheppertoni, and A.W., the writers of some of the best Elizabethan poetry, have elected to remain unknown. The facts are, however, incontestable realities of literary history. Moreover, the motives for mysterious and secret courses are no doubt frequently as mysterious and secret as the courses themselves, so that inability to fathom motives cannot be put in as an argument against the evidence of a fact. Though knowledge of a motive may be accepted as corroborative of other evidence, difficult as it is to penetrate and appreciate the private motives even of people circumstanced like ourselves, the difficulty is immeasurably increased when the entire social circumstances are different, as in the case before us. The man who thinks that anyone living in the reigns of Queen Elizabeth and James I would be as proud to acknowledge himself the author of Shakespeare's plays as anyone living in the 19th and 20th centuries would be, has not understood the Shakespeare problem in its relationship to the age to which it belongs. He is moreover judging the question largely from the point of view of the professional literature as author, and overlooking the numerous considerations which may arise when an author of a vastly different type is supposed. It is difficult to realize, says Halliwell Phillips, a period when the great poet, notwithstanding the immense popularity of some of his works, was held in no general reverence. It must be borne in mind that actors then occupied an inferior position in society, and that even the vocation of a dramatic writer was considered scarcely respectable. The intelligent appreciation of genius by individuals was not sufficient to neutralize in these matters the effect of public opinion and the animosity of the religious world, all circumstances thus uniting to banish general interest in the history of persons connected in any way with the stage. To have laid claim to the authorship of even Shakespeare's plays would therefore have been of no assistance to anyone seeking to obtain, preserve, or recover the social dignity and eminence of himself and his family. We may wonder that the secret should have been so well kept, and be quite unable to offer a satisfactory explanation of the complete success of the blind, just as we may stand puzzled before the other mysteries of history. This again is a difficulty which is greatly magnified by giving it a modern setting. In Shakespeare's day, however, according to Halliwell Phillips, no interest was taken in the events of the lives of authors. Non-political correspondence was rarely preserved, and elaborate diaries were not the fashion. The lack of interest in the personality of authors is borne out by some contemporary records of the performance of Shakespeare's plays, without any suggestion of an author's name. The educated readers of the printed works, interested mainly in these works of literature, might as well be content to know an author merely by name, especially when that author was supposed to be living in what would then be a remote village. The contemporary records of the Shakespeare literature are moreover just such as belong to an author whose name is known, but whose personality is not, and Shakespeare would escape personal attention by taking up permanent residence in Stratford, just at the time when this literature began to appear. Mystery and concerted secrecy were moreover characteristic not only of the literary life of the times, but even more so of the general social and political life. Plots and counterplots, extreme caution and reservation in writing letters, men habitually writing to friends as if suspicious that their letters would be shown to their enemies, every here and there some cryptic remark which only the addressee would be able to understand. Such are the things that stand out from the mass of contemporary documents preserved in the state papers and the various private collections. We can be quite sure that in those times no important secret would be imparted to any one without first of all receiving the most solemn assurances that no risk of disclosure should be run. Certainly, the writer of Hamlet was not the man to neglect any precaution. The carefully framed oaths by which Hamlet binds Horatio and Marcellus to secrecy, and the final caution he administers, is clearly the work of a man who knew how to ensure secrecy so far as it was humanly possible to do so. And we do know, as a matter of actual human experience, that when a superior intelligence is combined with what may be called a faculty for secrecy and a sound instinct in judging and choosing agents, secret purposes are carried through successfully in a way that is amazing and mystifying to simpler minds. These, then, are the certain difficulties of the anti-Stratfordian position which it would be folly to ignore. Most truths, however, have had to win their way in spite of difficulties. Whilst, then, difficulties do not kill truth, incredibilities are fatal to error. And it is the incredible that Stratfordianism has to face. The same general human experience that compels us to accept facts for which we cannot adequately account compels us also to reject, on pain of irrationality, what is inherently self-contradictory, or at complete variance with the otherwise invariable course of events. It is thus that the common sense of mankind instinctively repudiates a moral contradiction as incredible. Such, we hold is the belief in the Stratford man, the belief that the author of the finest literature lets others do just as they please during his own lifetime in the matter of publishing his works, but does nothing himself. It is questionable, says Sir Sidney Lee, whether any were published under his supervision. He is thus represented as creating and casting forth his immortal works with all the indifference of a mere spawning process, and turning his attention to houses, land, malt, and money, at the very moment when the printed issue of these great triumphs of his own creative spirit begins. This is the fundamental incredibility, which, along with the incredible reversion represented by Shakespeare's second Stratford period, and a succession of other incredibilities, ought to dissolve completely the Stratfordian hypothesis, once it has become possible to put a more reasonable hypothesis in its place. End of section 7.
Section 8 of Shakespeare Identified. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shakespeare Identified in Edward de Vere by J. Thomas Looney. The Stratfordian View, Part 7. The only thing that can be described as a reliable personal reference to William Shakespeare in the whole course of his life was made in 1592, when Greene attacked him as an upstart crow, beautiful in the feathers of others. Chettle, the publisher's subsequent apology, is couched in terms which indicate the intervention of highly placed and powerful patrons. Clearly, Shakespeare had behind him some friend that writers and publishers could not afford to ignore. At that time, nothing had been published under his name. His London career was just opening, and this, we repeat, is the only thing that can be called a personal incident in the whole of his London record, which, according to modern Stratfordians, continued for 20 years after this affair. As a matter of fact, his own attitude in this so-called incident was purely passive, Chettle's apology making no reference to any protest or resentment on the part of the man attacked, but solely to the divers of worship who had made representations on his behalf. After this, it would appear that no one ventured upon personal references, good, bad, or indifferent. The experience of Chettle was evidently a warning to others. Subsequently, Venus and Lucrece were published with Shakespeare's name as author, and we then get a few references to the poems, such as any reader of the works might have penned. Yet Tarquin plucked his glistening grape, and Shakespeare paints poor Lucrece rape. 1594, the year of the publication of Lucrece. All praiseworthy Lucretia, sweet Shakespeare. 1595. And Shakespeare, thou whose honey flowing vein, whose Venus and whose Lucrece, sweet and chaste, thy name in fame's immortal book have placed. 1598. This is all that we have in the period prior to the actual publication of the dramas. They are self-evidently inspired by the poems, make no reference to the plays, and have nothing more to do with the man than could be learnt from the works, a fact to which the spelling and splitting up of the name Shakespeare bears witness, nor have they anything to do with him as an actor. Not till we reach the year 1598, the year in which the first of the dramas with Shakespeare's name were published, do we meet with any contemporary reference to Shakespeare as a writer of plays. By this time we are justified in supposing that William Shakespeare was duly established at Stratford. Here again there is no personal reference, the name merely appearing in long lists of ancient and contemporary writers, with an occasional remark upon the quality or contents of the work published under their names. This work of Francis Meres, his Pilatus Timea, at the same time bears testimony to what may be called the high classic quality of Shakespeare's English in the eyes of contemporary scholars, and also to Shakespeare's familiarity with the ancient classics. In 1599, we meet with another literary reference, in which, in addition to Venus and Lucrece, the plays of Romeo and Richard, second or third, are referred to. These plays had already been published. In 1600, the name again occurs in a list of over 20 poets of Elizabeth's reign. In 1604, his name appears along with Johnson's and Green's in couplets calling for verses in honor of Elizabeth. Again, in 1604, the year of the revised edition of Hamlet, the name occurs in a literary reference to this play, and in 1603 or 5 in another list of contemporary poets. In The Return from Parnassus, written 1602, printed 1606, he is first and most particularly mentioned as the author of Venus and Lucrece, and afterwards as one of those that pen plays. Such is the character of all the contemporary references which the industry of Halliwell Phillips has brought together. References, that is to say, of people who knew Shakespeare in print, but who have nothing to tell us about William Shakespeare in the flesh. The single instance of a contemporary reference to the man after the 1592 affair, the sole anecdote of Shakespeare that is positively known to have been recorded in his lifetime, S.L., is a wretched, immoral story, evidently the invention of some would-be wit, a story which is rightly discarded as apocryphal by most authorities on both sides of the question. The magnitude of this omission of real contemporary reference to the personality of the man can only be appreciated by those who, for any special purpose, have had to search into the collections of Elizabethan documents that have been published, or who know anything of the immense amount of personal details concerning the most unimportant of people preserved in our various local histories. Such a silence seems only explicable on the assumption that the utmost care was taken to keep the man out of sight. It has already been pointed out that none of his activities in Stratford has left the slightest trace of a letter from his pen. The same strange feature marks his middle period in London. Again, it is not merely preserved autograph letters which are conspicuously absent, but there is a total absence of evidence or even rumor that he ever corresponded with a single soul. At the same time, literary men of recognized inferiority to Shakespeare were the regular correspondents of the aristocratic patrons of literature. And even when the actual letters are missing, traces of such correspondence can be found in the literary history of the times. In William Shakespeare's case, there is not the faintest trace. Even Ben Jonson, separated by many miles and for many years from his idol, makes no suggestion of letters having passed between them at any time. Nor during these years is there the slightest record of any of those things by which a genius impresses his personality upon his contemporaries. Outside the printed works, nothing but blank negation meets us whenever we seek to connect this man with any of those things by which eminent literary men have left incidental impressions of themselves upon contemporary life. As then we have the best authority for saying that he had nothing to do with the publication of the dramas, and even the poems which contained Shakespeare's dedication to the Earl of Southampton had no author's name on their title page. If William Shakespeare were not a mere mask for another writer, perhaps some Stratfordian will tell us what else he could have done, or left undone, to make it appear that such was the part he was playing. In addition to William Shakespeare's own silence, we must not overlook the complete silence of Shakespeare's great contemporary Edmund Spenser in respect to everything Shakespearean. His reference to Willie in his poem, The Tears of the Muses, it is very commonly agreed nowadays, could not, on account of its date, have any reference to William Shakespeare. The only possible allusion to Shakespeare which he makes is in 1595, in his poem Colin Clout's Come Home Again. That his Aeschon has anything to do with Shakespeare is pure conjecture based upon the assumption that only Shakespeare could deserve the high praise which Spenser bestows upon the poet so designated. When, however, in the following lines, he places Sir Philip Sidney first amongst the poets to whom he is alluding, we cannot accept Aeschon as Shakespeare, that is to say, as a poet inferior in Spenser's judgment to Sidney, without discrediting Spenser's judgment. In other words, we destroy the very grounds upon which we originally supposed that Aeschon is Shakespeare. In any case, the allusion is only to Shakespeare, the poet, whose poems might have reached Spenser, Colin Clout, in Ireland prior to his coming home. If, however, we accept the date which Spenser himself attaches to the dedication of the poem to Sir Walter Raleigh, namely 1591, it is evident that Aeschon could not be William Shakespeare, and could have no connection with the great Shakespeare poems which were not published until 1593 and 1594. End of Section 8.
Section 9 of Shakespeare Identified. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shakespeare Identified in Edward de Vere by J. Thomas Looney. The Stratfordian View, Part 8. So much for William Shakespeare, the businessman and the reputed author. We come now to the question of William Shakespeare, the famous actor and theatre shareholder, whose wealth has been partly accounted for by reference to the revenues of prominent contemporary actors and actor shareholders. In this connection we shall place together passages from his two leading biographers. Sir Sidney Lee, quote, "It was as an actor that at an early date he acquired a genuinely substantial and secure income." Unquote. Meanwhile he was gaining great personal esteem outside the circles of actors and men of letters. His genius and civil demeanour, of which Chettle wrote, arrested the notice not only of Southampton, but of other noble patrons of literature and the drama. His summons to act at court with the most famous actors of the day at the Christmas of 1594 was possibly due in part to personal interest in himself. Elizabeth quickly showed him special favour, etc. Here, then, was fame of a most exceptional character, hardly to be excelled by those who endure the fierce light that beats upon a throne. The tax-gatherers who could not lay their hands readily upon this man were guilty at best of culpable incapacity, and should have been summarily dismissed for deliberate connivance. Nevertheless, we shall see what Halliwell Phillips says, quote, "There was not a single company of actors in Shakespeare's time which did not make professional visits through nearly all the English counties, and in the hope of discovering traces of his footsteps during his provincial tours, I have personally examined the records of the following cities and towns: Warwick, Bewdley, Dover, Shrewsbury, Oxford, Worcester, Hereford, Gloucester, etc." And so he proceeds to enumerate no less than 46 important towns and cities in all parts of the country, as far north as Newcastle upon Tyne, and including, in addition to both the great university cities, Stratford upon Avon itself, whose fame throughout the world it owes to the lustre which Shakespeare's name has given it, and he concludes: "In no single instance have I at present found in any municipal record a notice of the poet himself, but curious material of an unsuspected nature respecting his company and theatrical surroundings has been discovered." Unquote. Thus do the generous surmises of one biographer suffer at the hands of the unkindly facts presented by another. In the interval between the writing of the two biographies, the number of extant archives examined is increased to some 70, and although Sir Sidney Lee passes over the salient fact that the latter investigations were equally without result, so far as discovering traces of Shakespeare's footsteps are concerned, his faith in the Stratford man gives rise to the poetic supposition that Shakespeare may be credited with faithfully fulfilling all his professional functions, and some of the references to travel in his sonnets were doubtless reminiscences of early acting tours. The workers who have continued the enquiries begun by Halliwell Phillipps, in their anxiety to find such traces of Shakespeare as must exist if he were in reality what is claimed for him, have pushed their investigations as far north as Edinburgh, where the names of Lawrence Fletcher and one Martin are found in the records for 1599. Fletcher's name appears first, evidently as manager of a company of actors who were welcomed with enthusiasm by the king, and this Fletcher also heads the list of the company of actors licensed in London as the king's players by James on his accession to the English throne, the list in which the name Shakespeare is inserted second. But there is no Shakespeare in the Edinburgh records, nor in any of the other municipal archives that have been examined. The name Martin seems otherwise quite unknown. The point that concerns us at present, however, is the fact that whilst the names of other actors of no great repute occur in these municipal records, the name of the man who is represented as enjoying almost unparalleled fame in his vocation, poet, dramatic author, actor and actor shareholder, never appears once, although a most painstaking and laborious search has been made. The inevitable conclusion to which we are forced is that either he was not there or he was not a famous actor. In short, he was not a prominent active member of the Lord Chamberlain's company, but rather a kind of sleeping partner, whose functions were quite consistent with his settled residence at Stratford. A situation much more in accord with the idea of a man whose name was being used as a cloak, but whose personality was being carefully kept in the background, than of one enjoying in his own person the attentions and social intercourse which come to a distinguished man whom even royalty delighted to honor. End of section 9. Section 10 of Shakespeare Identified. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shakespeare, identified in Edward de Vere by J. Thomas Looney. The Stratfordian View, Part 9. It remains now only to examine the data upon which rests the theory of William Shakespeare being an eminent London actor. Neither as a writer of plays for the stage, nor as an author of works for the press is it possible to account for his wealth. In the former capacity his income would not be a handsome one, and in the latter capacity, seeing that he took no part and held no rights, he would depend upon good-will gratuities from publishers. As an actor, we have seen, no single record of his appearance in the provinces has been discovered. It is as a London actor, therefore, that he must have made his wealth, if that wealth had nothing mysterious about it. Here, then, are the records of his career. Halliwell Phillipps had the pleasure of discovering some years ago, in the accounts of the Treasurer of the Chamber, the following entry: To William Kemp, William Shakespeare, and Richard Burbage, servants to the Lord Chamberlain, upon the Council's warrant dated at Whitehall, Roman 15 to Marsiege, 1594, for 2 several comedies or interludes showed by them before her Majesty in Christmas time last past, viz., upon St. Stephen's Day and Innocents' Day, in all £20. Mrs. Stopes, however, in her work on Burbage and Shakespeare, furnishes the interesting information that this account was drawn up after date by Mary Countess of Southampton, after the decease of her second husband, Sir Thomas Heneage, who had left his accounts rather in a muddle. And Sir Sidney Lee points out that neither plays nor parts are named. We may also point out that whereas, according to the last named authority, Kemp was the chief comedian of the day and Richard Burbage the greatest tragic actor, no record exists to tell us, and no one has yet ventured to guess, what William Shakespeare was as an actor. Since then no part is assigned to him in this record, it is possible, even accepting it as being in proper order as an official document, that he received the money as the supposed author of the comedies or interludes. And this, although occurring 3 years before the opening of the period of his fame, 1597, is the only thing that can be called an official record of active participation in the performances of the Lord Chamberlain's company, afterwards called the King's Players, and erroneously spoken of as Shakespeare's company, the company of which he is supposed to have been one of the leading lights. The orthodoxy of Mrs. Stopes, like that of Halliwell Phillipps, is beyond suspicion, and she has performed, in respect to William Shakespeare's London career, something analogous to what Halliwell Phillipps has done for his work in the provinces, and with a not altogether dissimilar result. In note 28 of the book just mentioned she records the performances of the Burbage Company at court for 80 years, the record consisting mainly of a catalogue of brief items of payments made by the treasurer of the chamber for actual performances of plays, and occupying 17 pages of her work. Over 4 pages are taken up with entries referring to performances of the company from 1597 to the death of William Shakespeare in 1616. Separate entries occur for the years 1597 to 1616, except 1602. The names of the actors mentioned are Hemming, Burbage, Cowley, Bryan, and Pope. Elsewhere, these official accounts mention the actor Augustine Phillips, but not once does the name of William Shakespeare occur in all these accounts. There is a danger that in multiplying evidences and opening up discussions on side issues, the full force of some particular facts may be lost. We would urge, therefore, that the reader allow his mind to dwell at length on one fact, namely, that the whole of the municipal records of the acting companies are silent with regard to William Shakespeare, and the whole of the treasurer of the Chamber's records, with the one irregular exception of an account made by a strange hand after date, are equally silent respecting him. Even the irregular entry referring to a date, 1594, several years before the period of his fame, so that both are absolutely silent respecting him during his great period. If the reader still persists in believing that William Shakespeare was a well-known figure on the stage, or a prominent member of the Lord Chamberlain's company of actors, or in any way much in evidence in connection with the doings of that company, we would respectfully suggest that his time could be more profitably spent than in reading the remainder of these pages. Following up the investigations by means of the same work, we find that the Lord Chamberlain's books supply much information concerning plays and players. Unfortunately, they are missing for the most important years of Shakespearean history. Twice in the course of her work does Mrs. Stopes refer to the unfortunate disappearance of the Lord Chamberlain's books. In the light of all the other mysterious silences regarding William Shakespeare, and the total disappearance of the Shakespeare manuscripts, so carefully guarded during the years preceding the publication of the first folio, the disappearance of the Lord Chamberlain's books, recording the transactions of his department for the greatest period in its history, hardly looks like pure accident. More than one contemporary forgery in respect to Shakespeare records is admitted by most authorities, a well-known one being the 1611 reference to The Tempest, so that suspicion is quite justifiable. The one volume of these records that has been preserved records nothing of any acting engagement of William Shakespeare's, but merely his receiving, along with others, a grant of cloth in preparation for the coronation procession, whilst stating that many believe that the players did not go on that procession. Mrs. Stopes argues in favor of their being there, but adds, "It is true the grant of cloth was not in itself an invitation to the coronation. It is therefore no evidence that he was present. Similarly, the appearance of his name in the list of members of the company licensed in 1603 for prospective activity as the King's Players furnishes no proof of his recognition as a prominent actor, and leaves us ignorant of the plays in which he may have participated, the rôles which he performed, or the manner of his acting. All that we have of an official nature during this period are therefore 2 appearances of his name in general non-informative lists, quite consistent with the theory that during the most important years of what is supposed to have been his great London period he was not in constant personal touch with the business of the company." Of non-official acting records we again give the facts in the words of Sir Sidney Lee. Shakespeare's name stands first on the list of those who took part in the original performance of Ben Jonson's Every Man in His Humour, 1598, the year in which Jonson, having been imprisoned for killing Gabriel Spencer, was liberated, apparently as a result of influential intervention. In the original edition of Jonson's Sejanus, 1605, the actors' names are arranged in 2 columns, and Shakespeare's name heads the 2nd column. But here again the part allotted to each actor is not stated. Nor is it mentioned that this list was only published 2 years after the performance, 1603. These 2 appearances of his name are the only things that might be called records of his acting during the whole period of his fame. The first at its beginning, and the second, according to several authorities, at its close. There is no doubt he never meant to return to London except for business visits after 1604. National Encyclopedia. We know neither what parts he played nor how he played them. But the one thing we do know is that they had nothing to do with the great Shakespeare plays. There is not a single record during the whole of his life of his ever appearing in a play of Shakespeare's, whilst the writer responsible for the appearance of his name in these instances is the same as lent the sanction of his name to the deliberate inaccuracies of the first folio. It is worth while noticing that although Jonson gives a foremost place to the name of Shakespeare in these lists, when Jonson's Every Man out of his Humour was played by the Lord Chamberlain's company, the whole of the company, with one notable exception, had parts assigned to them. That one exception was Shakespeare, who does not appear at all in the cast. See the collected works of Jonson. Other striking absences of William Shakespeare's name in connection with this particular company remain to be noticed. The company became implicated in the Essex Rebellion, and Augustine Phillips, one of the members, had to present himself for examination in connection with it. His statement, made on oath and formally attested with his signature, involves a play of Shakespeare's, Richard II. William Shakespeare himself was, however, quite out of the business. He was not called upon, and his name was not even mentioned in connection with the play, which is spoken of as so old and so long out of use. Again, in August 1604, the company was appointed to attend on the Spanish ambassador at Somerset House, and were paid for their services. Augustine Phillips and John Hemmings for the allowance of themselves and 10 of their fellows, for the space of 18 days, receiving £21 12s. We again notice the absence of the name of one whom we have been taught to regard as the chief personality in the company. The modern Stratfordian postpones Shakespeare's retirement to Stratford to the year 1612 or 1613. In 1612 the company was engaged in litigation, and the names of John Hemmings, Richard Burbage, and Henry Condall appear in connection with it, but there is no mention of Shakespeare. On the installation of Prince Henry as Prince of Wales, the service of the company was enlisted, and the names of Anthony Munday, Richard Burbage, and John Rice occur in the official records, the first as writer and the last 2 as actors, but no mention is made of the great writer-actor, William Shakespeare. In 1613, the Globe Theatre, the supposed scene of William Shakespeare's great triumphs, was burnt to the ground, and a contemporary poet sang of the event in verses that commemorate Anthony Munday, Richard Burbage, Henry Condell, and the father of John Hemming, but without ever a backward glance at the retiring or retired William Shakespeare, whose name has immortalized the name of the building. After such a contemporary record, the appearance of his name in the 1623 folio edition, 7 years after his death, at the head of the list of the principal actors in all these plays, confirms the bogus character of the whole of the editorial pretensions of that work. With such a send-off, it is remarkable that subsequent tradition has done so little for him. More than 80 years later, Rowe, in his Life of Shakespeare, 1709, assigns but one role to the principal actor in all these plays, namely, the ghost in Hamlet. This tradition, though quite unreliable, seeing that the whole body of Shakespearean tradition is mixed with much that is now known to be untrue, is nevertheless interesting. For the role of the ghost in Hamlet is just such as a third-rate man about the theatre might have been trained to perform upon occasion. The discussion of the shifting sands of Shakespearean tradition hardly comes within the province of this work. It is interesting to note, however, that Mrs. Stopes flatly refuses to believe the body of Shakespeare traditions, for the very substantial reason that they arose at too late a period after the events. How little of solid biographical fact remains when mere tradition is discounted, the general reader, who simply interests himself in the plays, is seldom aware. It is possible that we may have omitted the discussion of some contemporary reference which others might consider important. Enough, however, has been said to show that William Shakespeare's connection with the Lord Chamberlain's company was of a distinctly anomalous character. On the other hand, there are distinct traces of an effort to give him a marked prominence in respect to the constitution and operations of the company, and on the other hand, a total absence of the inevitable concomitants of such a prominence. What others, using him as an instrument for their purposes, were able to do with his name is done. What could only be brought about by the force of his own genius is lacking. Outside the formal lists of names, no single contemporary that we know of records an event or impression of him as an actor during all the years of his literary fame. It may safely be said, therefore, that neither in the provinces nor in London did the public who were buying and reading Shakespeare's plays know much about William Shakespeare the actor. Even the objectionable anecdote which represents Burbage in the dramatic role of Richard III does not imply dramatic functions of any kind for Shakespeare, but represents him as a silent listener, not necessarily one living in the public eye. A person whom some one in the outside public might have thought of as implicated in the inner workings of the company. In the face of so pronounced a silence in respect to him, why should there have been these two efforts of Jonson's to thrust his name forward as an actor in a way which neither the records of the Lord Chamberlain's company, nor the constitution of the cast for his own play, Every Man out of his Humour, warranted? And how does it happen, in view of the total silence of the records of the Lord Chamberlain's company during all the years, both before and after, that his name was inserted twice in 1 year, 1603, in the business formalities of the company? In a word, how does it happen that we have the name occupying an artificial eminence in two connections, and nothing else to correspond? The most natural answer is, of course, that false claims were being made for him, fitting in exactly with the admitted false pretensions of the first folio, in which the same party, Ben Jonson, was implicated. In the matter of motives, however, we again put in a plea for Jonson that he is entitled to the same indulgence as has been freely accorded to Hemmings and Condell, although he probably was deeper in the secret than they were. End of section 10. Section 11 of Shakespeare Identified. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shakespeare Identified in Edward de Vere by J. Thomas Looney. The Stratfordian View, Part 10. We may now summarize the results of our examination of the middle or London period of William Shakespeare's career. 1. He was purely passive in respect to all the publication which took place under his name. 2. There is the greatest uncertainty respecting the duration of his sojourn in London, and the strongest probability that he was actually resident at Stratford whilst the plays were being published. 3. Nothing is known of his doings in London, and there is much mystery concerning his place of residence there. 4. After Green's attack and Chettle's apology, the man and the actor was ignored by contemporaries. 5. Before the printing of the dramas began in 1598, contemporary references were always to the poet, the author of Venus and Lucretia, never to the dramatist. 6. Only after 1598, the date when plays were first printed with Shakespeare's name, are there any contemporary references to him as a dramatist. 7. The public knew Shakespeare in print, but knew nothing of the personality of William Shakespeare. 8. The sole anecdote recorded of him is rejected by the general consensus of authorities, and even the contemporary currency of this anecdote is consistent with the idea of his being personally unknown. 9. He has left no letter or trace of personal intercourse with any London contemporary or public man. He received no letter from any patron or literary man. The only letter known to have been sent to him was concerned solely with the borrowing of money. 10. Edmund Spenser quite ignores him. 11. Although the company with which his name is associated toured frequently and widely in the provinces, and much has been recorded of their doings, no municipal archive, so far as is known, contains a single reference to him. 12. There is no contemporary record of his ever appearing in a Shakespeare play. 13. The only plays with which as an actor his name was associated during his lifetime are two of Ben Jonson's plays. 14. The accounts of the treasurer of the chamber show only one irregular reference to him 3 years before the period of his greatest fame, and none at all during or after that period. 15. The Lord Chamberlain's books, which would have furnished the fullest records of his doings during these years, are, like the Shakespeare manuscripts, missing. 16. His name is missing from the following records of the Lord Chamberlain's company in which other actors' names appear. 1. The cast of Jonson's Every Man out of his Humour, in which all the other members of the company appear. 2. The record of proceedings respecting the Essex Rebellion and the company. 3. The company's attendance on the Spanish ambassador in 1604. 4. The company's litigation in 1612. 5. The company's participation in the installation of the Prince of Wales. 6. References to the burning of the Globe Theatre. 17. Even rumor assigns him only an insignificant role as an actor. We must now ask the reader to bring all these various considerations carefully into focus, and see them in their natural relationship to one another. He ought to have no difficulty in realizing that so completely negative a record is altogether inconsistent with the career William Shakespeare is supposed to have enjoyed. We place him above Edmund Spenser as a poet, yet Spenser's biography is no mere tissue of learned fancies and generous conjectures. We place him above Jonson as a writer of plays, yet Jonson's literary life and social relationships make up a very real and tangible biography. We attempt to class him with Burbage as an actor, yet Burbage is a very living and substantial figure in the history of the English stage. But he, the one man who is supposed to have combined in a remarkable way the powers and vocations of all three, the contemporary of Spenser, the protégé of the Burbages, for we are now told it was they who discovered and brought out Shakespeare, the idol of Jonson, and the greatest genius that has appeared in English literature, leaves behind in all literary and dramatic concerns but the elusive and impalpable record we have been considering. The genial spirit of Spenser kept pouring itself out in verse until crushing disaster came upon him and death approached. His last verses, indeed, seem to have been written with death before his eyes. To the end, Ben Jonson kept writing and publishing. his last and posthumous work being the expression of his latest thoughts. The central figure on the English stage at the time when Richard Burbage died was Burbage himself, but William Shakespeare, possessed of a genius so compelling as to have raised him from a level quite below his literary contemporaries to a height far above them, abandons his vocation at the age of 40, retires to the uncultured atmosphere of Stratford, devotes his powers to land, houses, malt, and money, leaving unfinished literary masterpieces in the hands of actors and theatre managers to be finished by the pens of strangers, ultimately dying in affluence but in total dissociation from everything that has made his name famous. Had the work attributed to him been merely average literature, his record, once grasped in its ensemble, would have justified the strongest doubts as to the genuineness of his claims. Being what it is, however, the unique character of the work and the record, equally unique but opposite in character, justifies the complete rejection of his pretensions. To borrow Emerson's metaphor on the subject, we "cannot marry" the life record to the literature. We are compelled, therefore, to make a very clear separation between the writer, Shakespeare, and the man, William Shakespeare. As soon as this is done, we are able to coordinate this middle period of the life of William Shakespeare with the two extremes we have previously considered. We thus arrive at the conception of a man of very ordinary powers and humble purposes, the three parts of whose career become perfectly homogeneous. In the place of the tremendous mass of Stratfordian incongruities and impossibilities, we get a sane and consistent idea of a man in natural relationship with human experience and normal probabilities, a man who played a part and had his reward. His motives were no doubt like those of the average amongst us, a mixture of high and low, and, seeing that no one else was being injured by the subterfuge, he might, if he were capable of apprising the work justly, have felt honored in being trusted by Shakespeare in furthering his literary purposes. But that he was himself the author of the great poems and dramas stands altogether outside the region of natural probabilities. And he must now yield for the adornment of a worthier brow the laurels he has worn so long. End of section 11. Recording by Lee Smalley.
Section 12 of Shakespeare Identified. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shakespeare Identified in Edward de Vere by J. Thomas Loney. Section 12. Chapter 2, Part 1. Character of the Problem. The three greatest names in the world's literature are those of Homer, Dante, and Shakespeare. The first belongs to the ancient world, and the personality behind the name is lost beyond recall in the perished records of a remote antiquity. The two last belong to the modern world. The former of these belongs to Italy, and Italy is quite certain of the personality and cherishes every ascertained detail in the records of her most illustrious son. The last of the three, and who will venture to say it is not the greatest of all, belongs to England, and although nearer to us than Dante by 300 years, the personality behind the name is today as problematic as that of Homer, his identity being a matter of dispute amongst men whose capacity and calmness of judgment are unquestionable. The inquiry into the authorship of the Shakespeare plays has therefore long since earned a clear title to be regarded as something more than a crank problem, to be classed with such vagaries as the flat earth theory, or surmises respecting the inhabitants of Mars. It is common in serious works on Elizabethan literature to take cognizance of the problem, thus making the authorship an open question, still awaiting a decisive answer. And every theory advanced in regard to it either implies or affirms the mysteriousness of the whole business. Those who maintain the orthodox view that the plays and poems were written by the Stratford citizen William Shakespeare, are obliged to recognize the fact that a writer, the whole of whose circumstances and antecedents rendered the production of such a work as the Shakespeare plays one of the most extraordinary feats recorded in history, and who, with the intelligence attributed to him, must have seen that this would eventually raise doubts as to the genuineness of his claims, deliberately reduced to a minimum all that kind of evidence which might have placed his title beyond question. For, as we have seen, neither that part of his life prior to his appearance in the London theatre, nor that subsequent to his retirement from the stage, nor a single word in his will, shows any mark of those dominating literary interests to which the writings bear witness. In a word, though willing to enjoy the honor, and maybe the pecuniary advantages of authorship, he must have actually gone out of his way to remove the normal traces of his literary pursuits, in this way casting about the production of his plays that kind of obscurity which belongs to anonymous rather than to acknowledged authorship. Probably one of the most significant facts connected with this paucity of personal literary details, upon which we have so much insisted, has been the issue in modern times of literary series without volumes on Shakespeare. The original issue of English Men of Letters, including Elizabethan writers like Spenser and Sidney, appeared without a volume on the greatest of all. The omission continued through later editions, and was only made good at the extreme end of the series, with the apparent purpose of removing an anomaly. Adding to the series thereby, however, a most valuable work upon the Shakespeare literature, which yet admits frankly the meagreness of the material available for a real literary biography. In addition to this, the long list of the Great Writer series is still without its volume on England's greatest writer. The explanation of all this seems to lie in the uncertainty of everything connecting the Shakespeare literature with the personality behind it, thus exposing such scholarly works as Sir Sidney Lee's Life of William Shakespeare to criticism on the grounds of the supposititious character of much of the biographical details. Whilst then the view of authorship hitherto current implies its mysteriousness, those who oppose that view postulate thereby an uncertain authorship. All therefore must agree that the whole business is a profound mystery. Only the Shakespeare tyro believes nowadays that William Shakespeare's credentials stand on the same plane with those of Dante and Milton, and only the too old or too young are disposed to represent the skeptics as cranks and fanatics. Our last chapter has but outlined the arguments by which we claim the incredibility of the old belief has been established. Other points will arise in the course of our discussion. What we do now is to assume an undecided authorship, and attempt to lift the veil from this, the most stupendous mystery in the history of the world's literature. The objection, though not so frequently raised as formerly, is still occasionally met with, that the inquiry is unnecessary, that the great dramatic masterpieces stand there, that we cannot be deprived of them, and that such being the case, all we need to do is to say that the name Shakespeare stands for their writer, whoever he may have been, and that there the matter may be allowed to rest. Such indifference to the personality of the author is usually, however, but the counterpart to an indifference to the writings themselves. Those who appreciate some great good that they have received cannot remain indifferent to the personality of the one to whose labors they owe it. Such an attitude, moreover, would be unjust and ungrateful to the memory of our benefactors. And if it be urged that Shakespeare, in leaving things as he did, showed that he wished to remain unknown, there is still the possibility that arrangements were made for ultimately disclosing his identity to posterity, and that these arrangements have miscarried. Again, It is one thing for a benefactor of mankind to wish to remain unknown. It is quite another matter for others to acquiesce in this self-effacement. Then there is the possibility that the writer's efforts to obliterate the memory of himself may not have succeeded, and that there may be current an incomplete, distorted, and unjust conception of him, which can only be rectified by establishing his position as the author of the world's greatest dramas. The discovery of the author, and the establishing of his just claims to honor, is therefore a duty which mankind owes to one of the most illustrious of men, a duty from which Englishmen, at any rate, can never be absolved, if by any means the task can be accomplished. He is the one Englishman of whom it can be most truly said that he belongs to the world, and in any pantheon of humanity that may one day be set up, he is the one of our countrymen who is already assured of an eternal place. England's negligence to put his identity beyond question would therefore be a grave dereliction of national duty, if by any means his identity could be fully established. Accepting the duty thus laid upon us, our first task must be to define precisely the character of the problem that confronts us. Briefly, it is this. We have before us a piece of human work of the most exceptional character, and the problem is to find the man who did it. Thus defined, it is not, as we have already remarked, strictly speaking, a literary problem. Those who enter upon the search must obtain much of their data from literary men. They must rest a substantial part of their case upon the authority of literary men. And they must, in the long run, submit the result of their labors very largely to the judgment of literary men. But the most expert in literature may be unfitted for prosecuting such an investigation, whilst a mind constituted for this kind of inquiry may have had only an inferior preparation so far as purely literary matters are concerned. It is the kind of enquiry with which lawyers and juries are faced every day. They are called upon to examine questions involving highly technical matters with which they are not themselves conversant. Their method is naturally to separate what belongs to the specialist from what is a matter of common sense and simple judgment, to rely upon the expert in purely technical matters, and to use their own discrimination in the sifting of evidence, at the same time allowing its full weight to any particular knowledge they may chance to possess in those things that pertain specially to the expert's domain. This is the course proper to the investigation before us. The question, for example, of what is or is not Shakespearean. What are the distinguishing characteristics of Shakespeare's work? What were its relationships to contemporary literature? Between what dates the plays appeared? When the various editions were published, are matters which may be left, in a general way, to the experts. As, however, there is a considerable amount of disagreement amongst the specialists, and even a consensus of expert opinion may sometimes be at fault, where it is necessary to differ from the experts, a thing which is more or less inevitable in the breaking of entirely new ground, and especially in presenting a new and potent factor. Such differences ought to be clearly indicated and adequately discussed. Nevertheless, the cumulative effect of all the evidence gathered together ought to be of such convincing weight as to be in a measure independent of such personal differences, and indeed strong enough to sustain an unavoidable admixture of errors and slips in matters of detail. Our task being to discover the author of what is acknowledged generally to be Shakespeare's work, the exceptional character of that work ought, under normal conditions, to facilitate the inquiry. The more commonplace a piece of work may be, the greater must be the proportion of men capable of doing it, and the greater the difficulty, under ordinary circumstances, of placing one's hand on the man who did it. The more distinctive the work, the more limited becomes the number of men capable of performing it, and the easier ought it therefore to be to discover its author. In this case, however, the work is of so unusual a character that every competent judge would say that the man who actually did it was the only man living at the time who was capable of doing it. Notwithstanding this fact, after 300 years the authorship seems more uncertain today than at any previous time. The natural inference is that special obstacles have intentionally and most carefully been laid in the way of discovery. There is no mere accident in the obscurity which hangs round the authorship, and the very greatness of the work itself is a testimony to the thoroughness of the steps taken to avoid disclosure. This fact must be borne in mind throughout the enquiry. It is not merely a question of finding out the man who did a piece of work, but of circumventing a scheme of self-concealment devised by one of the most capable of intellects. We must not expect, therefore, to find that such a man, taking such a course, has somewhere or other gone back childishly upon his intentions, and purposely placed in his works some indications of his identity, in the form of a cryptogram or other device. If the concealment were intended to be temporary, it would hardly be within the works themselves, or in any document published at the same time that the disclosure would be made. As it is not from intentional self-disclosure that we should expect to discover the author, but from more or less unconscious indications of himself in the writings, it is necessary to guard at the outset against certain theories as to the possibilities of genius which tend to vitiate all reasoning upon the subject. Upon hardly any other literary topic has so much that is misleading been written. There is a frequent assumption that the possession of what we call genius renders its owner capable of doing almost anything. Now William Shakespeare is the one stock illustration of this contention. In all other cases, where the whole of the circumstances are well known, we may connect the achievements of a genius with what may be called the external accidents of his life. Though social environment is not the source of genius, it certainly has always determined the forms in which the faculty has clothed itself, and even the particular direction which its energies have taken. And in no other class of work are the products of genius so molded by social pressure, and even by class relationships, as in works involving the artistic use of the mother tongue. To what extent the possession of abnormal powers may enable a man to triumph over circumstances, no one can say. And if a given mind, working under specified conditions, is actually proved to have produced something totally unexpected, and at variance with the conditions, we can only accept the phenomenon, however inexplicable it may appear. It is not thus, however, that genius usually manifests itself, and, failing conclusive proof, a vast disparity or incompatibility between the man and the work must always justify a measure of doubt as to the genuineness of his pretensions, and make us cast about for a more likely agent. Now no one is likely ever to question the reality or the vastness of Shakespeare's genius. If he had enjoyed every advantage of education, travel, leisure, social position, and wealth, his plays would still remain for all time the testimony to his marvelous powers, though naturally not such stupendous powers as would have been required to produce the same results without the advantages. Consequently, if we regard the authorship as an open question, we shall be much more disposed to look for the author amongst those who possessed some or all of those advantages than amongst those who possessed none of them. That is to say, we must go about the task of searching for the author in precisely the same way as we should seek for a man who had done some ordinary piece of work, and not complicate the problem by the introduction of such incommensurables as are implied in current theories of genius. If we find that a man knows a thing, we must assume that he had it to learn. If he handles knowledge readily and appropriately, we must assume an intimacy born of an habitual interest, woven into the texture of his mind. If he shows himself skillful in doing something, we must assume that he attained his skill by practice. And therefore, if he first comes before the world with a masterpiece in any art, exhibiting an easy familiarity with the technique of the craft, and a large fund of precise information in any department, we may conclude that preceding all this there must have lain years of secret preparation, during which he was accumulating knowledge, and by practice in his art gaining skill and strength for the decisive plunge, storing up, elaborating, and perfecting his productions so as to make them in some degree worthy of that ideal which ever haunts the imagination of the supreme artist. Most of the other poets differ from Shakespeare in that they furnish us with collections of their juvenile productions, in which, though often enough poor stuff, we may trace the promise of their maturer genius. Apart from this value, much of it is hardly entitled to immortality. Amongst the work of Shakespeare, the authorities, however, ascribe priority in time to Love's Labour's Lost. And what Englishman that knows his Shakespeare would care to part with this work? We could easily mention quite a number of Shakespearean plays of even high rank that would more willingly be parted with than this one. It would, however, be perfectly gratuitous to argue that this work is a masterpiece. Masterpieces, however, are the fruits of matured powers. Dante was over 50 years of age before he finished his immortal work. Milton about 55 when he completed Paradise Lost. Quite a long list might be made out illustrating this principle in works of even the second order. Cervantes at 60 producing Don Quixote. Scott at 43 giving us the first of the Waverley novels. Defoe at 58 publishing Robinson Crusoe. Fielding at 42 giving Tom Jones. And Manzoni at 40, I Promessi Sposi. Or if we turn to Shakespeare's own domain, the drama, we find that Molière, after a lifetime of dramatic enthusiasm and production, gave forth his masterpieces between the ages of 40 and 50, his greatest work, Tartuffe, appearing just at the middle of that period, age 45, whilst Goethe's Faust was the outcome of a long literary lifetime, its final touches being given only a few months before his death at the age of 82. Drama, in its supreme manifestation, that is to say, as a capable and artistic exposition of our many-sided human nature, and not mere inexplicable dumb shows and noise, is an art in which, more than in others, mere precocity of talent will not suffice for the creation of masterpieces. In this case, genius must be supplemented by a wide and intense experience of life, and much practice in the technical work of staging plays. Poetic geniuses who have not had this experience, and have cast their work in dramatic form, may have produced great literature, but not great dramas. Yet, with such a general experience as these few facts illustrate, we are asked to believe that a young man, William Shakespeare was but 26 in the year 1590, which marks roughly the beginning of the Shakespearean period, began his career with the composition of masterpieces without any apparent preparation, and kept pouring out plays spontaneously at a most amazing rate. He appears before us at the age of 29 as the author of a superb poem of no less than 1,200 lines, and leaves no trace of those slight youthful effusions by means of which a poet learns his art and develops his powers. If, however, we can disabuse our minds of fantastic notions of genius, regard the Shakespearean dramas as anonymous, and look at them with the eyes of common sense, we shall be inclined rather to view the outpouring of dramas from the year 1590 onwards as the work of a more matured man, who had had the requisite intellectual and dramatic preparation, and who was elaborating, finishing off, and letting loose a flood of dramas that he had been accumulating and working at during many preceding years. When in 1855 Walt Whitman gave to the world his Leaves of Grass, Emerson greeted the work and its writer in these words, quote, "I find it the most extraordinary piece of wit and wisdom that America has yet contributed. I greet you at the beginning of a great career, which yet must have had a long foreground somewhere." Unquote. This concluding surmise was merely common sense, and, as the world now knows, perfectly true. What is wanted is to apply the same principle and the same common sense to work of a higher order, and to recognize that if by the year 1592, by which time we are assured that the stream of Shakespearean drama was in full flood, Shakespeare was manifesting an exceptional facility in the production of works that were at once great literature and great stage plays, there had been, quote, "a long foreground somewhere." Unquote. The considerations we have been urging in this chapter are necessary for getting the problem into its right perspective and on the same plane of vision as the other problems and interests of life. We must free the problem from illogical entanglements and miraculous assumptions, and look for scientific relationship between cause and effect. This must be the first step towards its solution. It may appear, however, that if it is simply a question of searching for a particular man, according to the same methods which we would employ in any other case, that the man should have been discovered long before now, if the material for his discovery were really available. And that, as he has not been discovered after 300 years, the necessary data do not exist, and his identity must remain forever a mystery. It must not be forgotten, however, that Shakespeare had to wait until the 19th century for his full literary appreciation, and this was essential to the mere raising of the problem. Not until 2 centuries had passed after his death, says Emerson, did any criticism which we think adequate begin to appear. Recognition he had, no doubt, in abundance before that time, but that exact and critical appreciation which made it possible to distinguish the characteristics of his work, and begin to separate true Shakespearean work from spurious, that enabled a Shakespearean authority to condemn Titus Andronicus as repulsive balderdash, which has enabled us to say of Timon of Athens that it contains but a fragment from the master hand, that Pericles is mainly from other hands than Shakespeare's, that Henry VIII was completed by Fletcher. All this belongs to the last 100 years, and has only been preparing the way for raising the question of Shakespeare's identity. Even up to the present day, the problem has hardly passed definitely beyond the negative or skeptical stage of doubting what is called the Stratfordian View, the work of Sir George Greenwood being the first milestone in the process of scientific research. The Baconian view, though it has helped to popularize the negative side, and to bring into prominence certain contents of Shakespeare's works, has done little for the positive aspect, except to institute a misleading method of inquiry, a kind of pick-and-try process, leading to quite a number of rival candidates for Shakespeare honors, and setting up an inferior form of Shakespearean investigation, the cryptogram. Amongst all the literature on the subject, we have so far been able to discover no attempt, starting from an assumed anonymity of the plays, to institute a systematic search for the author. Yet surely this is the point towards which the modern movement of Shakespearean study has been tending, and once instituted it must continue until either the author is discovered or the attempt abandoned as hopeless. End of section 12. Recording by David Martin. Section 13 of Shakespeare Identified. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shakespeare Identified in Edward de Vere by J. Thomas Looney. Section 13. Chapter 2, Part 2. Method of Solution. Failing the discovery of some new and sensational documentary evidence, if any headway is to be made toward the solution of the problem, it must result very largely from the inauguration of new methods of investigation. Even when these lead to conclusions which have ultimately to be abandoned, they give cohesion and definite direction to the efforts that are made, and thus assist in clearing up the situation, suggesting new methods, and preparing the way for more reliable conclusions. The writings in question not having been produced in some distant country or in a remote age, but here in England, in an age so near as to have transmitted to us masses of details relating to most unimportant individuals, and yet so little advance having as yet been made in the direction of either solving the Shakespeare problem or of pronouncing it insoluble, confirms the impression that in addition to the mystery purposely thrown over the authorship, the investigation has not yet been prosecuted on right lines. Prepossessions of one kind or another have stood in the way of sounder methods. For people who spend themselves in glorifying every new detail discovered about the Stratford man, or who lose themselves in the labyrinths of Baconian cryptograms, can hardly be expected to assume the impartiality necessary for the invention of new and reliable instruments of enquiry. The clearing out of all this impedimenta is therefore the first essential condition of any real progress. Ridding the mind of all such personal prepossessions, we must now make a beginning from some hitherto untried standpoint. The standpoint adopted at the outset of these researches, and already indicated, was to assume the complete anonymity of the writings, and to apply to the search for the author just those ordinary methods which we should have had to apply if it had been some practical question involving important issues of life and conduct. What then is the usual common-sense method of searching for an unknown man who has performed some particular piece of work? It is simply to examine closely the work itself, to draw from the examination as definite a conception as possible of the man who did it, to form some idea of where he would be likely to be found, and then to go and look for a man who answers to the supposed description. When some such man has been found, we next proceed to gather together all the particulars that might in any way connect him with the work in question. We rely, in such cases, very largely upon what is called circumstantial evidence, mistakenly supposed by some to be evidence of an inferior order, but in practice the most reliable form of proof we have. Such evidence may at first be of the most shadowy description, but as we proceed in the work of gathering together facts and reducing them to order, as we hazard our guesses and weigh probabilities, as we subject our theories to all available tests, we find that the case at last either breaks down or becomes confirmed by such an accumulation of support that doubt is no longer possible. The predominating element in what we call circumstantial evidence is that of coincidences. A few coincidences we may treat as simply interesting. A number of coincidences we regard as remarkable. A vast accumulation of extraordinary coincidences we accept as conclusive proof. And when the case has reached this stage, we look upon the matter as finally settled, until, as may happen, something of a most unusual character appears to upset all our reasoning. If nothing of this kind ever appears, whilst every newly discovered fact adds but confirmation to the conclusion, that conclusion is accepted as a permanently established truth. The above is an epitome of the method of research and the line of argument we have followed. In reviewing the work done, the critic may disagree with one or other of the points on which we have insisted. He may regard this or that argument as trifling or insufficient in itself, and it is possible we should agree with many of the several objections he might raise. It may even transpire that notwithstanding all our efforts to ensure accuracy, we have fallen into serious mistakes, not only in minor details, but even upon important points, a danger to which the wanderer into unwonted fields is specially liable. It is not, however, upon any point separately, but upon the manner in which all fit in with one another, and form a coherent whole, that the case rests. And it is this that we desire should be kept in mind. We proceed, therefore, to present a short statement of the details of the method of enquiry, outlining its several stages as determined prior to entering on the search. 1. As a first step, it would be necessary to examine the works of Shakespeare, almost as though they had appeared for the first time, unassociated with the name or personality of any writer, and from such an examination draw what inferences we could as to his character and circumstances. The various features of these would have to be duly tabulated, the statements so arrived at forming the groundwork of all subsequent investigation. 2. The second step would be to select from amongst the various characteristics some one outstanding feature, which might serve best as a guide in proceeding to search for the author, by furnishing some paramount criterion, and at the same time indicating in some measure where the author was to be looked for. 3. With this instrument in our hands, the third step would be to proceed to the great task of searching for the man. 4. In the event of discovering any man who should adequately fulfill the prime condition, the fourth step would be to test the selection by reference to the various features in the original characterization. And, in the event of his failing in a marked degree to meet essential conditions, it would be necessary to reject this first selection and resume the search. 5. Supposing the discovery of some man who should in a general way have passed successfully through this crucial test, the next step would be to reverse the whole process. Having worked from Shakespeare's writings to the man, we should then begin with the man, taking new and outstanding facts about his performances and personality. We should have to inquire to what extent these were reflected in Shakespeare's works. 6. Then, in the event of the enquiry yielding satisfactory results up to this point, we should next have to accumulate corroborative evidence and apply tests arising out of the course of the investigation. 7. The final step would be to develop as far as possible any traces of a personal connection between the newly accredited and the formerly reputed authors of the works. This, then, was the method outlined at the start, and, in the main, adhered to throughout the investigation we are about to describe. One which might be justly styled a coldly analytical process, quite at variance with literary traditions and the synthetic soul of poetry, but which, it appeared, was the method proper to the case. The danger of the plan was, not that we might have too many claimants for the honor, but that its severity might cause us to pass over the very man for whom we were looking, supposing his name and personality were really accessible to us. At any rate, it avoided the random picking first of one man and then of another, in the hope of alighting eventually on the right one, after the manner of certain other investigations. Supposing, and it is a perfectly reasonable possibility that every other trace of the writer has been effectually destroyed beyond what we have in Shakespeare's work, then, of course, the enquiry must in the end prove futile. For any false selection would almost certainly break down under the various tests, leaving an altogether negative result for our efforts. In the event of anything like a really good case being made out for any man, there seemed a chance that other investigators with more leisure, greater resources, and a readier access to necessary documents than the present writer possesses, might be led to more important discoveries. Opinions may differ as to the soundness or appropriateness of the course outlined, but as it is the result of researches pursued in accordance with it that we are about to describe, it was necessary to lay bare the method at the outset, however crude or commonplace it may appear for so lofty a theme. End of section 13. Recording by David Martin. Section 14 of Shakespeare Identified. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shakespeare Identified in Edward de Vere by J. Thomas Looney. Section 14. Chapter 3. The Author. Some General Features. The first task, following the course just outlined, must be to form, from a general survey of the position as a whole, and from a review of the contents of the writings, some conception of the outstanding characteristics of the author. This should include some legitimate surmises as to what we might expect to be the conditions of his life, and the relationship of his contemporaries toward him. Although we are obliged, from the nature of our problem, to assume that his contemporaries generally were not aware of his producing the great works, it is hardly probable that one endowed with so commanding a genius should have been able to conceal the greatness of his powers wholly from those with whom he habitually associated, and therefore we may reasonably expect to find him a man of recognized and recorded genius. At the same time, the mysteriousness in which he has chosen to involve the production of his works ought not to have escaped the observation of others. Consequently, we may suppose that he would appear to many of the people about him something of the enigma he has proved to posterity. We must not look, however, for an exact representation of actual facts in any recorded impressions of the personality and actions of the man. Between what contemporary records represent him as being, and what he really was, we ought indeed to be prepared to find some striking discrepancies. The important thing is that there must be some notable agreement in essentials. Certain discordances may, however, become important evidence in his favor. For example, a man who has produced so large an amount of work of the highest quality, and was not seen doing it, must have passed a considerable part of his life in what would appear to others like doing nothing of any consequence. The record of a wasted genius is therefore what we might reasonably look for in any contemporary account of him. Again, unless some special reasons should appear to account for his self-effacement, we are bound to recognize that the whole manner of his anonymity marks the writer as being, in a manner, something of an eccentric. His nature, or his circumstances, or probably both, were not normal. And when the indications of his intense impressionability are considered, along with his peculiar power of entering into and reflecting vividly the varied moods, fierce passions, and subtle movements of man's mind and heart, when the magnitude of his creative efforts is weighed, and account taken of the mental exhaustion which frequently follows from such efforts, we may even suppose that he was not altogether immune from the penalties that have sometimes accompanied such powers and performances. Altogether, we may say, his poetic temperament and the exuberance of his poetic fancy mark him as a man much more akin mentally to Byron or Shelley than to the placid Shakespeare suggested by the Stratford tradition. Add to this his marvelous insight into human nature, revealing to him, as it must have done, such springs and motives of human actions as would be hidden from his associates, and we may naturally expect to find him giving vent to himself in acts and words which must have seemed extraordinary and inexplicable to other men. For the man who sees most deeply into the inner workings of the human mind must often act upon knowledge of which he may not speak. It ought not, therefore, to surprise us if his contemporaries found him not merely eccentric in his being, as they have frequently found the genius whom they could not understand, but even on occasion guilty of what seemed to them vagaries of a pronounced type. The possession of abnormal powers, and a highly strung temperament like that of Byron or of Shelley, interposes a barrier between a man and his social environment. The mediocrity, and what seems like the insensibility of the average people about him, place him in an irritating milieu, against which he tends to protect himself by a mannerism sometimes merely cold and aloof, at times even repellent or defiant. To be a general social favorite, a man needs to combine with personal graces a certain average of intellect and sensibility, which assimilates him to the generality of the people about him. The poetic genius has always, therefore, been more or less a man apart, whose very aloofness is provocative of hostility in smaller men. Towards these he tries to assume a mask, often most difficult to penetrate, but which, once pierced, may necessitate a complete reversal of former judgments, one of the most difficult things to accomplish once such judgment has passed beyond mere individual opinion and has taken firm root in the social mind. We venture to say that whatever course the discussion may take, either now or in a distant future, one of the most serious hindrances to the formation of correct views will be the necessity of reversing judgments that have had a long-standing social sanction. We shall first have to dissociate from the writings the conception of such an author as the steady, complacent, business-like man of the world suggested by the Stratford Shakespeare. Then there will be the more arduous task of raising to a most exalted position the name and personality possibly of some obscure man hitherto regarded as quite unequal to the work with which he is at last to be credited. And this will further compel us to reread our greatest national classics from a totally new personal standpoint. The work in question being the highest literary product of the age, it cannot be otherwise than that the author, whoever he may have been, when he is discovered, must seem in some measure below the requirements of the situation, unequal, that is, to the production of such work. We shall therefore be called upon, in his case, radically to modify and correct a judgment of 300 years' standing. Although apparently unequal to the full measure of Shakespeare's capacity, there is a natural limit to such allowable inferiority in appearance. It might, in a given instance, be so great as to make it absurd to entertain the thought of connecting the man with the work. His writings being masterpieces of English literature, and all the world's literary masterpieces having been produced by men who wrote in their mother tongue of matters in which they were keenly interested, and to whom writing, or more properly speaking the mental occupation of composing, has been a master passion, we are entitled to require in the person put forward as the author a body of credentials corresponding to the character of the work. That is to say, we are bound to assume that the writer was an Englishman with dominating literary tastes, to whom the classical literature of the world, the history of England during the period of the Lancastrians and Yorkists, and Italian literature, which form the staple materials of his work, were matters of absorbing interest, furnishing the milieu in which his mind habitually worked. To think of him as one who made an excursion into literature in order to win a competency for himself, and who retired from literary pursuits when that purpose had been served, is to contradict everything that is known of the production of such masterpieces. Other interests he may have had, just as men who were chiefly occupied with social and political affairs dabbled also in literature, poetry, or the drama, but what to them was a mere hobby or pastime would be to him a central and consuming purpose. Unless, then, we are to recast all our ideas of how the great things of literature have been achieved, we cannot think of him otherwise than as one who had been swept by the irresistible force of his own genius into the strong literary current of his times. The fact that he was himself busy producing such works, he may have hidden from the men of his day, but it is inconceivable that he should have hidden from them where his chief interest lay. Again, the great mass of the literature he has given to the world being in the form of dramas, we may repeat in relation to this particular class of work what has already been said of literature generally, namely, that an intense, even passionate devotion to the special form of art in which his masterpieces are produced is invariably characteristic of a genius. And although, again, this writer's absorption may have been partially concealed, it is hardly possible that it could have been wholly so. We are entitled, therefore, to expect that Shakespeare appeared to his contemporaries as a man over whom the theatre and all that pertained to play acting exercised an irresistible fascination. Carlyle treats of this matter as though playwriting were but an incidental element in Shakespeare's work, almost an accident of circumstances, arising out of the material necessities of life. He, quote, had to write for the Globe Playhouse. His great soul had to crush itself, as it could, into that and no other mould, unquote. The particular mould in which he worked having evidently no necessary connection with his distinctive genius. For what perversions of fundamental truths has not the orthodox view of the authorship been responsible? The world's greatest productions in a given art, coming from a man to whom the art and its essential accessories furnished but an uncongenial medium of expression. His special domain chosen for him, not by the force of his peculiar genius, but by the need for money. If this proved true, the plays of Shakespeare would, from that point of view alone, probably remain for all time unique amongst the masterpieces of art. It is much more reasonable, however, to suppose that the dramatist was one who was prepared to give both himself and his substance to the drama, rather than one who was engaged in extorting a subsistence from it. That he was one over whom the theatre exercised a strong attraction is, moreover, borne out by the contents of the plays themselves. There is no better key to the interests that stir the enthusiasm of poets than, on the one hand, the imagery they employ, and on the other, the passages in their works which arrest the attention of their readers and fix themselves in the popular memory. It hardly needs pointing out how frequently in Shakespeare's works the simile of the stage recurs, and how commonly the passages are quoted. We must expect, therefore, to find the author of the writings well known as a literary and dramatic enthusiast. To represent him as a man who, having made a snug competency for himself, left dramatic pursuits behind him voluntarily, whilst still in the full enjoyment of his marvellous powers, abandoning some of his unfinished manuscripts to be finished by strangers and given to the world as his, in order that he might be at liberty to devote himself more exclusively to houses, lands, and business generally, is to suggest a miracle of self-stultification in himself and an equal miracle of credulity in us. Yet this is the exact position into which the orthodox view forces so eminent a scholar and literary authority as Sir Sidney Lee. Shakespeare, he says, in middle life brought to practical affairs a singularly sane and sober temperament, acting on the following advice: when thou feelest thy purse well lined, buy thou some piece of lordship in the country, that growing weary of playing, thy money may bring thee to dignity and reputation. It was this prosaic verse that Shakespeare followed. If, in 1611, Shakespeare finally abandoned dramatic composition, there seems little doubt that he left with the manager of the company more than one play that others were summoned at a later date to complete. Thus must incongruities be piled increasingly upon one another if we are to make the man who has got himself credited with the authorship adjusted to the role that fate has called upon him to play. Once, however, the old theory is repudiated, we are bound to look for an author who believed with his whole soul in the greatness of drama and the high humanizing possibilities of the actor's vocation. Whether attention be directed to the contents of the dramas or to his other writings, no one will question his title to a foremost place amongst the lyric poets of his time. It is questionable whether any other dramatist has enriched his plays with an equal quantity, to say nothing of the superior quality of lyrical verse, while his sonnets, Venus and Adonis, and other lyric poems place him easily amongst the best of the craftsmen in that art. Now, although his contemporaries may not have known that he was producing masterpieces of drama, it is extremely improbable that his production of lyric verse was as completely concealed. He may have hidden lengthy poems like Venus and Adonis, or Lucretia, or brought them out under a nom de plume, but that no fugitive pieces of lyric verse should ever have gained currency under his own name is hardly possible. The writer with the facile pen for lyrics is only too prone to throw out his spontaneous products lavishly, sometimes in a cruder form than his better judgment would approve. Whilst, therefore, he may have concealed the actual authorship in the case of works involving prolonged and arduous application, we may be sure that some of those short lyrics, which are the spontaneous expression of passing moods, would be known and appreciated. We may expect, therefore, that he was actually known as a writer of lyric verse. At the same time, it would be unreasonable to look for anything like a large volume of such poems in addition to the Shakespearean writings. This would have necessitated his living an additional lifetime. A few scattered fragments of lyric verse, under his own name, is all that we should expect to find. Elizabethan poetry is, however, characterized by the mass of its lyric pieces of unknown or doubtful authorship. The mere fact that a person's name or initials are attached to a fragment is never a sufficient guarantee that he actually wrote it. Tradition alone, or the mere fact that it was found among his papers, may be the only ground upon which he is credited with the authorship. Nevertheless, after full allowance has been made for the peculiar conditions under which the writing and issuing of poetry was at that time conducted, it remains highly probable that the writer of Shakespeare's works has left something authentic published under his own name amongst the lyric poetry of the days of Queen Elizabeth. In no matter has the hitherto accepted view of the authorship of the Shakespearean writings played such sad havoc with common sense as in the matter of the relationship of genius to learning. Place the documents before any mixed jury of educated, semi-educated, and ignorant men, men of practical common sense and stupid men, and, unless for some prepossession, they would unanimously declare, without hesitation, that the writer was one whose education had been one of the very best that the times could offer. And even a moderately educated set of men would assure us that it was not the mere bookish learning of the poor, plodding student, who in loneliness had wrested from an adverse fate an education beyond what was enjoyed by his class. There is nothing in Shakespeare suggestive of the close poring over books by which a man of scanty educational advantages might have embellished his pages with learned allusions. Everything indicates a man in contact at every point with life itself, and to whom books were but the adjunct to an habitual intercourse with men of intellectual interests similar to his own. His is the learning which belonged to a man who added to the advantages of a first-class education at the start a continued association with the best educated people of his day. No ordinary theory of genius would account for the production of the plays otherwise. The intervention of some preternatural agency would be required. In respect of the leading feature of his learning, one would judge it to have lain in the direction of classic poetry. There is "law" in his works, but it is open to question whether it is the law of a professional lawyer or that of an intelligent man who had had a fair amount of important business to transact with lawyers, and was himself interested in the study of law, as many laymen have been. It may be claimed that there is "medicine" in his writings, but it is more suggestive of the man accustomed to treat his own common ailments than that of a medical man accustomed to handle patients. There are indications of the dawning movement of modern science in his works, but they are such as suggest a man alive to the intellectual currents of his time, but no enthusiast for a merely materialistic science. But over all these there presides constantly a dominant interest in classic poetry. Summing up the general inferences treated in this chapter, supplemented by conclusions drawn from the preceding one, we may say of Shakespeare that he was 1. A matured man of recognized genius. 2. Apparently eccentric and mysterious. 3. Of intense sensibility, a man apart. 4. Unconventional. 5. Not adequately appreciated. 6. Of pronounced and known literary tastes. 7. An enthusiast in the world of drama. 8. A lyric poet of recognized talent. 9. Of superior education, classical, the habitual associate of educated people. End of section 14. Recording by David Martin. Section 15 of Shakespeare Identified. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shakespeare Identified in Edward de Vere by J. Thomas Loney. Section 15. Chapter 4. The Author. Special Characteristics. Our object in the last chapter being to form a conception of some of the broader features of the life and character of Shakespeare, our present object must be to view the writings at closer quarters and with greater attention to details, so as to deduce, if possible, some of his more distinctive characteristics. It is hardly necessary to insist at the present day that Shakespeare has preserved for all time, in living human characters, much of what was best worth remembering and retaining in the social relationship of the feudal order of the Middle Ages. Whatever conclusion we may have to come to about his religion, it is undeniable that from the social and political point of view, Shakespeare is essentially a medievalist. The following sentence from Carlyle may be taken as representative of much that might be quoted from several writers bearing in the same direction. As Dante the Italian man was sent into our world to embody musically the religion of the Middle Ages, the religion of our modern Europe, its inner life, so Shakespeare, we may say, embodies for us the outer life of our Europe as developed then, its chivalries, courtesies, humors, ambitions, what practical way of thinking, acting, looking at the world men then had." When, therefore, we find that the great Shakespearean plays were written at a time when men were reveling in what they considered to be a newly found liberation from medievalism, it is evident that Shakespeare was one whose sympathies, and probably his antecedents, linked him on more closely to the old order than to the new. Not the kind of man we should expect to rise from the lower middle-class population of the towns. Whether as a lord or a dependent, we should expect to find him one who saw life habitually from the standpoint of feudal relationships in which he had been born and bred. And in view of what has been said of his education, it would, of course, be as lord, rather than as a dependent, that we should expect to meet him. It might be, however, that he was only linked to feudalism by cherished family traditions, a surviving representative, maybe, of some decayed family. A close inspection of his work, however, reveals a more intimate personal connection with aristocracy than would be furnished by mere family tradition. Kings and queens, earls and countesses, knights and ladies move on and off his stage, "as to the manner born." They are no mere tinselled models representing mechanically the class to which they belong, but living men and women. It is rather his ordinary "citizens" that are the automata walking woodenly on to the stage to speak for their class. His "lower orders" never display that virile dignity and largeness of character which poets like Burns, who know the class from within, portray in their writings. Even Scott comes much nearer to the truth in this matter than does Shakespeare. It is therefore not merely his power of representing royalty and the nobility in vital, passionate characters, but his failure to do the same in respect to the other classes, that marks Shakespeare as a member of the higher aristocracy. The defects of the playwright become, in this instance, more illuminating and instructive than do his qualities. Genius may undoubtedly enable a man to represent with some fidelity classes to which he does not belong. It will hardly at the same time weaken his power of representing truly his own class. In a great dramatic artist we demand universality of power within his province. But he shows that catholicity not by representing human society in all its forms and phrases, but by depicting our common human nature in the entire range of its multiple and complex forces, and he does this best when he shows us that human nature at work in the classes with which he is most intimate. The suggestion of an aristocratic author for the plays is, therefore, the simple common sense of the situation, and is no more in opposition to modern democratic tendencies, as one writer loosely hints, than the belief that William Shakespeare was indebted to aristocratic patrons and participated in the enclosure of common lands. An aristocratic outlook upon life marks the plays of other dramatists of the time besides Shakespeare. These were known, however, in most cases, to have been university men, with a pronounced contempt for the particular class to which William Shakespeare of Stratford belonged. It is a curious fact, however, that a writer like Chrysonac, who seems never to doubt the Stratfordian view, nevertheless recognizes that Shakespeare was more purely and truly aristocratic in his outlook than were the others. In a word, the plays which are recognized as having the most distinct marks of aristocracy about them are supposed to have been produced by the playwright furthest removed from aristocracy in his origin and antecedents. We feel entitled, therefore, to claim for Shakespeare high social rank, and even a close proximity to royalty itself. Assuming him to have been an Englishman of the higher aristocracy, we turn now to these parts of his writings that may be said to deal with his own phase of life, namely, his English historical plays, to seek for distinctive traces of position and personality. Putting aside the greater part of the plays Henry VI, parts 1 and 2, as not being from Shakespeare's pen, and also the first acts of Henry VI, Part 3, for the same reason. We may say that he deals mainly with the troubled period between the upheaval in the reign of Richard II and the ending of the Wars of the Roses by the downfall of Richard III at the Battle of Bosworth. The outstanding feature of this work is his pronounced sympathy with the Lancastrian cause. Even the play of Richard II, which shows a measure of sympathy with the king whom the Lancastrians ousted, is full of Lancastrian partialities. Shakespeare had no sympathy with revolutionary movements and the overturning of established governments. Usurpation of sovereignty would therefore be repugnant to him, and his aversion is forcibly expressed in the play. But Henry of Lancaster is represented as merely concerned with claiming his rights, desiring to uphold the authority of the crown, but driven by the injustice and perversity of Richard into an antagonism he strove to avoid. Finally, it is the erratic willfulness of the king, coupled with Henry's belief that the king had voluntarily abdicated, that induces Bolingbroke to accept the throne. In a word, the play of Richard II is a kind of dramatic apologia for the Lancastrians. Then comes the glorification of Prince Hal, Shakespeare's historic hero. Henry VI is the victim of misfortunes and machinations, and is handled with great tenderness and respect. The play of Richard III lays bare the internal discord of the Yorkist faction, the downfall and destruction of the Yorkist arch-villain, and the triumph of Henry of Richmond, the representative of the House of Lancaster, who had received the nomination and benediction of Henry VI. We might naturally expect, therefore, to find Shakespeare a member of some family with distinct Lancastrian leanings. Having turned our attention to the different classes of plays, we are again faced with the question of his Italianism. Not only are we impressed by the large number of plays with an Italian setting, or derived from Italian sources, but we feel that these plays carry us to Italy in a way that Hamlet never succeeds in carrying us to Denmark, nor his French plays in carrying us to France. Even in Hamlet he seems almost to go out of his way to drag in a reference to Italy. Those who know Italy and are familiar with the Merchant of Venice tell us that there are clear indications that Shakespeare knew Venice and Milan personally. However that may be, it is impossible for those who have had, at any time, an interest in nothing more than the language and literature of Italy, to resist the feeling that there is thrown about these plays an Italian atmosphere suggestive of one who knew and felt attracted towards the country. Everything bespeaks an Italian enthusiast. Going still more closely into detail, it has often been observed that Shakespeare's interest in animals is seldom that of the naturalist, almost invariably that of the sportsman. And some of the supporters of the Stratfordian tradition have sought to establish a connection between this fact and the poaching of William Shakespeare. When, however, we look closely into the references, we are struck with his easy familiarity with all the terms relating to the chase. Take Shakespeare's entire sportsman's vocabulary, find out the precise significance of each unusual term, and the reader will probably get a more distinct vision of the sporting pastimes of the aristocracy of that day than he would get in any other way. Add to this all the varied vocabulary relating to hawks and falconry. Observe the insistence with which similes, metaphors, and illustrations drawn from the chase and hawking appear throughout his work, and it becomes impossible to resist the belief that he was a man who had at one time found his recreation and delight in these aristocratic pastimes. His keen susceptibility to the influence of music is another characteristic that frequently meets us, and most people will agree that the whole range of English literature may be searched in vain for passages that more accurately or more fittingly describe the charm and power of music than do certain lines in the pages of Shakespeare. The entire passage on music in the final act of The Merchant of Venice, beginning, "Look how the floor of heaven," right on to the closing words, "Let no such man be trusted," is itself music, and is probably as grand a paean in honor of music as can be found in any language. Nothing could well be clearer in itself, nor more at variance with what is known of the man William Shakespeare, than the dramatist's attitude towards money. It is the man who lends money gratis, and so "pulls down the rate of usuance" in Venice, that is the hero of the play just mentioned. His friend is the incorrigible spendthrift and borrower Bassiano, who has "disabled his estate by showing a more swelling port than his faint means would grant continuance," and who at last repairs his broken fortunes by marriage. Almost every reference to money and purses is of the loosest description, and, by implication, teach an improvidence that would soon involve any man's financial affairs in complete chaos. It is the arch-villain Iago who urges, "Put money in thy purse," and the contemptible politician Polonius who gives the careful advice, "Neither a borrower nor a lender be," whilst the money-grubbing Shylock, hoist with his own petard, is the villain whose circumvention seems to fill the writer with an absolute joy. It ought not to surprise us if the author himself turned out to be one who had felt the grip of the money-lender, rather than a man like the Stratford Shakespeare, who, after he had himself become prosperous, prosecuted others for the recovery of petty sums. Of the Stratford man, Pope asserts that "gain not glory winged his roving flight," and Sir Sidney Lee amplifies this by saying that "his literary attainments and successes were chiefly valued as serving the prosaic end of providing permanently for himself and his daughters." Yet in one of his early plays, Henry IV, Part II, Shakespeare expresses himself thus: "How quickly nature falls into revolt when gold becomes her object. For this the foolish over-careful fathers have broke their sleep with thoughts, their brains with care, their bones with industry. For this they have engrossed and piled up the cankered heaps of strange achieved gold." From its setting the passage is evidently the expression of the writer's own thought, rather than an element of the dramatization. Finally we have, again in an early play, his great hero of tragic love, Romeo, exclaiming, "There is thy gold, worse poison to men's souls, doing more murders in this loathsome world than these poor compounds." In a word, the Stratfordian View requires us to write our great dramatist down as a hypocrite. The attitude of William Shakespeare to money matters may have had about it all the "sobriety of personal aims and sanity of mental attitude" claimed for it, in which case the more clearly he had represented his own attitude in his works, the greater would have been their fidelity to objective fact. Money is a social institution, created by the genius of the human race to facilitate the conduct of life, and under normal conditions it is entitled to proper attention and respect. Under given conditions, however, it may so imperil the highest human interests as to justify an intense reaction against it, and even to call for repudiation and contempt from those moral guides, amongst whom we include the great poets, who are concerned with the higher creations of man's intellectual and moral nature. Such, we judge, was the dramatist's attitude to money. The points treated so far have been somewhat on the surface, and most, if not all, might be found adequately supported by other writers. There are, however, two other matters on which it would be well to have Shakespeare's attitude defined, if such were possible, before proceeding to the next stage of the enquiry. These are his mental attitude towards women, and his relation to Catholicism. Ruskin's treatment of the former point in Sesame and Lilies is well known, but not altogether convincing. He and others who adopt the same line of thought seem not sufficiently to discriminate between what comes as a kind of aura from the medieval chivalries and what is distinctly personal. Moreover, the business of a dramatist being to represent every variety of human character, it must be doubtful whether any characterization represents his views as a whole, or whether, indeed, it may not only represent a kind of utopian idealism. Some deference, too, must be paid by a playwright to the mind and requirements of his contemporary public, and the literature of the days of Queen Elizabeth does certainly attest a respectful treatment of woman at that period. In quotations from Shakespeare on this theme, however, one is more frequently met with suggestions of woman's frailty and changeableness. In his greatest play, Hamlet, there are but two women, one weak in character, the other weak in intellect, and Hamlet trusts neither. Shakespeare, however, is a writer of other things besides dramas. He has left us a large number of sonnets, and the sonnet, possibly more than any other form of composition, has been the vehicle for the expression of the most intimate thoughts and feelings of poets. Almost infallibly, one might say, do a man's sonnets directly reveal his soul. The sonnets of Shakespeare, especially, have a ring of reality about them quite inconsistent with the fanciful non-biographical interpretation which Stratfordianism would attach to them. Examining then these sonnets, we find that there are, in fact, two sets of them. By far the larger and more important set, embracing no less than 126 out of a total of 154, is addressed to a young man, and express a tenderness which is probably without parallel in the recorded expressions of emotional attachment of one man to another. At the same time, there occurs in this very set the following reference to woman: "A woman's face with nature's own hand painted hast thou, the master mistress of my passion. A woman's gentle heart, but not acquainted with shifting change, as is false woman's fashion. An eye more bright than theirs, less false in rolling." The second set of sonnets, comprising only 28, as against 126 in the first set, is probably the most painful for Shakespeare admirers to read of all that Shakespeare has written. It is the expression of an intensely passionate love for some woman, but love of a kind which cannot be accurately described otherwise than as morbid emotion, a combination of affection and bitterness, tenderness without a touch of faith or of true admiration. "Two loves I have of comfort and despair, which, like two spirits, do suggest me still. The better angel is a man right fair, the worser spirit a woman coloured ill. In loving thee, the woman, thou knowest I am forsworn, and all my honest faith in thee is lost. I have sworn thee fair and thought thee bright, who art as black as hell and dark as night." Whether this mistrust was constitutional or the outcome of unfortunate experiences is irrelevant to our present purpose. The fact of its existence is what matters. Whilst then we have comparatively so little bearing on the subject, and that little of such a nature, we shall not be guilty of overstatement if we say that though he was capable of great affection, and had a high sense of the ideal in womanhood, his faith in the women with whom he was directly associated was weak, and his relationship towards them far from perfect. To deduce the dramatist's religious point of view from his plays is perhaps the most difficult task of all. Taking the general religious conditions of his time into consideration, there are only two broad currents to be reckoned with. Puritanism had no doubt already assumed appreciable proportions as a further development of the Protestant idea, but for our present purpose, the broader currents of Catholicism and Protestantism are all that need to be considered. In view of the fact that Protestantism was at that time in the ascendant, whilst Catholicism was under a cloud, a writer of plays intended for immediate representation whose leanings were Protestant would be quite at liberty to expose his personal leanings, whilst a pronounced Roman Catholic would need to exercise greater personal restraint. Now it is impossible to detect in Shakespeare any Protestant bias or any support of those principles of individualism in which Protestantism has its roots. On the other hand, he seems as Catholic as the circumstances of his times and the conditions under which he worked would allow him to be. Macaulay has the following interesting passage on the point. Quote, "The partiality of Shakespeare for friars is well known. In Hamlet the ghost complains that he died without extreme unction, and in defiance of the article which condemns the doctrine of purgatory, declares that he is confined to fast in fires till the foul crimes done in his days of nature are burnt and purged away." These lines, we suspect, would have raised a tremendous storm in the theatre at any time during the reign of Charles II. They were clearly not written by a zealous Protestant for zealous Protestants." Unquote. We may leave his attitude towards Catholicism at that, except to add that if he was really a Catholic, the higher calls of his religion to devotion and to discipline probably met with only an indifferent response. It is necessary, moreover, to point out that Auguste Comte, in his Positive Polity, refers to Shakespeare as a skeptic. To the 9 points enumerated at the end of the last chapter, we may therefore add the following. 1. A man with feudal connections. 2. A member of the higher aristocracy. 3. Connected with Lancastrian supporters. 4. An enthusiast for Italy. 5. A follower of sport, including falconry. 6. A lover of music. 7. Loose and improvident in money matters. 8. Doubtful and somewhat conflicting in his attitude to woman. 9. Of probable Catholic leanings, but touched with skepticism. Such a characterization of Shakespeare as we have here presented was of course impossible so long as the Stratford tradition dominated the question, for there is scarcely a single point that is not more or less in contradiction to that tradition. Since, however, people have begun to throw off the dominance of the old theory in respect to the authorship of the plays, the most, if not all, of the points we have been urging have been pointed out at one time or another by different writers, as well, no doubt, as other important points of difference which we have overlooked. If, then, it be urged that there is not a single original observation in the whole of these 2 chapters, then so much the better for the argument, for such a criticism would but add authority to the delineation, and we should, moreover, feel that the statement had been kept freer from the influence of subsequent discoveries than we can hope to be the case. Although these subsequent discoveries have doubtless affected in some degree the manner in which the present statement is made. The several points, along with other minor and more hypothetical matters, were roughly outlined before the search was begun, whilst the statement as here presented was written, substantially as it stands now, in the first days of the investigations. As soon, that is to say, as it seemed that the researches were going to prove fruitful. There are some of the above points which we should now be disposed to modify, and others which we should like to develop. The appearance of others of them in the interpolated anti-Stratfordian chapter would, under ordinary conditions, have required their omission here. As, however, one of our objects is to represent something of the way in which the argument has developed almost spontaneously, in some respects one of the strongest evidences of its truth, we leave the statement, with what vulnerable points it contains, to remain as it is. The various points are, indeed, the outcome of the labors and criticisms of many minds spread over a number of years, and it may be that the only thing original about the statement is the gathering together and tabulating of the various old points. So collected, these seem to demand such an aggregate and unusual combination of conditions that it is hardly probable that any man other than the actual author of the plays himself could possibly fulfill them all. When to this we add the further condition that the man answering to the description must also be situated both in time and external circumstances as to be consistent with the production of the work, we get the feeling that if such a man can be discovered, it must be none other than the author himself. With this we complete the first stage of our task, which was to characterize the author from a consideration of the work. End of section 15. Recording by David Martin. Section 16 of Shakespeare Identified. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shakespeare Identified in Edward de Vere by J. Thomas Looney. Section 16. Chapter 5. The Search and Discovery. Time's glory is to calm contending kings, to unmask falsehood and bring truth to light. Lucretia, 135. At this point I must ask for the reader's indulgence for a change in the method of exposition. What must be now stated is so purely a personal experience that it will facilitate matters if, even at the risk of apparent egotism, I adopt frankly the first person singular. Perhaps, in view of certain admissions it will be necessary to make, it may become evident that there could be little ground for any egotism. At all events, the mode of presentation seems essential to the argument, and that, it appears to me, is all the justification it requires. In accordance with the plan upon which the investigation had been instituted, the author had been characterized from an examination of his works. The next step was to proceed to search for him. The method of search was to select from the various features someone which, by furnishing a crucial test and standard of measurement, would afford the surest guidance. Now, if there had been any likelihood of his having left other dramas under his own name, this would certainly have been the best line to follow. A little reflection, however, soon convinced me that not much was to be hoped for in this direction, for already the experts have been able to discriminate to a very large extent between what is really his and what is not his, in writings that for centuries had been regarded as pure Shakespearean work, and this process is going on progressively as the distinctive qualities of his work are being more clearly perceived. Consequently, had whole plays of his existed elsewhere, it is natural to suppose that they would have been recognized before now. The point which promised to be most fruitful in results, supposing he had left other traces of himself, was his lyric poetry. The reasons for this choice have already been indicated in the chapter in which the lyric powers of Shakespeare are discussed. It was, therefore, to the Elizabethan lyric poets that I must go. This decision marked the second stage in the inquiry. I must now proceed to the third and most important, namely the actual work of searching for the author. Whether the scantiness of my own knowledge of this department of literature at the time was a hindrance or a help, it is impossible now to say positively. Certainly it was the very imperfection of my knowledge that decided the method of search, and this, along with a fortunate chance, was the immediate cause of whatever success has been achieved. In addition to Shakespeare's works, parts of Edmund Spenser's and Philip Sidney's poems were all that I could claim to know of Elizabethan poetry at the time. Beyond this, I had only a dim sense of a vast, rich literary region that I had not explored, but in which a number of names were indiscriminately scattered. To plunge headlong into this unexplored domain, in search of a man who, on poetic grounds alone, for that I deemed to be essential, might be selected as the possible author of the world's greatest dramas, seemed at first a well-nigh hopeless task. The only way was to compensate, if possible, my lack of knowledge by the adoption of some definite system. What was possibly a faulty piece of reasoning served at this point in good stead. I argued that when he entered upon the path of anonymity, wherein he had done his real life's work, he had probably ceased altogether to publish in his own name, and that, dividing his work into two parts, we should find the natural point of contact between the two, the point, therefore, at which discovery was most likely to take place, just where his anonymous work begins. Now the poet himself comes to our aid at this juncture. He calls his Venus and Adonis, published in 1593, under the name of William Shakespeare, "the first heir of my invention." See the dedication to the Earl of Southampton. I must therefore try to work from this poem to the work of some lyric writer of the same period. Turning to this first heir, I read a number of stanzas with a vague idea that the reading might suggest some line of action. As I read, with the thought uppermost in my mind of it being an early work, kept in manuscript for some years and now published for the first time, I soon came to feel that the expression "first heir" was to be interpreted somewhat relatively, being possibly the first work of any considerable size, whereas the writer had, as a matter of fact, already become a practiced hand in the particular form of stanza he employed. Except for the fact that Shakespeare had proved too blinding a light for most men's eyes, we should long ago have rejected the idea that he actually led off on his literary career with so lengthy and finished a work as Venus and Adonis. At any rate, the facility with which he uses the particular form of stanza employed in this poem pointed to his having probably used it freely in shorter lyrics. I decided, therefore, to work, first of all, on the mere form of the stanza. This may appear a crude and mechanical way of setting about an enquiry of this kind. It was, at any rate, a simple instrument, and needed little skill in handling. All that was necessary was to observe the number and length of the lines, 6 lines, each of 10 syllables, and the order of the rhymes, alternate rhymes for the first 4 lines, the whole finishing with a rhymed couplet. With this in mind, I turned to an anthology of 16th century poetry, and went through it, marking off each piece written in the form of stanza identical with that employed by Shakespeare in his Venus and Adonis. They turned out to be much fewer than I had anticipated. These I read through several times, familiarizing myself with their style and matter, rejecting first one and then another as being unsuitable, until at last only 2 remained. One of these was anonymous. Consequently, I was left ultimately with only one. The following poem on Women, by Edward de Vere, Earl of Oxford, the only poem by this author given in the anthology, and also the only poem of his, as I afterwards noticed, that Palgrave gives in his Golden Treasury. If women could be fair and yet not fond, or that their love were firm, not fickle still, I would not marvel that they make men bond, by service long to purchase their goodwill. But when I see how frail those creatures are, I muse that men forget themselves so far. To mark the choice they make, and how they change, how oft from Phoebus they do flee to Pan, unsettled still like haggards wild they range, these gentle birds that fly from man to man. Who would not scorn and shake them from the fist, and let them fly, fair fools, which way they list? Yet for disport we fawn and flatter both, to pass the time when nothing else can please, and train them to our lure with subtle oath, till, weary of their wiles, ourselves we ease. And then we say, when we their fancy try, to play with fools, oh, what a fool was I! I give this poem in full because of its importance to the history of English literature, if the chief contention of this treatise can be established. Had I read it singly, or with no such special aim as I then had, its distinctive qualities might not have impressed me as they did. But reading it in conjunction with a large amount of contemporary verse, whilst the cadences of the Venus stanzas were still running in my mind, its distinctive qualities were, on the one hand, enhanced by the force of contrast with other work of the same period, and, on the other hand, emphasized by a sense of its harmony with Shakespeare's work. Having therefore fixed provisionally on this poem, I must first of all follow up the inquiry along the line it indicated, until that line should prove untenable. Although the selection had been in a measure a personal exercise of literary judgment, it was part of the original plan that I should not, at any critical part of the investigation, rest upon my own private judgment where the issue was purely literary. And as this was a matter for the expert, I must first of all seek for some kind of an endorsement of my selection from literary authorities. Meanwhile, the choice must be considered tentative. To those who are specialists in the literature of that age, it may appear like the confession of colossal ignorance when I say that, far from having prepossessions in favor of Edward de Vere, although I must have come across his name before, it had never arrested my attention. And so far as any knowledge of his personality and history is concerned, I had either never possessed it, or had quite forgotten everything I had ever known. Nor was I wishful to know more, until the choice had been duly tested upon purely poetic grounds. The name de Vere I knew to be that of an ancient house. The Earls of Oxford I remembered had appeared in English history in certain secondary connections, and the dates of the poet's birth and death, 1550 and 1604, the only piece of information vouchsafed in the anthology, accorded sufficiently well for the time being with the general theory I had formed of the production and the issuing of the plays. He would be about 40 years of age at the time when the plays began to appear, and according to the generally accepted dating of them, the most and best of the work would be given to the world before his death. Still, these considerations might apply with equal force to others whose poems appeared in the collection, and therefore must not be allowed to exercise undue weight at this stage. Turning to the literary section of several textbooks, and standard works of English history with varying amounts of reference to literature, I found all as silent as the grave in reference to the Earl of Oxford. Creighton's Age of Elizabeth has a special chapter on Elizabethan literature, but not a single word on this particular poet. Beasley's Queen Elizabeth barely mentions his name in a footnote of quite insignificant import that has nothing to do with poetry or literature. Altogether, I got the impression at first that he was almost an unknown man. So far the result was discouraging, and I turned again to the anthology to try some of the other poems. None of them seemed to have the same Shakespearean grip as this one. In addition to the identity in the form of the stanza with that of Venus and Adonis, there was the same succinctness of expression, the same compactness and cohesion of ideas, the same smoothness of diction, the same idiomatic wording which we associate with Shakespeare. There was the characteristic simile of the hawks, and finally that peculiar touch in relation to women that I had noted in the sonnets. Again I consulted my books. Although Green, in the part of the short history dealing with Elizabethan literature, makes no mention of the poet, I found in another part of his work the following sentence. Speaking of the Jesuit mission to England under Campion and Parsons, he says, "The list of nobles reconciled to the old faith by these wandering apostles was headed by Lord Oxford, Cecil's own son-in-law, and the proudest among English peers." It was impossible to avoid a touch of excitement in reading these words, for the first indications of the man justified the selection on two of the points of my characterization. Still, it was not what I was immediately in search of, and until the vital question of his acknowledged lyrical eminence was settled, it was important not to be led away by what might turn out to be only a specious coincidence. All the other points were to be so many tests held in reserve, as it were, to be applied only when his lyric credentials had been duly presented. For the time being, then, all available resources had been exhausted. The next step must be to consult such larger works as might be found in a reference library. On consulting the Dictionary of National Biography and turning to the Veres, or more properly the De Veres, I found myself confronted with quite a formidable number of them. By means of the Christian name and the dates, the one for whom I was seeking was speedily recognized: Edward de Vere, 17th Earl of Oxford, the article being contributed by the editor of the work, Sir Sidney Lee. This is, perhaps, as fitting a point as any at which to remark that both by his biography of Edward de Vere, in the article from which I am about to quote, as well as by his invaluable work, A Life of William Shakespeare, Sir Sidney Lee, convinced Stratfordian though he is, has furnished more material in support of my constructive argument than any other single modern writer. Although differing widely from his general conclusions, I do not wish, therefore, in any way to stint my acknowledgment of indebtedness to his researches and opinions upon important questions of Shakespearean literature. Skimming lightly over the article at first, with the attention directed towards the one thing for which I was searching, I nevertheless felt some elation as I ran up against new facts bearing upon other aspects of the enquiry. Then came the following sentences, every word of which, in view of the conception I had formed of Shakespeare, read like a complete justification of the selection I had made. Quote, "Oxford, despite his violent and perverse temper, his eccentric taste in dress, and his reckless waste of substance, evinced a genuine taste in music, and wrote verses of much lyric beauty. Puttenham and Meres reckon him among the best for comedy in his day. But though he was a patron of players, no specimens of his dramatic productions survive." A sufficient number of his poems is extant to corroborate Webb's comment, that he was the best of the courtier poets of the early days of Queen Elizabeth, and that in the rare devices of poetry he may challenge to himself the title of the most excellent amongst the rest." Unquote. I venture to say that if only such of those terms as are here used to describe the character and quality of his work were submitted, without name or leading epithet to people, who only understood them to apply to some Elizabethan poet, it would be assumed immediately that Shakespeare was meant. We have in these words a contemporary opinion that he was the best of these poets, and we have a modern authority of no less weight than Sir Sidney Lee corroborating this judgment from a consideration of the poems themselves. All that I wanted, for the time being, on the first issue, I had found, and so I was at liberty to go over the whole of the article, to see to what extent the Earl of Oxford fulfilled the other conditions belonging, as I had judged, to the authorship of Shakespeare's works. In making the selection, the enquiry had passed its third stage. The fourth was the testing of the selection by reference to the characterization outlined in the first stage. Although, in the course of subsequent enquiries, difficulties have presented themselves, as was inevitable, none of these has ever raised any insurmountable objections to the theory of Edward de Vere being the author of Shakespeare's works, whilst, as we shall see, the evidence in favor of the theory has steadily accumulated. Other names, too, have presented themselves, or have been suggested by other writers as possible alternatives, and I have not hesitated to consider such cases most carefully. These, however, have always, in my own view, broken down readily and completely, and their very failure has only served to add weight to the claims of de Vere. Such cases I do not, as a rule, discuss in full, and thus an important element of negative evidence will be missed so far as the reader is concerned. It is of first importance, however, that he should realize the precise extent of the evidence upon which the choice was made. The great mass of the evidence we shall have presently to submit, coming, as it did, subsequently to the selection, forms such a sequence and accumulation of coincidences that if the manner of its discovery is clearly apprehended, only one conclusion seems possible. End of section 16. Recording by David Martin.
Section 17 of Shakespeare Identified. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Shakespeare Identified in Edward de Vere by J. Thomas Looney. Chapter 6. The Conditions Fulfilled. As it will be necessary to discuss the life and character of Edward de Vere from a totally different standpoint from that of Sir Sidney Lee's article in the Dictionary of National Biography, and also to add particulars derived from other sources, we shall at present, in order to avoid as much unnecessary repetition as possible, merely point out the numerous instances in which the portraiture answers to the description of the man for whom we have been seeking. Although we are not given much information as to what his eccentricity consisted in, beyond the squandering of his patrimony, the distinctiveness of his dress, and his preference for his bohemian literary and play-acting associates, rather than the artificial and hypocritical atmosphere of a court frequented by ambitious self-seekers, it is clear that in those latter circles he had made for himself a reputation as an eccentric, and as a man apart. When, therefore, we are told that his eccentricities grew with his years, we may take it to imply that this preference became accentuated as he grew older, that he became less in touch with social conventionality, more deeply immersed in his special interests and in the companionship of those who were similarly occupied. His impressionability is testified by his quickness to detect a slight, and his readiness to resent it, whilst his evident susceptibility to perfumes and the elegancies of dress, involving, no doubt, colour sensitiveness, bespeak that keenness of senses which contributes so largely to extreme general sensibility. Connected with these traits is his undoubted fondness for, and a superior taste in music. The matter is twice referred to. The first instance is in connection with his education, and from this reference it appears as if music had not formed part of the scheme of education which others had mapped out for him, and that his musical training was therefore the outcome of his own natural bent and choice. The second reference is the passage quoted in the last chapter, from which it appears that his musical taste was of so pronounced a character as to secure special mention in the records of him that have been handed down, notwithstanding their extreme meagreness. His looseness in money matters, and what appears like a complete indifference to material possessions, is undoubtedly one of the most marked features of his character. So long as he had money to spend or give away, or lands which he could sell to raise money, he seems to have squandered lavishly, much of it evidently on literary men and on dramatic enterprises. Consequently, from being one of the foremost and wealthiest of English noblemen, he found himself ultimately in straitened circumstances. His connection with play actors and the drama was not the superficial and evanescent interest of a wealthy patron. It was a matter in which he was actively engaged for many years. He had his own company, with which he both toured in the provinces and established himself for some years in London. It was quite understood that his company was performing plays which he was himself producing. It is evident, too, that he made a name for himself in the production of comedies, and that the celebrity he enjoyed in this respect came not merely from the masses, but from the literary men of the time. On the other hand, we are informed in the article that no specimens of his dramatic productions survive, a most mysterious circumstance in view of the vast mass of drama of all kinds and qualities that the Elizabethan age has bequeathed to us. Of his family we learn from the first series of articles on the De Veres that it traced its descent in a direct line from the Norman Conquest, and that for 5½ centuries the direct line of male descent had never once been broken. As a boy, not only had he been a prominent figure about Elizabeth's court, but from the age of 12 he was a royal ward, and may be said to have been actually brought up at court near the person of the late Queen herself. The irksomeness to him of court life seems to have manifested itself quite early in manhood, and he made several efforts to escape from it. His education was conducted first of all by private tutors, among whom were celebrated classical scholars. He was a resident at Cambridge University, and ultimately held degrees in both universities. We may add here, what is not mentioned in the article, that his poems are replete with classical allusions, which come to him as spontaneously as the figure of a field mouse, a daisy, or a haggis comes to Burns. So keen was his desire for travel that when permission was refused him, he set the authorities at defiance and ran away, only to be intercepted and brought back. When at last he obtained permission to go abroad, he speedily made his way to Italy, and so permanent upon him was the effect of his stay there, that he was lampooned afterwards as an Italianated Englishman. The article in the Dictionary of National Biography Summary testifies therefore to the following points. 1. His high standing as a lyric poet. 2. His reputation for eccentricity. 3. His highly strung sensibility. 4. His being out of sympathetic relationship with conventional life. 5. His maturity, 1590, and genius. 6. His literary tastes. 7. His practical enthusiasm for drama. 8. His classic education and association with the best educated men of his time. 9. His belonging to the higher aristocracy. 10. His feudal ancestry. 11. his interest in and direct personal knowledge of Italy. 12. His musical tastes. 13. His looseness in money matters. 4 points insufficiently supported in the article are: 1. His interest in sport. 2. His Lancastrian sympathies. 3. His distinctive bearing towards woman. 4. His attitude towards Catholicism. The 18th point, inadequate appreciation, needs no special treatment, being involved in the problem itself and in any proposed solution to it. Before proceeding to the next step in the investigation, we shall finish this section by adducing other evidence and authority for the 4 points mentioned above. 1. In relation to sport, we notice that this is really the point that matters, that his poems, few as they are, bear decided witness to the same interest. The haggard hawk, the stricken deer, the hare, the greyhound, the mastiff, the fowling nets, and bush-beating are all figures that appear in his lyric verses. In addition to this, we notice that his father, John de Vere, 16th Earl of Oxford, who died when Edward was 12 years of age, had quite a reputation as a sportsman, and until his death Edward was, of course, living with him. The article from which we first quoted mentions his interest in learning to shoot and to ride, so that there is abundant evidence of his familiarity with those sporting pastimes which Shakespeare's works so amply illustrate. 2. Though no statement of his actual sympathies with the Lancastrian cause has been found, we are assured by several writers that he was proud of his ancient lineage, which, taken along with the following passage on the relationship of the De Veres to the Lancastrian cause, may be accepted as conclusive on the subject. John, the 12th Earl of Oxford, was attainted and beheaded in 1461, suffering for his loyalty to the Lancastrian line. His son John was restored to the dignity in 1464, but was himself attainted in 1474 in consequence of the active part he had taken on the Lancastrian side during the temporary restoration of Henry VI in 1470. He distinguished himself as the last of the supporters of the cause of the Red Rose, which he maintained in the castle of St. Michael's Mount in Cornwall for many months after the rest of the kingdom had submitted to Edward IV. Having been mainly instrumental in bringing Henry VII to the throne, he was immediately restored to the earldom of Oxford, and also to the office of Lord Chamberlain, which he enjoyed until his death in 1513. Archaeological Journal, Volume 9, 1852, page 24. 3. So far as his attitude towards woman is concerned, the poem already quoted in full is sufficient evidence of that deficiency of faith which we have pointed out as marking the Shakespeare sonnets, the very terms employed being as nearly identical as Shakespeare ever allowed himself in 2 separate utterances on one topic. Then that capacity for intense affection, combined with weakness of faith, which is one of the peculiarities of Shakespeare's mind, has not, so far as we are aware, so close a parallel anywhere in literature as in the poems of Edward de Vere. Indeed, we may say that it probably lies at the root of a great part of the misfortune and mystery in which his life was involved, and may indeed afford an explanation for the very existence of the Shakespeare mystery. Only when these poems shall have become as accessible as Shakespeare's sonnets will this mental correspondence be fully appreciated. Meanwhile, we give a few lines each from a separate poem. For she thou himself lovest is sure thy mortal foe. O cruel hap and hard estate that forceth me to love my foe. The more I sought, the less I found, yet mine she meant to be. That I do waste with others love that hath myself in hate. Love is worse than hate, and eke more harm hath done. With these lines in mind, all that is necessary is to read the last dozen of Shakespeare's sonnets in order to appreciate the spiritual identity of the author or authors in this particular connection. 4. So far as the last point, his attitude to Catholicism, is concerned, the quotation we have already given from Green's Short History is all that is really necessary. The fact that his name appears at the head of a list of noblemen who profess to be reconciled to the old faith shows his leanings sufficiently well for us to say of him, as Macaulay says of Shakespeare, that he was not a zealous Protestant writing for zealous Protestants. When further we find that his father had professed Catholicism, it is not unlikely that on certain sentimental grounds his leaning was that way. Roman Catholicism would, moreover, be the openly professed religion of his home life during his first 8 years. There is also evidence in the state papers of the time that the English Catholics abroad were at one crisis looking to him and to the Earl of Southampton for support. At the same time, it is not improbable that intellectually he was touched with the skepticism which appears to have been current in the dramatic circles at that time, for amongst the charges made against him by one adversary was that of irreligion, the name atheist being given to him by another, state papers. Classic paganism, medievalism, and skepticism, in spite of the contradiction the combination seems to imply, can certainly all be more easily traced in him than can Protestantism. And in this there is a general correspondence between his mind and that of Shakespeare. In all the points, then, which we set before ourselves in entering upon the search, we find that Edward de Vere fulfills the conditions, and the general feeling with which we finish this stage of our inquiry is this, that if we have not actually discovered the author of Shakespeare's works, we have at any rate alighted upon a most exceptional set of resemblances. We have thus, in a general way, carried the inquiry successfully through 4 of its stages, and completed the a posteriori section of our argument. Note: in the contemporary state papers of Rome, there is a list of English nobility, classified as 1. Catholics, 2. of Catholic leanings, 3. Protestants. Oxford's name appears in the second group. End of section 17.
Section 18 of Shakespeare Identified. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Shakespeare Identified in Edward de Vere by J. Thomas Looney. Section 18. Edward de Vere as lyric poet. In proceeding from an examination of Shakespeare's work to search for the man himself, we made lyric poetry the starting point and the crucial consideration in attempting to establish his identity. Similarly, in reversing the process, that is to say, in proceeding a priori from Edward de Vere to the work of Shakespeare, which must be the longest and most decisive section of the argument, we again begin with lyric poetry. We take the lyric poetry of Edward de Vere and see how far it justifies the theory of his being the real Shakespeare. Up to the present we have had before us the single poem and few odd lines of Oxford's, supported by the testimony of the Dictionary of National Biography. It becomes necessary first of all to obtain further testimony as to his poetic powers and characteristics, and then to see to what extent others of his poems warrant his being chosen as the writer of Shakespeare's work. In the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 4, page 116, the section being written by Harold H. Child, sometime scholar of Brasenose, Oxford, there occurs the following reference to a collection of poems called the Phoenix Nest. The Earl of Oxford has a charming lyric. Most of the other contributors are simply enumerated. Oxford, however, it will be noticed, is singled out for special compliment. Again, we would draw special attention to the following excerpts from the History of English Poetry, Volume 2, pages 312 to 313, by W. J. Courthope, C.B., M.A., D.Lit., Professor of Poetry at the University of Oxford. Edward de Vere, 17th Earl of Oxford, a great patron of literature. His own verses are distinguished for their wit and terse ingenuity. His studied concinnity of style is remarkable. He was not only witty himself, but the cause of wit in others. Doubtless he was proud of his illustrious ancestry. He was careful in verse at any rate to conform to the external requirements of chivalry, but in later years his turn for epigrams seems to have prevailed over his chivalrous sentiments. It is interesting to notice, in passing, that he is described in words that Shakespeare puts into the mouth of Falstaff: I am not only witty in myself, but the cause that wit is in others. Henry IV, Act 1, Scene 2. In another passage in the same work we are told that the court litterateurs were divided into two parties, one headed by Philip Sidney and the other by the Earl of Oxford, a great favourer of the Euphuists, and himself a poet of some merit in the courtly Italian vein. This rivalry between Philip Sidney and the Earl of Oxford touches our problem somewhat closely and will have to be referred to later. It is important at present as affording testimony to Oxford's recognized poetic eminence and to his Italian affinities. It also comes as a reminder that it was to Oxford that Lyly dedicated his Euphues and his England, and affords a sufficient explanation of that familiarity with euphuism which is noted in Shakespeare, if we credit Oxford with being Shakespeare, but is very difficult to account for in William Shakespeare of Stratford. There remains one other striking fact connected with these references to the Earl of Oxford in Professor Courthope's work. It will be remembered that we took the form of the stanza in Venus and Adonis as our first guide in the search. Now Professor Courthope quotes 3 separate stanzas of Oxford's work, and all these are identical with that of Shakespeare's Venus and Oxford's on Women, which gave us our first point of contact. The poem on which we had alighted was therefore no isolated effort in that particular form of versification. It was a familiar and practiced form in which he evidently excelled, just as had been noticed in the case of Shakespeare. In collecting corroboration of De Vere's poetic eminence, it is specially fitting that the testimony of so eminent a poet as Edmund Spenser, second only to Shakespeare in that poetic age, should be added. In the series of sonnets with which he prefaces the Faery Queen, there is one addressed to the Earl of Oxford, wherein occurs the following passage: "The antique glory of thine ancestry, and eke thine own long living memory, succeeding them in true nobility, and also for the love which thou dost bear to the Heliconian imps, and they to thee, they unto thee, and thou to them most dear." Valuable as is the testimony which we have adduced, it cannot absolve us from the necessity of knowing the poems themselves and of subjecting them to very careful examination, for this must form the crux of a very great deal of future investigation. It is greatly to be regretted, therefore, that these poems have not been readily accessible to everyone. For the most part they have been scattered amongst various anthologies, a mode of publishing poetry characteristic of the Elizabethan age. Dr. Grosart, however, in 1872 gathered together all of the extant recognized poems of the Earl of Oxford and published them in the Fuller Worthies Library. Some of these poems had appeared in old anthologies, others had only existed in manuscript and were published for the first time by Dr. Grosart. It is desirable, therefore, that all who are interested in English literature may before long be in possession of the entire collection. There are in all only 22 short poems. Dr. Grosart numbers them up to 23, but number 8 is omitted, and the biographical introduction is possibly the shortest with which any similar collection was ever presented to the world. It explains its own brevity, however, and is of great significance from the point of view of this inquiry. "An unlifted shadow," he remarks, "lies across his memory. Park in his edition of royal and noble authors has done his utmost, but that utmost is meagre." Our collection of his poems, he concludes, will prove a pleasant surprise, it is believed, to most of our readers. They are not without touches of the true singer, and there is an atmosphere of graciousness and culture about them that is grateful. We have already in the chapter in which we described the search had to mention the contemporary testimonies of Meres, Puttenham, and Webb, and also a modern authority, Sir Sidney Lee. Meres and Puttenham deal specifically with his dramatic preeminence, mentioning him as amongst the best for comedy. Therefore, leaving this on one side and confining ourselves to his lyric credentials, we may sum up the matter thus: Contemporary: 1. Edmund Spenser, one most dear to the Muses. 2. Webb, best of the courtier poets. In the rare devices of poetry, the most excellent amongst the rest. Modern: 1. Sir Sidney Lee, corroborates Webb's statement, much lyric beauty. 2. Professor W. J. Courthope, C.B., M.A., D.Lit., consinuous, terse, ingenious, epigrammatic, leader of a party of poets. 3. Cambridge History of English Literature, Harold H. Child, charming. 4. Dr. Grosart, gracious, cultured, true singer. Looking over the notes appended to the separate poems of Dr. Grosart's collection, we find that these poems fulfill one very important condition which, at the outset, we imagine would belong to the lyric work which Shakespeare might have published in his own name. Notwithstanding the rare ability they show, and several true Shakespearean characteristics, they are for the most part early poems. Many of them are proved to have been in existence when the writer was about 26 years of age. How long before that time they were in existence, or how many others which are not so attested may also have existed then, we cannot say. The most of these others, and it is only a small collection to begin with, bear unmistakable internal evidence of belonging to the same early period. Moreover, De Vere is spoken of as the best of the courtier poets of the early part of Queen Elizabeth's reign. As, however, he lived right on to the end of the reign, and into the reign of James I, it is evident that the poetry for which he is celebrated is regarded as belonging to his early life. Direct corroboration of this theory is found in the following passage from Arthur Collins's Historical Collections of Noble Families, published in 1752. He, Edward de Vere, was in his younger days an excellent poet and comedian, as several of his compositions which were made public showed, which I presume are now lost or worn out. Now the assumption with which we set out was that if we found writings under the true name of the author of Shakespeare's works, it would be mainly his early works, issued prior to his assuming a disguise. As we examine this early poetry of De Vere, it becomes impossible to believe that a writer possessed of the genius that these verses manifest could possibly have stopped producing early in his manhood, unless of course he had suddenly dropped his literary interest and directed his energies into another channel. With De Vere, however, the continuance, or rather the intensification, of his literary interest in later years is amply proved. He was sharing the bohemian life of literary men. He was running his own company of play actors. Some of the plays which they were staging were quite understood to be from his own pen. And although he is spoken of as the best in comedy, we are also told that none of his plays have survived, that they have become lost or worn out. The actual amount of poetry which is recognized as his is such as one with such a faculty might have written within a single 12-month, although his contemporary says that in the rare devices of poetry he may be considered the most excellent amongst the rest. It is evident, therefore, that in Edward de Vere we have a writer of both drama and lyric poetry who published under his own name only a small part of what he produced. However, he may have disposed of the remainder. This point will receive further corroboration when we come to deal with the relationship of the poet Spenser to our problem. Everything points to his having, after the first period of poetic output, deliberately thrown a veil over his subsequent work, whilst in Shakespeare we have a writer who, we are justified in supposing, assumed anonymity in his maturity, leading off with an elaborate and highly finished poem of about 200 stanzas. These two facts alone, in work of such exceptional character, if not simply the counterparts one of the other, constitutes alone one of the most remarkable coincidences in the history of literature. When to this we add the fact that the dates in the respective cases are such as to fit in exactly with the theory of one work being but the continuation of the other, Oxford being, as has been remarked, about 40 when the Shakespearean dramas began to appear, and having filled in the interim with just the kind of experiences necessary to enable him to produce the dramas, it is difficult to resist the conviction on this ground alone that it is indeed but one writer with whom we are dealing. And, so far as that mysteriousness is concerned which we attributed to Shakespeare, it must be admitted that the sudden non-appearance of work from such a pen as that of De Vere's is as mysterious as the subsequent appearance of the Shakespeare poems and dramas. Now, although the authority we have quoted for Edward de Vere's poetic eminence may appear ample, there is nevertheless a special caution to be observed in regard to it. Assuming that he is the author of Shakespeare's plays, it will still be necessary to distinguish between his work as Edward de Vere and his work as Shakespeare. The former belonging mainly to his early manhood and the latter to his maturity, we must expect to find a corresponding difference in the work. How vast may be the difference between a man's early and his later literary style can be seen by contrasting Carlyle's first literary essays with Sartor or his French Revolution. We must not therefore expect to find Oxford ranked spontaneously with Shakespeare, especially as the Shakespearean work is primarily dramatic, whereas we have not a scrap of dramatic work published under the name of Oxford. All that we are entitled to expect is some marked correspondence in the domain of lyric poetry and a reasonable promise of the Shakespearean work in general. Of these we have at least some evidence in the verses already quoted and in the testimony that experts have offered as to the distinctive qualities of his poetry. There is, however, another very important fact to be taken into consideration. Between the time when Edward de Vere produced his earliest poems and the period of the production of the Shakespearean dramas, roughly the interval between 1580 and 1590, a very marked change had come over the character of English literature as a whole. The nature of this change can best be gathered from the following passage from Dean Church's Life of Spenser. The 10 years from 1580 to 1590 present, a picture of English poetry of which, though there are gleams of a better hope, the general character is feebleness, fantastic absurdity, affectation, and bad taste. Who could suppose what was preparing under it all? But the dawn was at hand. During the next 10 years, 1590 to 1600, there burst forth suddenly a new poetry, which with its reality, depth, sweetness, and nobleness took the world captive. The poetical aspirations of the Englishmen of the time had found at last adequate interpreters, and their own national and unrivaled expression. This vital change, then, was preparing in England between the time when Edward de Vere produced his early poetry and the time when the Shakespearean dramas appeared. Such a change in the national literature we must naturally expect to find reflected in some degree in his writings. The roots of the matter may, however, be even deeper than this. In making the contrast between the two periods, Dean Church cites Philip Sidney's Defence of Poesy as representing the earlier and feebler period, and the rude playhouses with their troops of actors, most of them profligate and disreputable, as being the source of the later and more virile movement. Now the 10 years mentioned by Dean Church corresponds generally to what we shall speak of as the middle period of the life of Edward de Vere as a writer. It is the period immediately following upon his first poetic output, and it was during these years that he was in active and habitual association with these very troops of play actors, whilst the third period of his life synchronizes exactly with the sudden outbursts of the great Shakespearean dramas. In his first literary period he is recognized chief of a party of court poets and the rival of Philip Sidney. As to who his fellows were, there is very little information to be had. If, however, we compare his poetry with the work of Sidney, we can only account for Sidney's being considered in any sense a rival by the fact that the feeble, affected style of Sidney was in vogue at the time. What distinguishes Oxford's work from contemporary verse is its strength, reality, and true refinement. When Philip Sidney learnt to look into his heart and write, he only showed that he had at last learnt a lesson that his rival had been teaching him. The reader may or may not be able to agree with the ideas and sentiments expressed by Oxford, but he will be unable to deny that every line written by the poet is a direct and real expression of himself in terms at once forceful and choice, and no mere reflection of some fashionable prose. Even in these early years he was the pioneer of realism in English poetry. In his middle period he was a leading force in those dramatic circles from which was to emerge the realist literature so aptly characterized by Dean Church. So that, whoever the real author of Shakespeare's works may have been, that work represents the triumph of the De Vere spirit in poetry over the movement which claims Sidney as its head. It will also be the triumph of his matured conceptions over his youthful compliance with the conventional standards, in so far as he may have complied with them, some measure of such compliance being almost inevitable in youth. We have already had to remark his restiveness under all kinds of restraints imposed by the artificiality of court life, and his strong bent toward that bohemian society within, which were stirring the energetic forces making for reality, mingled with much evil in life and literature. Having been preeminent amongst the lyric poets in his early years, and prominent in the dramatic movement of his middle period, he is the natural representative, and probably even the personal embodiment and original source of the transition by which the lyric poetry of the early days of Queen Elizabeth was merged in the drama of Elizabeth's and his own later years. and before he died he witnessed the beginning of the decline of that great dramatic and literary efflorescence. These matters we believe to have a profound significance in relation to the problem before us. When the necessary matter is readily accessible to the public, it ought to be possible to read these verses of De Vere's alongside such contemporary poems as appear in Dr. Grosart's volumes. Then their distinctive qualities will be more than ever apparent. Poems by Sir Edward Dyer, Lord Vaux, the Earl of Essex, and others such as may be found in the Fuller Worthies library, though by no means mediocre or negligible, lack the distinctiveness of De Vere's poetry and fail to grip and hold the mind in the same way as do these early productions of the Earl of Oxford. That terse epigrammatic style on which all readers comment is the index of a mind that sees things in sharply defined outline and fastens itself firmly on to realities, this being further assisted by a complete mastery over the resources of the language employed, so that ideas do not have to force themselves through clouds of words. If to these qualities we add an intense sensibility to all kinds of external impressions, and a faculty of passionate response brought to the service of clear intellectual perceptions, we shall have seized hold of the outstanding features of De Vere's mentality. The result is the production of poems which impress the mind with a sense of their unity. The ideas cohere, following one another in a natural sequence, and leave in the reader's mind a sense of completeness and artistic finish. That this concinnity is characteristic of Shakespeare's mind and work needs no insisting on at the present day. It is one of the distinctive marks of the individual sonnets of Shakespeare, and we fear a much rarer feature of reflective poems than it ought to be, the lack of it being responsible for that distressing feeling of jumpiness so frequently experienced in reading works of this order. In this matter of cohesion and unity we have certainly met with no similar correspondence between Shakespeare and any other of the many Elizabethan poets whose work we have been constrained to read in the course of this inquiry, nor any other poet with the same vast range of sentiment between charming love lyric and violently passionate verses. Again, as there are no hazy atmospheres about the images which such a mind employs, and no words are wasted in struggling to define, we get quite a wealth of images presented to the mind in rapid succession. In reading the poems of De Vere, as in reading the works of Shakespeare, one lives in a world of similes and metaphors. In both cases there is a wealth of appropriate classical allusions, but this is mingled harmoniously with an equal wealth of illustration drawn from the common experiences and what appear to be like personal pursuits of life. Allied possibly to these mental qualities is the color consciousness, which is also observable in both groups of writings. There is also the attendant sensibility to the flowers, the favorite flowers in both cases being to the lily, the rose, and the violet. Turning from these mental indications to the matter of moral dispositions, we find in the poems the impress of a character quite above what one would gather either from the biography in the Dictionary of National Biography or from the scattered references to him in other works. There is, moreover, in addition to the poems in Dr. Grosart's collection, a letter written by the Earl of Oxford and attached to one of the poems, which gives us a glimpse into the nature of the man himself as he was in those early years. Whatever may have been the pose he thought fit to adopt in dealing with some of the men about Elizabeth's court, this letter bears ample testimony to the generosity and largeness of his disposition, the clearness and sobriety of his judgment, and the essential manliness of his actions and bearing toward literary men whom he considered worthy of encouragement. His poems may in measure reflect the mannerisms of his day, but in the letter we get a glimpse of the man himself, and if he comes to be acclaimed as Shakespeare, this letter will be an invaluable treasure as the first, and it may prove the only Shakespearean letter bearing upon literary manners and cast in literary form, if we accept the dedications of his poems to Southampton. The fragments we get of Oxford's letters in the calendared state papers and other contemporary manuscripts are generally in a formal business cast with only occasional poetic or literary flashes. As a letter it is of course prose, but it is the prose of a genuine poet, its terse ingenuity, wealth of figurative speech, and even its musical quality being almost as marked as they are in his verse. We subjoin a few passages, asking the reader to consider that the writer was but 26 years old when the letter was published. It has reference to a translation that had been submitted to him, though apparently not intended for publication, but which was published by his orders, presumably therefore at his expense. After I had perused your letters, good Master Bedingfield, finding them in your request far differing from the desert of your labor, I could not choose but greatly doubt whether it were better for me to yield to your desire or execute mine own intentions towards the publishing of your book. At length I determined it were better to deny your unlawful request than to grant or condescend to the concealment of so worthy a work, whereby, as you have been profited in the translating, so many may reap knowledge by the reading of the same. What doth it avail a mass of gold to be continually imprisoned in your bags and never to be employed to your use? I do not doubt even you so think of your studies and delightful muses. What do they avail if you do not participate them to others? What doth avail the vine unless another delighteth in the grape? What doth avail the rose unless another took pleasure in the smell? Why should this man be esteemed more than another but for his virtue, through which every man desireth to be accounted of? And in mine opinion, as it beautifieth a fair woman to be decked with pearls and precious stones, so much more it ornifieth a gentleman to be furnished in mind with glittering virtues. Wherefore, considering the small harm I do to you, what great good I do to others, I prefer mine own intention to discover your volume before your request to secret the same, wherein I may seem to you to play the part of the cunning and expert mediciner. So you being sick of so much doubt in your own proceedings, through which infirmity you are desirous to bury your work in the grave of oblivion, yet I am nothing dainty to deny your request. I shall erect you such a monument that in your lifetime you shall see how noble a shadow of your virtuous life shall remain when you are dead and gone, thus earnestly desiring you not to repugn the setting forth of your proper studies. From your loving and assured friend, E. Oxford. We ask our readers to familiarize themselves thoroughly with the diction of this letter, and then to read the dedication of Venus and Adonis. So similar is the style that it is hardly necessary to make any allowance for the 17 intervening years. Whilst then we find him paying high compliments to a literary man from whom he could expect no return, at the time when others were penning extravagant eulogies to the Queen, we have not a single line of poetry from the pen of Oxford ministering to the royal vanity, and this notwithstanding the high place he undoubtedly held in the Queen's regards and her indulgence of what seemed to others like a provocative wilfulness in him. This absence of compliments to royalty is also characteristic of the Shakespeare work and has been the occasion for much surprised comment. Reviewing the present chapter as a whole, it will be recognized that to the remarkable set of resemblances with which we dealt in the last chapter must now be added an equally remarkable set of correspondences in the general literary situation and in the leading characteristics of Shakespeare's and De Vere's writings. And when the value of the authorities cited is duly weighed, it will be readily conceded that, whatever may be said for the rest of the argument, it cannot be urged that in dealing with the question of Shakespearean honors we are inviting the public to consider the claims of one who can be lightly brushed aside as in any way out of the running. End of section 18. Section 19 of Shakespeare Identified. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Shakespeare Identified in Edward de Vere by J. Thomas Looney. Section 19. The Lyric Poetry of Edward de Vere, Part 1. Up to this point we have sought to rest our case upon the judgment of men of some authority in Elizabethan literature. Another step, however, requires to be taken in which there is distinctly new ground to be broken, and where, therefore, such external support can hardly be looked for. This decisive step is to bring the writings of Edward de Vere alongside the Shakespearean writings, in order to judge whether or not the former contains the natural seeds and clear promise of the latter. As this has never been done before, being indeed the special outcome of the particular researches upon which we are at present engaged, no outside authority is available, and therefore all we can hope to do is to submit such points for consideration as may give a lead in this new line of investigation, by which eventually, we believe, our case will either stand or fall. So far as forms of versification are concerned, De Vere presents just that rich variety which is so noticeable in Shakespeare, and almost all the forms he employs we find reproduced in the Shakespeare work. When his contemporary spoke of his excellence in the rare devices of poetry, we recognize at once his affinity with the master poet, and the distinction between him and his rival Sidney, who headed a party that brought ridicule upon themselves by attempts to set up artificial rules that would have fettered the development of our national poetry. Towards such tongue-tying of art by authority, Oxford was instinctively antagonistic, and the rich variety of poetic forms, even in this small collection, is the natural result of the free play he allowed to his genius. At the same time Oxford had his partialities, and the 6-line pentameter stanza, with rhymes as in Venus and Adonis, was undoubtedly a favourite with him, since it appears in 7 out of the 22 pieces that have been preserved. How great a favourite it was with Shakespeare has perhaps not been pointed out before. In addition to its employment for the first of the 2 long poems, we find it frequently used in his plays. Romeo and Juliet has 2 such stanzas, the play in fact ending with one of them. We find it also in Love's Labour Lost, A Midsummer Night's Dream, The Taming of the Shrew, and The Comedy of Errors. In Richard II it occurs worked into the text in such a way as easily to escape detection, the 6 lines beginning, "But now the blood of 20,000 men," Act 3, Scene 2. As it is not the only case of this kind, it is probable that it may be found in other plays not mentioned above. These plays, it will be observed, belong mainly to what is regarded as Shakespeare's early work. This particular form of stanza we are tempted at one time to call the De Vere stanza, for although Chaucer has a 6-line stanza, it is quite different from this. Spenser uses it in the first part of the Shepherd's Calendar, but De Vere's work in this form had been before the public for some years before the Shepherd's Calendar appeared. There is, however, one possible competitor for the honour, and the mention of his name will introduce an interesting little point which may have a bearing upon our argument. In Dr. Grosart's collection, the poet whose work immediately precedes that of De Vere is Thomas Lord Vaux, the representative of another old family whose ancestor, like De Vere's, had come over with the Conqueror, a family interesting to people in the north of England as having been lords of Gilsland. Some doubt seems to exist as to whether the poet was really Thomas Lord Vaux, who was a generation older than Edward de Vere, and who died in 1562, or his son William, who was de Vere's contemporary. It is possible that both father's and son's work appear mingled together in Dr. Grosart's collection, but the collector himself pronounces emphatically and exclusively in favour of the elder man. In this case the honour of inventing this particular stanza must belong to Thomas Lord Vaux, unless an earlier poet should subsequently be found using it. What is of special interest is that this particular form of verse is not the only thing that De Vere appropriates from Lord Vaux. Although his own poetry is of quite a superior order to that of his aristocratic forerunner in verse-making, a close comparison of the 2 sets of verses as they stand together in this important collection leaves little room for doubt that, when as a young man De Vere began to write poetry, he was strongly under the influence of Lord Vaux' work, if he did not actually, as is natural to youth, take Lord Vaux as his model. Now, by a curious chance, the last poem in the Vaux collection, the poem therefore that immediately precedes the De Vere collection, is the identical song of Lord Vaux which Shakespeare adapts for the use of the gravedigger in Hamlet. This may not have much weight as evidence. Nevertheless, if it can be maintained, as it reasonably may, that Edward de Vere in his earliest poetic efforts built upon foundations that Lord Vaux had laid, then the reappearance of an old song of Lord Vaux' in Shakespeare's supreme masterpiece 40 years after the death of the writer of the song, is certainly not without significance as part of our general argument. Before leaving this question of the 6-lined stanza, we would point out that one feature common to De Vere and the Shakespeare work is the appearance of single isolated stanzas. For example, the only stanza in The Taming of the Shrew is in this form, and no less than 3 of the poems in De Vere's small collection are single stanzas of this kind. A fondness for other 6-line stanzas differing in small details from this one is also characteristic of both sets of work. It is curious, too, how often Shakespeare, even in his blank verse, casts a speech or a thought into a set of 6 lines. Turning now to the question of the theme or subject matter of De Vere's poetry, we find that whatever its surface appearance, its underlying interest is always, as in Shakespeare, human nature. In handling this theme, figures of speech borrowed from the classics and taken for the most part from Ovid are as copious and are introduced as naturally as the ordinary words of his mother tongue, illuminating his thought as aptly as any homely simile. At the same time, we find the same Shakespearean wealth of illustration drawn from the common objects about him. Ordinary flowers, common materials like glass, crystal, amber, wax, sugar, gall, and wine, and a host of other things, the deer, hawks, hounds, the mastiff, birds, worms, the bee, drone, honey, the stars, streams, hill, tower, cannon, and so on. All these images crowd his lines, not as themes in themselves, but as similes and metaphors for handling his central theme of human life and human nature. So far as the natural disposition of the writer is concerned, it is fortunate for the name of Edward de Vere that we have these poems collected by Dr. Grosart and the letter included in the collection. The personality they reflect is perfectly in harmony with that which seems to peer through the writings of Shakespeare, though in many ways out of agreement with what Oxford is represented as being in several of the references to him with which we have met. There are traces undoubtedly of those defects which the sonnets disclose in Shakespeare, but through it all there shines the spirit of an intensely affectionate nature, highly sensitive, and craving for tenderness and sympathy. He is a man with faults, but stamped with reality and truth. Honest even in his errors, making no pretense of being better than he was, and recalling frequently to our minds in the lines of one of Shakespeare's sonnets, "I am that I am, and they that level at my abuses reckon up their own." As one reads the poems and then recalls particular references to him, one feels that injustice has somehow been done, and that a great work of rectification is urgently needed, quite apart from the question of Shakespearean authorship. We shall now proceed to place side by side some passages from Edward de Vere's poetry and others from Shakespeare's writing, which illustrate their correspondence either in mentality or literary style. Beginning with the poem on Women, already given in full, we note first of all its similarity to Shakespeare's work in the general characteristics of diction, succinctness, cohesion, and unity, and also in the similes employed. The word haggard, a wild or imperfectly trained hawk, is the word which naturally arrests the attention of the modern reader. Now Shakespeare uses it 5 times, and out of these no less than 4 are when he uses the word as a figure of speech in referring to fickleness or indiscipline in women. In Othello it is used identically as in the poem by De Vere, meaning a woman who flies from man to man. "If I do find her haggard, though that her jesses were my dear heartstrings, I'd whistle her off and let her down the wind to play at fortune." Act 3, Scene 3. Even the sentiment and idea is exactly the same as in De Vere's poem. Like haggards wild they range, these gentle birds that fly from man to man, who would not scorn and shake them from the fist, and let them fly, fair fools, which way they list. In the same poem he speaks of making a disport of training them to our lure, which is quite suggestive of this from the Taming of the Shrew, Act 4, Scene 1, for then she never looks upon her lure. Another way I have to man my haggard, to make her come and know her keeper's call. Again De Vere speaks of the subtle oaths, the fawning and flattering by which men train them to their lure, in exactly the same vein as that in which Hero in Much Ado says, Act 3, Scene 1, "Then we go near her, that her ear lose nothing of the false sweet bait that we lay for it. I know her spirits are as coy and wild as haggards of the rock." In making this comparison, we have not had before us a large number of instances out of which it was possible to select a few that happened to be similar. What we have in this instance is, as a matter of fact, a complete accordance at all points in the use of an unusual word and figure of speech. Indeed, if we make a piece of patchwork of all the passages in Shakespeare in which the word haggard occurs, we can virtually reconstruct De Vere's single poem on women. Such an agreement not only supports us in seeking to establish the general harmony of De Vere's work with Shakespeare's, but carries us beyond the immediate needs of our argument, for it constrains us to claim that either both sets of expressions are actually from the same pen, or Shakespeare pressed that license to borrow, which was prevalent in his day, far beyond its legitimate limits. In our days we should not hesitate to describe such passages as glaring plagiarism, unless they happen to come from the same pen. We shall take next some verses from a poem already referred to in a passage quoted from the Cambridge History of Literature. This is the charming lyric there mentioned, entitled "What Cunning Can Express," and which appeared in England's Helicon in 1600 as "What Shepherd Can Express." How these and others of Oxford's verses have escaped for so long the attention of the compilers of anthologies is one of the mysteries of literature. The lily in the field that glories in his white, for pureness now must yield and render up his right. Heaven pictured in her face doth promise joy and grace. Fair Cynthia's silver light that beats on running streams compares not with her white, whose hairs are all sunbeams. So bright my nymph doth shine as day unto my eyne. With this there is a red exceeds the damask rose, which in her cheeks is spread, whence every favour grows. In sky there is no star, but she surmounts it far. When Phoebus from his bed of Thetis doth arise, the morning blushing red in fair carnation wise, he shows in my nymph's face as queen of every grace. This pleasant lily white, this taint of roseate red, this Cynthia's silver light, this sweet fair Dee spread, these sunbeams in mine eye, these beauties make me die. This is the only poem in the De Vere collection in which the writer lingers tenderly and seriously on the beauty of a woman's face, and in it, it will be observed, his whole treatment turns upon the contrast of white and red, the lily and the damask rose. It is a striking fact that the only poem of Shakespeare's in which he dwells at length in the same spirit upon the same theme is dominated by the identical contrast. This is the set of stanzas in which he deals with the beauty of Lucrece, stanzas 2, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11. Indeed, there is hardly a term used by De Vere in the poem quoted above which is not reproduced in these stanzas. Whilst drawing special attention to the red and white contrast, and to the general similarity in tone and delicacy of touch, we also put into italics a number of the subordinate outstanding words that appear in both poems. Stanza 2. To praise the clear unmatched red and white, which triumph in the sky of his delight, where mortal stars as bright as heaven's beauties, with pure aspects did him peculiar duties. Stanza 4. The morning's silver melting dew against the golden splendor of the sun. Stanza 6. So rich a thing braving compare. Stanza 8. When beauty boasted blushes in despite, virtue would stain that o'er with silver white. Stanza 10. This heraldry in Lucrece's face was seen, argued by beauty's red and virtue's white, of either color was the other queen. Stanza 11. The silent war of lilies and of roses, which Tarquin viewed in her fair face's field. Stanza 11 brings to a close this poem on the beauty of Lucrece, but the conception which dominates it is maintained throughout the work to which it belongs. It occurs in stanza 37. First red as roses that on lawn we lay, then white as lawn the roses took away. Stanza 56. Her lily hand her rosy cheek lies under. Stanza 69. The colour of thy face, that even for anger makes the lily pale, and the red rose blush at her own disgrace. That all this belongs to the personality of Shakespeare himself will be seen from the following quotations from the sonnets. Nor did I wonder at the lily's white, nor praise the deep vermilion of the rose. Sonnet 98. The lily I condemned for thy hand, the buds of marjoram had stolen thy hair, the roses fearfully on thorns did stand, one blushing shame, another white despair, a third nor red nor white had stolen of both. Sonnet 99. I have seen roses damasked red and white. Sonnet 130. It also appears in the play of Coriolanus, Act 2, Scene 1, our veiled dames commit the war of white and damask. And in Love's Labour Lost, Act 1, Scene 2, if she be made of white and red, her faults will ne'er be known, etc. A dangerous rhyme, my masters, against the reason of white and red. In Venus, this red and white contrast is mentioned no less than 3 times in the first 13 stanzas. End of section 19. Section 20 of Shakespeare Identified. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Shakespeare Identified in Edward de Vere by J. Thomas Looney. Section 20. The Lyric Poetry of Edward de Vere, Part 2. Finally, we have this from The Passionate Pilgrim, which bears more than one mark of Shakespearean or de Vere influence, if not of actual origin. Fair is my love, but not so fair as fickle, mild as a dove, but neither true nor trusty, bright as a glass, and yet as glass is, brittle, softer than wax, and yet as iron rusty, a lily pale with damask dye to grace her, none fairer nor none falser to deface her. This is not the place to discuss the mystery of Jaggard's piratical publication. We insert this particular stanza because, if it was not Shakespeare's, it at any rate shows what was considered at that time to be characteristic of Shakespeare's work. It will be noticed that it is in the familiar Venus stanza. It turns upon the idea of feminine fickleness. It brings in the lily and the damask contrast. At the same time, the similes of glass and wax are distinctive of de Vere's work. Though the stanza contains figures and phrases suggested of de Vere or Shakespeare, as a piece of versification it is quite inferior in several points. It looks rather like a piece of patchwork from de Vere's poems, and if this is what it really is, to have it put forward as Shakespeare's work suggests that Jaggard either knew or suspected that de Vere was Shakespeare. In this connection it is interesting to note that the folio edition of Shakespeare, which was published just a generation later, was printed by someone with a different Christian name, but with the same unusual surname of Jaggard. Sir Sidney Lee ascribes the printing to the same man who had associated his son with the issue of the later work. Returning to de Vere's verses, the outstanding word is damask, associated with the damask rose. In the small collection of his poems this word occurs twice, and in Shakespeare the word occurs 6 times, one of which is of doubtful Shakespearean origin. On both of the occasions in which de Vere uses the word, it has reference to a woman's complexion, and in 4 out of the 5 times when Shakespeare uses the word it is used in precisely the same connection. Before leaving this matter, it will be well at this point to emphasize a principle which is vital to the argument contained in this chapter, namely, that we are not here primarily concerned with the mere piling up of parallel passages. What matters most of all is mental correspondence and the general unity of the treatment which follows from it. Of this the poem by De Vere and the set of stanzas from Lucretia form an excellent example to begin with. Here we have what are virtually two complete poems upon one theme, dominated by an identical conception, permeated by precisely the same spirit, illustrated by the same imagery, and clothed in a remarkably similar vocabulary. Such a comparison, it hardly needs pointing out, stands on a totally different plane from the Baconian collations of words and phrases. The kinds of criticism which have quite justly been levelled at these mere text-gathering labours do not, we believe, apply to the main body of the comparisons treated in this chapter. Turning now from such details of workmanship as have governed the above comparison, we may now consider a more general matter, his treatment of the subject of love. We find first of all in these early poems of De Vere's something very far removed from the conventional or weakly sentimental expressions of affection then in vogue. In some of Philip Sidney's early poetry this kind of thing becomes positively silly. In De Vere's work, on the other hand, we have a firmly knit, personified treatment of love in the abstract, the dominant notes of which are as unaffected as they are Shakespearean. There is, in particular, a set of lyrics highly praised by more than one writer, which are in the form of a dialogue with desire. The prominence of this word and the idea in the work of Shakespeare and of De Vere will receive special attention later. For the present we shall simply take a few lines from the latter as bearing upon the theme of love. Is he God of peace or war? What be his arms? What is his might? His war is peace, his peace is war, each grief of his is but delight. His bitter ball is sugared bliss. What be his gifts? How doth he pay? Sweet dreams in sleep, new thoughts in day, beholding eyes in mind received. What labours doth this God allow? Sit still and muse to make a vow, their ladies if they true remain. Why is he naked painted? Blind? Though living long he is yet a child, a God begot, beguiled. When wert thou born, Desire? In pride and pomp of May. What was thy meat and daily food? Sad sighs and great annoy. What hadst thou then to drink? Unfeigned lovers' tears. As part of our work is to represent the process of investigation, it may be worth while to indicate its operation in this instance. When the contents of De Vere's poem had become quite familiar as a result of repeated reading, the next step was to select the plays of Shakespeare in which we were most likely to find the substance of this poem deposited. Amongst these, A Midsummer Night's Dream naturally occupied a foremost place. After then the reader has, in his turn, thoroughly familiarized himself with these lines, let him refer to A Midsummer Night's Dream, Act I, Scene 1, and begin reading from The course of true love never did run smooth, continuing to the end of the scene and noticing specially such expressions as the following: True lovers have been ever crossed. It is a customary cross, as due to love as thoughts and dreams and sighs, wishes and tears. By all the vows that ever men have broke, in number more than women ever spoke, we must starve our sight from lovers' food. Love looks not with the eyes, but with the mind. Therefore is winged Cupid painted blind. Therefore is love said to be a child, because in choice he is so oft beguiled. As De Vere's lines are from lyrics on desire, it is interesting to note that the word desire occurs no less than 3 times in the part of the scene that precedes the lines we quote from Shakespeare, whilst the idea of desire presides over the whole scene. In both cases we have passing allusions to the skylark and the month of May, revealing not only a similar concatenation of ideas, but also of their associated words and figures of speech. Had the lines been culled from different parts of De Vere's work on the one hand, or from different parts of Shakespeare's on the other, their force would not have been the same. It is the unity of treatment in each case, and a similarity extending to identical words and even rhymes, child with beguiled, which is so suggestive of a single mind at work in both cases, a theory strengthened by the absence of anything analogous in the work of contemporary poets. This is further supported by the appearance of similar rhetorical forms in dealing with the same theme. In A Midsummer Night's Dream we have the following: Hernia, the more I hate, the more he follows me. Helena, the more I love, the more he hateth me. In another poem of De Vere's we have the following: The more I followed one, the more she fled away, as Daphne did, full long ago, Apollo's wishful prey. The more my plaints I do resound, the less she pities me. This idea of love's contrariness runs right through the poem of De Vere's from which the last lines are quoted, and we might almost describe A Midsummer Night's Dream as a burlesque on the same idea. With the two passages just quoted in mind, turn to Act 2, Scene 1 in the play, and read the encounter between Demetrius and Helena, where the former enters with the latter following him. D. Get thee gone and follow me no more. Do I not in plainest truth tell you I do not nor I cannot love you? H. And even for that do I love you the more. The more you beat me I will fawn on you. Only give me leave, unworthy as I am, to follow you. Run when you will, the story shall be changed. Apollo runs and Daphne holds the chase. Here again, it will be noticed, we have an exact correspondence in conception, heightened by the introduction of Apollo and Daphne in both cases, and Demetrius's treatment of Helena's plaints is exactly described in De Vere's line, "The more my plaints I do resound, the less she pities me." A most signal instance of the essential unity of the two sets of work we are now comparing is presented in connection with this idea of desire. By far the longest of De Vere's poems, containing no less than 19 stanzas, and representing nearly a quarter of the entire collection of his poetry, is on this theme, a theme which frequently reappears in the other 3 quarters. As to its position in Shakespeare's works, it will suffice to quote the following passage from Mr. Frank Harris's work on The Man Shakespeare. Shakespeare gave immortal expression to desire and its offspring, love, jealousy, etc. Desire, in especial, has inspired him with phrases more magically expressive even than those gasped out by panting Sappho. In De Vere's work again, desire is personified just as we find it in stanzas 101 and 102 of Shakespeare's Lucretia, and the word desire ranks for importance in the vocabulary of the great dramas with the word will, to which, as Sir Sidney Lee points out, it was closely allied in Shakespeare's day. This single word, then, forms an important bridge between the two sets of writings, and, by itself, makes quite a significant addition to the evidence in support of common authorship. In a somewhat different strain is Shakespeare's treatment of love in the dialogue between Valentine and Proteus in The Two Gentlemen of Verona, Act 1, Scene 1. To be in love where scorn is bought with groans, coy looks with heart-sore sighs, one fading moment's mirth, with 20 watchful, weary, tedious nights, if haply won, perhaps a hapless gain; if lost, why then a grievous labour won; however but a folly bought with wit, or else a wit by folly vanquished. As in the sweetest bud the eating canker dwells, so eating love inhabits in the finest wits of all. By love the young and tender wit is turned to folly, losing all the fair effects of future hopes. But wherefore waste I time to counsel thee, that art a votary to fond desire? Made me neglect my studies, lose my time, or with good counsel set the world at naught, made wit with musing weak, heart sick with thought. Again, we must ask the reader first of all to make himself thoroughly familiar with these lines, noticing the wit and folly paradoxes, wasted times, defeated hopes, and, though last not least, the concluding rhyme. Now compare this with the following from two of De Vere's poems. My meaning is to work what wonders love hath wrought, wherewith I muse why men of wit have love so dearly bought. It's now a peace, and then a sudden war, a hope consumed before it is conceived. At hand it fears, it menaceth afar, and he that gains is most of all deceived. Love whets the dullest wits, his plagues be such, but makes the wise by pleasing dote as much. Love's a desire which for to wait a time doth lose an age of years, and so doth pass, as doth a shadow severed from his prime, seeming as though it were, yet never was, leaving behind naught but repentant thought of days ill spent on that which profits not. Here again we have an exact correspondence short of mere transcription, even to the extent of an identical rhyme, whilst Valentine's raillery of his friend that he had become a votary to fond desire is redolent of De Vere's verses on this theme, which finish with the words, Then, fond desire, farewell, thou art no mate for me, I should be loath, methinks, to dwell with such a one as thee. As a final remark on the question of love, we shall merely point out that, if the reader wishes to have a summary of Edward de Vere's treatment of the subject, let him turn to Shakespeare's Venus and Adonis, and read the first 5 of the last 10 stanzas of the poem, in which Venus is prophesying the fate of love. When the passages we have quoted are weighed carefully side by side, phrase by phrase, and word by word, hardly anyone will question the similarity of the mind behind them, and most people, we believe, will agree that there are striking resemblances of expression. Exact repetition, of course, is not to be looked for one of the astonishing features of Shakespeare's work is the freshness and constant variety maintained throughout so great a mass of writing. But to the modest contention that one contains the possible germs of the other, few readers will have any difficulty in acceding. An intensified interest in De Vere's work will doubtless cause everything he has written to be subjected to a most careful scrutiny, and its comparison specially with the lyric work of Shakespeare, with appropriate allowances for the differences between early and matured work, will probably settle conclusively the claims we are now making on his behalf. As reflecting the correspondence, alike in mental constitution and general literary style in another vein, take first of all the following 3 verses, each of which forms the opening stanza of a separate poem of De Vere's. Fain would I sing, but fury makes me mad, and rage hath sworn to seek revenge on wrong. My mazed mind in malice is so set, as death shall daunt my deadly dolours long. Patience perforce is such a pinching pain, as die I will or suffer wrong again. If care or skill could conquer vain desire, or reason's reins my strong affections stay, there should my sighs to quiet breast retire, and shun such sights as secret thoughts betray. Uncomely love, which now lurks in my breast, should cease, my grief by wisdom's power oppressed. Love is a discord and a strange divorce betwixt our sense and rest, by whose power, as mad with reason, we admit that force which wit or reason never may. Word lost through an obvious misprint in Dr. Grossart's collection. We would draw attention first to the double-barreled alliterations contained especially in the first of these stanzas, an artifice of Shakespeare's upon which writers have commented. We have quoted stanzas from 3 separate poems in order to show that the frame of mind they express, a restlessness of the emotional nature, was characteristic of the poet. Now take the sentiment and matter of expression represented by the 3 stanzas as a whole, and compare them with the following passages from 2 of Shakespeare's sonnets, 140 and 147. 1. For if I should despair, I should grow mad, and in my madness might speak ill of thee. Now this ill-resting world is grown so bad, mad slanderers by mad ears believed be. 2. My reason the physician to my love hath left me, and I desperate now approve. Desire is death, which physic did accept. Past cure I am, now reason is past care, and frantic mad with evermore unrest. My thoughts and my discourse as madmen's are, at random from the truth vainly expressed. For I have sworn thee fair, and thought thee bright, who art as black as hell and dark as night. We might safely challenge anyone to find in the whole range of Elizabethan literature another instance of a poet expressing the same kind of thought and feeling in lines of the same distinctive quality as is represented by the two sets here presented for comparison. Unsupported by any other evidence, they would justify a very strong ground of suspicion that Edward de Vere and Shakespeare were one and the same man. It is of first importance to keep in mind that the lines here quoted from Shakespeare are not extracted from a drama, but are from the most realistic of personal poetry. Even those who would deny an autobiographical significance to many of the sonnets admit the intensely realistic character of the particular group from which the above are taken. We have, therefore, in each case, the simple and direct expression of the private mind of the poet in a vein so distinctive as to leave hardly any room for doubt that both are from one pen. End of section 20. Section 21 of Shakespeare Identified. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Shakespeare Identified in Edward de Vere by J. Thomas Looney. Section 21. The Lyric Poetry of Edward de Vere, Part 3. Of the rhetorical forms common to the two sets of writings, a minor point is a fondness for stanzas formed of a succession of interrogatives for the expression of strong emotion. Indeed, in the de Vere work, we have an entire sonnet formed of a series of questions. It is the only sonnet in the collection, and the most important point about it is that it is in the form which we now call the Shakespearean sonnet. This is an important matter and must receive attention in another connection. We shall, therefore, give a stanza in the interrogative form from another poem. And shall I live on earth to be her thrall? And shall I live and serve her all in vain? And shall I kiss the steps that she lets fall? And shall I pray the gods to keep the pain from her that is so cruel still? No, no, on her work all your will. Similar series of interrogations occur here and there throughout the most impassioned parts of Lucrece, and in the Shakespearean part of Henry VI, Part 3, Act 3, Scene 3, we have the following. Did I forget that by the house of York my father came untimely to his death? Did I let pass the abuse done to my niece? Did I impale him with the regal crown? Did I put Henry from his native right? Am I guerdoned at last with shame? A 6-lined fragment of blank verse. It is difficult to read these two sets of lines side by side without a feeling that both are from the same pen, and when, in the same play, we find Queen Margaret answering her own question with a repeated negative, resembling the last line of Oxford's stanza, the resemblance is most striking. What's worse than murderer, that I may name it? No, no, my heart will burst, and if I speak. Henry VI, Part 3, Act 5, Scene 5. Continuing these comparisons of style, we would ask the reader to turn to Lucrece and commence reading from stanza 122, which begins, "Why should the worm intrude the maiden bud?" and read on to stanza 141, which begins, "Let him have time to tear his curled hair." In addition to the two stanzas which illustrate the succession of questions just dealt with, he will notice quite a number of stanzas in which each line, in its opening phrase, is but a repetition of a single form. Stanza 127, for example, has lines beginning, "Thou makest, thou blow'st, thou smotherest, thou foul abettor, thou plantest, thou ravisher." Stanza 128, "Thy secret pleasure, thy private feasting," etc. Stanza 135, "To unmask falsehood, to stamp the seal," etc. Similar stanzas are also found in other parts of the poem. Stanza 82, by knighthood, by her untimely fears, etc. Stanza 95, thou nobly base, thou there fair life, etc. Or in stanzas 106 and 107, where it takes the form of alternate lines: he like a thievish dog, she like a wearied lamb, etc. Now De Vere's poem from which we last quoted is composed of six-lined stanzas, almost entirely built up in this way: the stanza already given, and also stanza 1, the trickling tears, the secret sighs, etc. Stanza 3, the stricken deer, the haggard hawk, etc. Stanza 4, she is my joy, she is my pain, etc. Then, as a final comparison of verses so constructed, we shall place side by side the last stanza in the series from Lucrece, 114, with the last stanza in this poem of De Vere's, the stanza in which the poet, or respective poets, wind up with a closing malediction. Shakespeare's Lucrece, stanza 141. Let him have time to tear his curled hair, let him have time against himself to rave, let him have time of time's help to despair, let him have time to live a loathed slave, let him have time a beggar's orts to crave, and time to see one that by alms doth live, disdained to him disdained scraps to give. De Vere's rejected love letter. And let her feel the power of all your might, and let her have her most desire with speed, and let her pine away both day and night, and let her moan and none lament her need, and let all those that shall her see despise her state and pity me. Again we repeat, if these are not both from the same pen, never were there two poets living at the same time whose mentality and workmanship bore so striking a resemblance. Traces of this kind of work may no doubt be found in Chaucer, and there can be little doubt that De Vere was under the influence of Chaucer's poetry. It is also one of the literary forms he seems to have learnt from Lord Vaux, to which reference has already been made, but in De Vere, and in Shakespeare's Lucrece, it assumes a marked development, and in the verses just cited produces a startling correspondence quite unparalleled, so far as we know, in the poetry of the time. So striking is the similarity of the two stanzas quoted above that it hardly seems possible to further strengthen the case they represent, and yet in the stanza immediately preceding that quoted from Lucrece the following line occurs: "To make him moan, but pity not his moans." This is almost identical with De Vere's line, "And let her moan and none lament her need." The former is hardly entitled to be called even a paraphrase of the latter, so nearly a copy is it. Again we point out that we have not had to search the pages of Shakespeare to find the selected line, but that it stands in immediate juxtaposition to the particular stanza under consideration. A comparison of these two verses, taken along with the particular line, entitles us to say that Shakespeare was either a kind of literary understudy of De Vere's, guilty of a most unseemly plagiarism from his chief, or he was none other than the Earl of Oxford himself. As an example of a very unusual literary form of De Vere's, reproduced in Shakespeare, we give the following: De Vere: What plague is greater than the grief of mind that eats in every vein that leaves such clots behind as breed such bitter pain, so bitter pain that none shall ever find, what plague is greater than the grief of mind? This repetition of the last phrase of each line in the succeeding line occurs in the Comedy of Errors, Act 1, Scene 2. Shakespeare: She is so hot because the meat is cold because you come not home. You come not home because you have no stomach having broke your fast. But we know that what 'tis to watch and pray are penitent for your default today. The reader will notice that this is again one of the 6-line passages in which Shakespeare frequently indulges, even when he does not work them into finished stanzas. No one will deny that each line in the above stanza of De Vere's is eminently Shakespearean in diction, whilst the idea and sentiment are quite familiar to Shakespeare readers. The grief of mind, or as we would say, the distress that has its roots in mental constitution, temperament, or mood, rather than in external misfortune, is a thoroughly Shakespearean idea. We have it in the opening words of the Merchant of Venice: In sooth, I know not why I am so sad. It wearies me, you say it wearies you. But how I caught it, found it, or came by it, what stuff 'tis made of, whereof it is born, I am to learn. And such a want wit sadness makes of me, that I have much ado to know myself. We have it again in Richard II. in the dialogue between the Queen and Bushy, Act 2, Scene 2. I know no cause why I should welcome such a guest as grief. My inward soul with nothing trembles. Each substance of a grief hath 20 shadows, which shows like grief itself, but is not so. Howe'er it be, I cannot be but sad, so heavy sad as though on thinking on no thought I think, makes me with heavy nothing faint and shrink, for nothing hath begot my something grief, or something hath the nothing that I grieve. All this is eminently suggestive of that undercurrent of constitutional melancholy which has been remarked in Shakespeare and is a quite noticeable feature in the Earl of Oxford's poetry. In Shakespeare's sonnets there occur several references to the disrepute into which the writer had fallen, along with an expressed desire that his name should be buried with his body, a fact quite inconsistent with either the Stratfordian or the Baconian theory of authorship, but a strong confirmation of the theory that William Shakespeare was but a mask for someone who desired personal effacement. For those expressions we need only quote one. When in disgrace with fortune and men's eyes, I all alone beweep my outcast state, and trouble deaf heaven with my bootless cries, and look upon myself and curse my fate. Sonnet 29. When the reader has made himself familiar with the numerous passages in the sonnets dealing with the same theme, Sonnet 71, 72, 81, 110, 111, 112, 121, let him compare them, and especially the words italicized above, with the following from De Vere's poem on the loss of his good name, published between 1576 and 1578. Framed in the front of forlorn hope past all recovery, I stayless stand to abide the shock of shame and infamy. My spirits, my heart, my wit, and force in deep distress are drowned. The only loss of my good name is of those griefs the ground. Help crave I must, and crave I will, with tears upon my face, of all that may in heaven or hell, in earth or air be found, to wail with me this loss of mind as of those griefs the ground. Personally, I find it utterly impossible to read this poem of Edward de Vere's and the sonnets in which Shakespeare harps upon the same theme, without an overwhelming sense of there being but one mind behind the two utterances. Indeed, this fact of Shakespeare being a man who had lost his good name ought to have appeared in our original characterization. Inattention, and some remnants of the influence of the Stratfordian tradition, which has treated this insistent idea as a mere poetic pose, probably accounts for its not appearing there. Edward de Vere's poem on the loss of his good name, and Shakespeare's sonnets on the same theme, are the only poems of their kind with which we have met in our reading of Elizabethan poetry; the only poems of their kind, we believe, to be found in English literature. The former, written at the age of 26, and whilst still smarting under the sense of immediate loss, is more intense and passionate in its expression, and is full of the unrestrained impetuosity of early manhood. The latter is more the restrained expression of a matured man who had in some measure become accustomed to the loss, and would, as a matter of fact, whoever the writer, be written when Oxford was 40 years of age or over. Even then Oxford's words, I stayless stand, are almost repeated in Shakespeare's I all alone. Oxford's tears upon my face seems referred to in Shakespeare's beweep my outcast state, and Shakespeare's troubling deaf heaven with bootless cries is exactly descriptive of what Oxford did in his early poem. Is this all mere chance coincidence? A significant detail in the two poems under review is the proneness to floods of tears which both illustrate. This involuntary manifestation of a supersensitive nature and a highly strung temperament is quite a marked feature of De Vere's poetry, and is repeated more than once in the Shakespeare sonnets. It is curious also that Shakespeare's two heroes of tragic love, Romeo and Othello, though differing in many particulars, are both subject to the same weakness. The play of Othello, we shall have to show later, deals with events which, as we believe, occurred about the time when Oxford's poem was written, and it is a remarkable circumstance that it is this play which contains Shakespeare's well-worn lines on the loss of good name. Good name in man or woman, dear my lord, is the immediate jewel of their souls. Who steals my purse steals trash, but he who filches from me my good name robs me of that which not enriches him, and makes me poor indeed. And so, first one thing and then another fits into its place with all the unity of an elaborate mosaic the moment we introduce Edward de Vere as the author of the Shakespeare writings. Is this, too, the merest coincidence? Of works in a totally different vein, take now this from a poem of De Vere's. Faction that ever dwells in court where wit excels hath set defiance. Fortune and love have sworn that they were never born of one alliance. Nature thought good, fortune should ever dwell in courts where wits excel, love keep the wood. So to the wood went I, with love to live and die, fortune's forlorn. Shakespeare's play, As You Like It, it will be recognized, is but a dramatic expansion of this idea, and contains such significant touches as in the following. This from the dialogue between Rosalind and Celia, Act 1, Scene 2. Let us mock the good housewife, Fortune. Nay, thou goest from Fortune's office to Nature's. Fortune reigns in gifts of the world, not in the lineaments of Nature. Nature hath given us wit to flout at Fortune. Peradventure this is not Fortune's work but Nature's, who perceiveth our natural wits too dull. Later, we have the Duke's remark and the reply of Amiens, Act 2, Scene 1. Are not these woods more free from peril than the envious court? Happy is your grace that can translate the stubbornness of Fortune into so quiet and so sweet a style. It is not merely that there appear together the ideas of nature, fortune, love, court life, and life in the woods, in the two sets of writings under review, ideas which may possibly be as recurrent in other writings of the times as they are in Shakespeare's. It is rather the similarity in the peculiar colligation of ideas, and also the correspondence of such chance expressions as De Vere's "Fortune's forlorn" and Shakespeare's "out of suits with fortune," which give a stamp of fundamental unity to the two works. These are minor points of similarity which, though insignificant in themselves, help to make up that general impression of common authorship which comes only with a close familiarity with the poems as a whole. Of these we may specify the recurrence of what seems to us a curious appeal for pity. From two separate poems of De Vere's we have the following: "And let all those that shall her see despise her state and pity me. The more my plaints I do resound, the less she pities me." And from Shakespeare's sonnets we take these: "Pity me and wish I were renewed," 111. "The manner of my pity, wanting pain," 140. "Thine eyes I love, and they as pitying me," 132. "But if thou catch my hope, turn back to me and play the mother's part, kiss me, be kind," 143. End section 21. Section 22 of Shakespeare Identified. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Shakespeare Identified in Edward de Vere by J. Thomas Looney. Section 22. The Lyric Poetry of Edward de Vere, Part 4. In making this parallel between the work of Edward de Vere and Shakespeare, we shall turn now to an example which carries us back to the beginning of our enquiry. Starting with Shakespeare's lyric poetry, we fasten upon Venus and Adonis as furnishing the connecting link between the two sections of work. Reverting now to this poem, we find, in the first place, it contains all the imagery of these early works of De Vere's, and then one of the most striking parallels we have noticed so far. In Venus and Adonis we have the following verses on the echo. Venus is bemoaning her troubles, and the echo is answering her. Stanzas 139 to 142. And now she beats her heart whereat it groans, that all the neighbour caves, as seeming troubled, make verbal repetition of her moans. Passion on passion deeply is redoubled. Ay me, she cries, and 20 times, woe, woe, and 20 echoes 20 times cry so. She marking them begins a wailing note, and sings extemporally a woeful ditty. How love makes young men thrall and old men dote, how love is wise in folly, foolish, witty. Her anthem still concludes in woe, and still the choir of echoes answers so. For who hath she to spend the night withal, but idle sounds resembling parasites, like shrill-tongued tapsters answering every call, soothing the humour of fantastic wights. She says 'tis so, they answer all 'tis so, and would say after her if she said no. We observe in passing the second stanza a repetition of the wit and folly paradox. We shall now give Edward de Vere's Echo poem in full. It is one of the most quaintly conceived and most skilfully executed pieces of versification, and hardly admits of curtailment. To enjoy it fully, the reader must remember that Vere, retaining its French sound, is pronounced somewhat like the word bear, and the last syllable in words like fever and quiver must in this instance be given the same full sound. Oxford's name, we may remark, frequently appears in old records as Vere. Vision of a fair maid with echo verses. Sitting alone upon my thoughts in melancholy mood, in sight of sea and at my back an ancient hoary wood, I saw a fair lady come her secret fears to wail, clad all in colour of a nun and covered with a veil. Yet, for the day was calm and clear, I might discern her face, as one might see a damask rose hid under crystal glass. 3 times with her soft hand full hard on her left side she knocks, and sighed so sore as might have made some pity in the rocks. From sighs and shedding amber tears into sweet song she brake, when thus the echo answered her to every word she spake. O heavens, who was the first that bred in me this fever, Vere? Who was the first that gave the wound whose fear I wear for ever, Vere? What tyrant Cupid to my harm usurps thy golden quiver, Vere? What wight first caught this heart and can from bondage it deliver, Vere? Yet who doth most adore this wight? O hollow caves tell true, you. What nymph deserves his liking best, yet doth in sorrow rue, you? What makes him not reward goodwill with some reward or ruth, youth? What makes him show, besides his birth, such pride and such untruth, youth? May I his favour match with love, if he my love will try, I? May I requite his birth with faith, then faithful will I die, I? And I that knew this lady well said, Lord, how great a miracle! To her how Echo told the truth as true as Phoebus' oracle. After studying these 2 poems carefully, and comparing specially the words in italics, then recalling de Vere's poem on women, turning upon the simile of the haggard hawk, and keeping in mind that in de Vere's Echo poem we have a young woman making the caves re-echo with her lover's name, consider now the speech that Shakespeare puts into the mouth of Juliet. Hist, Romeo, hist! Oh, for a falconer's voice to lure this tassel gentle back again! Bondage is hoarse and may not speak aloud, else would I tear the cave where Echo lies, and make her airy tongue more hoarse than mine, with repetition of my Romeo's name. Scene 2, Act 2. A 6-lined fragment of blank verse. In presence of such a correspondence in the work as these verses present, it seems almost like a waste of effort to add further comparisons. And yet, so redolent of de Vere's work is this particular play of Shakespeare's, that we feel compelled to draw attention to parallel passages like the following. De Vere, 1. That with the careful culver climbs the worn and withered tree, to entertain my thoughts, and there my hap to moan, that never am less idle, lo, than when I am alone. Shakespeare, Romeo and Juliet, Act 1, Scene 1. He stole into the covert of the wood, I measuring his affections by my own, that most are bruised when they're most alone. De Vere, patience perforce is such a pinching pain. Shakespeare, Romeo and Juliet, Act 1, Scene 5, patience perforce makes my flesh tremble. De Vere, his bitter ball is sugared bliss. Shakespeare, Romeo and Juliet, Act 1, Scene 1, a choking gall and a preserving sweet, now seeming sweet convert to bitter gall. Act 1, Scene 5. De Vere, O cruel hap and hard estate that forceth me to love my foe. Shakespeare, Romeo and Juliet, Act 1, Scene 2, prodigious birth of love it is to me that I must love a loathed enemy. Returning now to the Venus echo verses, we find that they are immediately followed by this: Lo, here the lark, weary of nest, from his moist cabinet mounts up on high, and wakes the morning, from whose silver breast the sun ariseth in his majesty, who doth the world so gloriously behold, that cedar tops and hills seem burnished gold. Stanza 143. To this add the following line from Romeo and Juliet. It was the lark, the herald of the morn. Act 3, Scene 5. Now compare the Shakespearean work with the following from De Vere. The lively lark stretched forth her wings, the messenger of morning bright, and with her cheerful voice did sing the day's approach, discharging night, when that Aurora, blushing red, described the guilt of Thetis' bed. This again suggests the following from Romeo and Juliet. Many a morning hath he there been seen, but all too soon as the all-cheering sun should in the furthest east begin to draw the shady curtains from Aurora's bed, etc. Act 1, Scene 1. Romeo and Juliet also contains 2 separate 6-lined stanzas on the Lord Vaux model, and also what are probably the first of the Shakespearean sonnets, which are, as already mentioned, identical in form with the only sonnet that appears in De Vere's early poems. Another matter which is not poetical deserves to be mentioned here. It must have struck many people as strange that Juliet at the time of her marriage should be represented as a mere child of 14. There is no special point in the play to necessitate having one so young for the tragical part she had to play. Extraordinarily young as she was, however, she was the actual age of De Vere's wife at the time of their marriage, the ceremony being merely postponed until her 15th birthday was reached. We must now recall the fact that when we selected De Vere as the possible author of Shakespeare's plays and poems, and found that he satisfied the essential conditions of original characterization, we had no knowledge whatever of these poems of his, almost every line of which we now find paralleled in Shakespeare. To discover such a correspondence in the poems under such circumstances furnishes to the discoverer, at any rate, a much greater weight of evidence than if he had been acquainted with the writings at the outset. It will be observed that, in making these comparisons, the passages quoted from Shakespeare which are suggestive of Oxford's early poetry belong mainly to what is accepted as Shakespeare's early work, such as Venus, Lucrece, The Two Gentlemen of Verona, and Romeo and Juliet. On the other hand, the traces of the De Vere poetry in the later Shakespearean work are very slight. This, it will also be remembered, is in precise accordance with the principle which guided us in the first stages of our search, namely, that it would be the poet's early work which would appear under his own name, and that it would be found to link itself on to the earliest Shakespearean work. Again, as the De Vere collection is only a small one, it will be seen from the number of poems quoted that practically the whole of the De Vere work is deposited, as it were, in Shakespeare. The evidence furnished by such parallelism must not, however, be viewed alone. It must be connected specially with the testimony which literary authorities have given us as to the specific qualities of De Vere's poetry adduced in the preceding chapter. It must also be connected with these important considerations of chronology, which allow the early career of Oxford to fit in exactly with later production of the Shakespeare dramas. And to all this must also be added the fact of his presenting in his person so many of the conditions and attributes which recent Shakespearean study has assigned to the great dramatist. The reader should then ask himself whether it would be common sense to keep on believing that all this is mere accident. If, from reading the echo poem of De Vere with its quaint and delicate humor, the reader will turn to such verses as those beginning, Fain would I sing, but fury makes me mad, or framed in the front a forlorn hope, and then again recall the fact that Edward de Vere in his work for the stage is reported as being the best in comedy in his day, he will get an idea of the striking combination of humor and tragedy in the nature and work of this remarkable man. All the startling contrast of high comedy and profound tragedy which stands out from the pages of Shakespeare finds its counterpart in the work of de Vere, as we shall also find it does in his actual life. With this in mind, let it be recalled that at the very moment when Shakespeare was writing the sonnets with all their tragic depth and with hardly a trace of lightheartedness, revealing a soul darkened by disappointment, disillusionment, and self-condemnation, he was also preparing for the stage plays which, for 300 years, have, by their exquisite fun, supplied the world with inexhaustible laughter. We read some of the sonnets, and we feel that the writer must have been the most despairing of pessimists. Give notice to the world that I am gone, from this vile world with vilest worms to dwell. We turn to the comedies he wrote for the stage, and we think of him as the merriest of men. Which was the real Shakespeare? The Shakespeare revealed in the sonnets, or the Shakespeare revealed in the comedies? Probably neither by itself. The sonnets are, however, direct personal poetry. The comedies are literature and stage plays. The natural assumption, therefore, is that in his inmost life he was more the Shakespeare of the sonnets than of the comedies. If, therefore, we suppose that Shakespeare is Edward de Vere, we find him expressing himself directly on the point in the following lines. I am not as I seem to be, for when I smile I am not glad. A thrall, although you count me free, I most in mirth, most pensive, sad. I smile to hide my bitter spite, as Hannibal that saw in sight his country soil with Carthage town by Roman force defaced down. We give the entire stanza in order that, in passing, its structure may be noted. It will be seen that it is identical in meter and rhyme with Shakespeare's poem When Daisies Pied and Violets Blew, with which Love's Labour Lost finishes, leaving out, of course, the interjected word cuckoo. The observant reader may notice, too, that the latter poem is preceded by the words Vere begin, and remembering that Oxford's name was very frequently spelt Vere, he will be able to imagine the elation which would have appeared in certain quarters if, in this the first Shakespearean play for which it is considered, there had occurred the words Bacon begin. Another stanza in the same poem of de Vere's runs thus: I, Hannibal, that smile for grief, and let you Caesar's tears suffice, the one that laughs at his mischief, the other all for joy that cries. I smile to see me scorned, so you weep for joy to see me woe. This is at once suggestive of the lines in Lear, Act 1, Scene 4, Then they for sudden joy did weep, and I for sorrow sung. Returning to our theme, one of the most penetrating of observers amongst writers on Shakespeare, Richard Bagehot, although believing in the essential gaiety of the poet's nature, remarks that all through his works there is a certain tinge of musing sadness pervading, and, as it were, softening their gaiety, exactly as Edward de Vere described himself in the former of the above stanzas. This is just what we might expect to find in a writer whose life had been saddened, but who preserved by a deliberate effort his appreciation of fun, whose self-command enabled him to throw aside the burden of melancholy and revel for a while in the enjoyment of his own lighter faculties, but who, throughout it all, never quite forgot the sadness that lay at the bottom of his soul, and who, when the special effort was over, would swing back upon himself with an intensified sense of his own inner sufferings. These are just the conditions to yield that remarkable combination of tragedy and comedy which distinguishes Shakespeare, and they are the conditions, too, most likely to be furnished by the nature and circumstances of Edward de Vere. Viewing the lyric work of Edward de Vere as a whole, we feel justified in claiming that it contains much more than a possible promise of the work of Shakespeare. What is wanting to it is the vast and varied knowledge of human nature depicted in the Shakespearean dramas. This demands a wide and intense experience of life, a life involving loss as well as gain, and the years intervening between the two sets of works, years in which he was busy with his troops of play actors, the Oxford boys, would certainly be full of such experience to him. And if we assume the identity of Oxford with Shakespeare, it must be conceded that one misses from the personal poems of Shakespeare the sonnets, certain sweet and gracious touches contained in the earlier personal poems of De Vere, whilst one meets also with some harsher and more defiant notes. The iron had evidently entered more deeply into his soul, his nature had become in a measure subdued to what it worked in, like the dyer's hand. But out of the tragedy of his own life were born the imperishable masterpieces in the tragic drama that will probably remain for all time the supreme glory of English literature. In working out our investigations, we found, first of all, a remarkable set of coincidences between the circumstances of Edward de Vere and the conditions which we suppose to pertain to the writer of Shakespeare's dramas. Our last chapter showed us an equally remarkable set of coincidences connected with the general literary position and the dominant qualities of Oxford's poetry. The chapter we are now finishing, the most critical in the piecing together of the case, reveals what we claim to be the most extraordinary correspondence in the details of the work. When, therefore, the poems of De Vere shall have become familiar to English readers, it will not be surprising if those who are thoroughly intimate with Shakespeare's work are able to detect much more striking points of similarity than any that are here indicated. It must, however, be kept in mind that the value of these correspondences depends not so much upon the striking character of a few of them, which might conceivably be matched elsewhere, but upon the cumulative effect of them all. Taken in their mass, then, we believe that sufficient has already been made out, which, supported as it is by the other lines of our argument, leaves little room for doubt that the problem of the authorship of Shakespeare's works has at last been solved. Valuable as is the other evidence which we have been able to collect, we might have hesitated for a very long while before venturing, on the strength of that alone, to assume the responsibility of claiming publicly that we had succeeded in identifying Shakespeare. Now, however, that we have been able to examine the early poetry of De Vere and subject it to a careful comparison with the early Shakespearean work, it has become impossible to hesitate any longer in proclaiming Edward de Vere, 17th Earl of Oxford, as the real author of Shakespeare's works. End section 22.
Section 23 of Shakespeare Identified. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Shakespeare Identified in Edward de Vere by J. Thomas Looney. Records and Early Life of de Vere, Part 1. The Reputation of the Earl of Oxford. Horatio, I am dead. Thou livest. Report me and my cause aright to the unsatisfied. If ever thou didst hold me in thy heart, absent thee from felicity awhile, and in this harsh world draw thy breath in pain to tell my story. Hamlet, Act 5, Scene 2. An uplifted shadow somehow lies across his memory. Dr. Grosart. Authorities. The biographical records in the succeeding chapters are taken chiefly from the Dictionary of National Biography. Historical Recollections of Noble Families by Arthur Collins. The Great Lord Burleigh by Martin Hume. The House of Cecil by G. Ravenscroft Dennis. Histories of Essex by Morant and Wright. The Hatfield Manuscripts, and Calendars of State Papers. 1. The Reputation of the Earl of Oxford. Following the general scheme of the investigation as outlined at the beginning of this work, it will be well to recall at this point the nature of the phase with which we are at present occupied, and the exact stage of it now reached. The fifth step being to proceed from the man chosen to the works of Shakespeare, in order to see to what extent the man is reflected in the works. The comparison of the two sets of writings just concluded forms the natural introduction to this phase of the inquiry. Continuing this step, our next business must be to examine, in whatever detail possible, the life and circumstances of the man, in order to ascertain how far they, too, relate themselves to the contents of, and the task of producing, the Shakespearean plays and poems.
In entering upon this series of biographical chapters, we must remind the reader that the object of this work is twofold: to prove our case, and to help towards a fuller and more accurate view of the life and personality of the Earl of Oxford. Here our task is one of special difficulty, for our theory presupposes a man who had deliberately planned his self-concealment. Our material is bound, therefore, to be as scanty as he could make it, and, at the outset, probably misleading. We shall, therefore, be under the necessity of reconstructing a personality from the most meagre of data, with the added disadvantage of a large amount of contemporary misrepresentation, which it will be necessary to correct. One naturally asks why the author of the great dramas should have wished to throw a veil over his identity as he did. And the strange thing about the matter is this, that, with the Shakespeare sonnets before us, we should have been so slow in framing this question and answering it satisfactorily, for, not merely in an odd sentence, but as the burden of some of his most powerful sonnets, he tells us in the plainest of terms that he was one whose name had fallen into disrepute, and who wished that it should perish with him. No longer mourn for me when I am dead, then you shall hear the surly sullen bell give warning to the world that I am fled from this vile world with vilest worms to dwell. Nay, if you read this line, remember not the hand that writ it. My name be buried where my body is, and live no more to shame nor me nor you. Or I shall live your epitaph to make, or you survive when I in earth am rotten. From hence your memory death cannot take, although in me each part will be forgotten. Your name from hence immortal life shall have, though I, once gone, to all the world must die. Alas, 'tis true, I have gone here and there, and made myself a motley to the view. Thence comes it that my name receives a brand. Your love and pity doth the impression fill which vulgar scandal stamped upon my brow. When to all this we find him adding the fear that every word doth almost tell my name, it is made as clear as anything can be that he was one who had elected his own self-effacement, and that disrepute was one, if not the principal motive. We may, if we wish, question the sufficiency of reasonableness of the motive. That, however, is his business, not ours. The important point for us is that he has by his sonnets disclosed the fact that he, Shakespeare, was one who was concealing his real name, and that the motive he gives, adequate or not, is one which unmistakably would apply to the Earl of Oxford, and would not apply in the same literal manner to any one else to whom it has been sought to attribute the Shakespeare dramas. If the Earl of Oxford had filled an exalted place in general estimation, it ought to have worked against the theory of authorship we are advancing. That he was one in disgrace with fortune and men's eyes is what we should have expected, and is therefore an element of evidence in confirmation of our theory. Under the Stratfordian and Baconian views, mystifying interpretations have had to be read into the utterances just quoted. In spite of their intense reality and genuine autobiographical ring, they have been treated as cryptic poetry or mere dramatic prose, and one of our greatest difficulty will be to combat the non-literal constructions forced upon these poems. In the proper place we shall have to show that their contents are as real and literal as the spirit and temper of the works suggest. Puzzling, Shakespeare could undoubtedly be, as in the Will sonnets 135 and 136, where he is obviously dealing in enigmas. The curious thing is that he has been read seriously and literally, when in a playful mood, by the same people who have treated passionate, heart-wrung utterances as mere freaks of fancy. When moving on the plane of experience, his conceptions attain a definiteness unequalled in poetry, whilst there has probably never been a writer capable of securing a more precise correspondence between a thought and its expression. When, therefore, he tells us in so many words that vulgar scandal had robbed him of his good name, and that although he believed his work would be immortal, he wished his name to be forgotten, we are quite entitled to take his own word for it, and to demand no further motive for the adoption of a disguise. No mere nom de plume could have been so successful as his adoption of a mask. Its success for over 300 years will probably be a matter of astonishment for many generations to come. Had these sonnets been published by their author during his own lifetime, they would have been absurd from the point of view of the particular contents we have just been considering. Imagine any man publishing or allowing the publication under his own name of documents in which he specifically states that he wished his name to be buried with his body. It is equally absurd to suppose that their author permitted the issue of documents implying that William Shakspere was but a mask. They were, however, published during the lifetime of all the men to whom it has been sought to attribute their authorship: William Shakspere, Francis Bacon, William Stanley, and Roger Manners, but after the death of Edward de Vere. The particular sonnets seem to belong to a date at which Oxford's fortunes were at about their lowest, and when the motive assigned for hiding his name would be most applicable. The works being published under the mask would then be the two long poems published in 1593 and 1594. We do not maintain that the motive assigned in the sonnets was the only one that operated. By the time that the mask was employed again, after an interval of 4 years during which some of the plays had appeared anonymously, there are evidences that Oxford was making efforts to retrieve his position socially as well as financially. When plays were being published under Shakespeare's name, Oxford was seeking to regain favour with the Queen, and setting family influences to work to obtain for himself the position of Governor of Wales. Needless to say, to have appeared at the time in the role of dramatic author would have been completely fatal to any chances he may have had, for in those days dramatic authorship was considered hardly respectable. And Oxford especially, having incurred his disgrace in the first instance by deserting the court for a Bohemian association with actors and playwriters, could only hope to recover his social position and secure an appropriate official appointment by being seen as little as possible in such connections. After Oxford's death, his widow, a lady of private means, assisted by her brother, continued the struggle to recover for her son Henry, the 18th Earl of Oxford, the prestige which had been lost to the family by the extraordinary career of his father. A legal case that arose out of this is a recognized landmark in the history of law, and shows clearly that the recovery of what had been lost had become a settled object of family policy. Even supposing, then, that they may not have considered themselves under a moral or contracted obligation to continue the secrecy, it would hardly have been in harmony with their general policy to have discontinued it. Although we have put forward these considerations with regard to motives, we must make it clear that no obligation to furnish motives rests upon an investigator in such a case as this. Motives are sometimes altogether impenetrable. Objective facts, and the evidence of the truth of such facts, form the proper material for inquiries like the present. From the biographer's point of view, however, all these considerations constitute a double difficulty. We have first to surmount the obstacles which an able intellect, bent on secrecy, would himself interpose between himself and the public. And then we must penetrate the mists of disrepute which he assures us had gathered round his name. Before this can be properly done, many years must elapse, and many minds must be interested in it, the correction of an erroneous estimate of the historic personality being one of the slowest of human processes. We make here only a first simple effort in that direction. No one who is able to appreciate humanity's debt to Shakespeare can, under any circumstances, regard him as a man who has merited abiding dishonour. The world has taken to its heart men like Robert Burns and Molière, whose lives have fallen far short of the pattern we could have wished for them. And if Edward de Vere is, as we have every reason to believe, the real Shakespeare, the world will not be slow to allow the great benefits he has conferred upon mankind to atone for any shortcomings that may be found in him. Our task at the present, however, is to see him as he was, in so far as his character and the events of his life have a bearing upon our problem. Everything that comes before us in the form of mere traditional view, inference, or impression must be rigidly separated from ascertained facts, and even these will need to be accepted cautiously and interpreted from the point of view of one great dominating possibility, that of his being endowed with the heart and genius of Shakespeare, and of having produced the Shakespeare literature. If, for example, the Earl of Oxford was only a son-in-law of Lord Burleigh's, who had achieved nothing more noteworthy than the writing of a few short lyrics, and had spent the best years of his life in fruitless amusement with a company of play-actors, then we must judge him mainly by the part he played in the life of Burleigh. If, however, the Earl of Oxford was Shakespeare, then he towers high above Lord Burleigh, and we shall have to judge Burleigh very largely by the part he played in the life of Oxford. Or if, in the domain of poetry, he is chiefly to be remembered as the man who called his rival, Philip Sidney, a puppy, we shall have to judge him by his bearing towards Sidney. If, however, Oxford was Shakespeare, gifted with all Shakespeare's penetration into human nature, our interest will lie in discovering how far Sidney may have merited the epithet. Again, if, as we shall see in the case, we find that, as a young man, he begged to join the army, when that was refused him, he begged to be allowed to join the navy. When that in turn was refused, he begged to travel abroad. But when, though by this time he was 24 years of age and married, that was also refused, so that he seemed condemned to spend his life hanging about the court, and finding the court life irksome, ran away to the continent, only to be brought back before he had had a chance of seeing anything of life, we may be able to agree with those who speak of him as being wayward. If we suppose him to have been incapable and an intellectual mediocrity, but if we suppose him possessed of the genius of Shakespeare, with Shakespeare's capacity for experiencing life, and all that capacity as so much driving force within him, urging him to seek experience for life, indeed, if we take into account nothing more than what is positively known of his powers as revealed in his poems and dramatic record, we shall be much more inclined to consider him a badly used man, the victim of most unfavourable circumstances and manifest injustice, with a very genuine grievance against the guardian and father-in-law, Burleigh, who had so persistently thwarted him. Finally, if, remembering the character borne by the play-actors of the time, as described in the passage we have quoted from Dean Church, we believe him to have wasted the best years of his life in intimate, useless association with them, we shall be inclined to see in his conduct a manifestation of dissoluteness, and to acquiesce in Burleigh's statement that he had been enticed away by lewd persons. If, on the other hand, we believe that Oxford was Shakespeare, and that during these years he was hard at work, seriously, but in a measure secretly, engaged in the activities that have produced at once the greatest dramas and the finest literature that England boasts, then the facts have a totally new light thrown upon them, and admit of a vastly different interpretation. For the secrecy in which his work as a whole is involved would surely be maintained towards those who were out of sympathy with him, amongst whom we can certainly place his father-in-law, and probably his wife. All of which seems clearly alluded to in Sonnet 48. How careful was I, when I took my way, each trifle under truest bars to thrust, that to my use it might unused stay, from hands of falsehood in sure wards of trust. We shall avoid, therefore, all unauthenticated stories which seem to have had their roots in personal animosity. Such particulars as are narrated in the Dictionary of National Biography, that a certain man's story that the Earl did so-and-so, but that it is not confirmed, and was warmly denied by the very man whom he was reported to have injured, is not biography. It serves to show, however, that he was the victim of false and unscrupulous calumny. When, therefore, we find great admirers of Philip Sidney, like Fulke Greville, Sidney's biographer, promulgating impossible stories about projected assassinations, and another antagonist making, almost in so many words, the same false charges that Oliver makes against Orlando in As You Like It, we begin to realize the type of men with whom we are dealing. What freedoms the group of court adventurers, to whom Oxford was clearly hostile, had taken with his name and reputation, and how little reliance is to be placed generally upon their records, either of their friends or of their enemies. It is unfortunate, then, that the names which predominate in the article upon which we are dependent for so many of the facts of Oxford's life are those of people antagonistic to him, and most of the facts bear evidence of having come to us through these unfriendly channels. Anything which bears the mark of Burleigh, Fulke Greville, or Raleigh, the true type of the picturesque but unscrupulous adventurer of those days, must be suspect in so far as it touches Edward de Vere; and anything which research may be able to recover, that shall furnish us with the names and the opinions of his friends about the court, and, more important still, his dealings with men of letters, and with playwrights and actors, will be invaluable as tending to furnish us with a truer view of the man. So far as we can make out up to the present, however, his friends seem to have respected loyally his desire for personal oblivion, and have remained silent about him, thus, of course, allowing free currency to all that his enemies have been able to circulate to his discredit. As this is not intended to be a complete biography, facts which do not appear relevant to the argument either for or against it, and which, from some other consideration, might necessitate lengthy discussion, will, for the most part, be omitted. Note: to illustrate again the curious way in which evidence has fallen into our hands, we would draw attention to the above reference to Oliver in As You Like It. When we came across the murderous charges made against Oxford by Charles Arundel, the first thing that seemed to stand out was the name Charles, and an evident vulgarity in the man which brought Charles the wrestler of As You Like It to the mind. Being somewhat rusty at the moment in reference to subordinate details of the play, the next thing was to look up the parts dealing with Charles the wrestler, only, of course, to find the same charges that Charles Arundel made against Oxford being insinuated by Oliver into the mind of Charles the wrestler, and so the parts of the mosaic keep fitting in. The jesting threats of Touchstone in the same play may therefore furnish the explanation of the charges made against Oxford, for practical joking could hardly be above the dignity of the writer of some of Shakespeare's comedies, who, according to his own confession, had made himself a motley to the view. End of Section 23.